Good morning. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined today by Bree West, who will be our legal expert for the day. We are already starting to see some video from the courtroom. At least we're seeing the seal. I don't know if you want to put this behind me, Zeke. So we're expecting maybe they'll start off with a hearing or something. Maybe. But we know for the last 3 days they've been hearing from expert witnesses as they are qualifying them. Well, someone's qualifying for them to take the stand during the defense portion of this trial. When we last saw you guys, the prosecution had closed on Thursday, which was just incredibly emotional day where they played this video for these jurors. But before we start off with Bria, we want to just play some of the coverage from Thursday and in the intervening days, and we'll talk to you on the other end.
There was no jury here in the courtroom in the Tanner Horner trial. Instead, the focus shifted to a battle of expert witnesses. This morning, the judge heard from a rebuttal witness for the prosecution, Dr. Michael Rambula, who will be called after the defense is done presenting their side. He testified that after reviewing Tanner Horner's records and interviewing him, he does not believe Horner is autistic, a key claim the defense is making as they try to spare Horner from death row. Rambula also told the court Horner's use of marijuana and cocaine did not play a role in his actions when he killed 7-year-old Athena Strand. But he did testify that Horner shows signs of being a sexual deviant. And when asked if Horner would be a future danger to society, Rambula said he is concerned about Horner's violent temper and inability to control it. The defense is pushing back, though, saying it plans to call their own expert witnesses who will testify Horner does have mental health disorders. The defense also said that they plan to call Horner's mother as their first witness on Wednesday when the trial resumes with the jury. However, they said they have had trouble finding her because she has mental health issues, sometimes has substance abuse issues, and disappears. But they do plan on having her here first. The judge will hear from more expert witnesses on Monday and Tuesday. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
Jurors cried, some wept openly as the prosecution played the audio recording from inside Tanner Horner's delivery truck, the 1-hour audio recording. 7-year-old Athena Strand asking if he is a kidnapper, Horner telling her to take off her shirt, Athena crying and screaming for her mom, telling Horner, "My mom says you can't do that to me." The sounds then of a brutal murder and Athena's final gasp for air. And then this video, Horner cleaning up his truck after he dumped Athena's body. He lights a cigarette, goes back to work, as if nothing happened.
It's a clear-cut case of premeditation, calculation, deviance, and murder.
Then the next day, Horner driving through the neighborhood again as the search for Athena was underway.
I have more packages to deliver.
Prosecutors say it shows how uncaring he is, simply going on with his life.
It made me feel horrible.
After both of Athena's parents testified this past week, the prosecution has rested its case.
I was there when she took her first steps and said her first word. But I wasn't there when she took her last.
This week begins with the defense trying to prove Horner is autistic, that he has an alter ego, that he has some sort of mental defect that might save him from death row.
I don't think there's any way a defense expert can come in and provide any mitigating evidence that will overcome what we heard and saw in the courtroom.
When the jury returns on Wednesday, the defense plans to call Horner's mother as a witness if they can locate her, telling the judge she struggles with substance abuse and mental health issues and has been difficult to find. In Dallas, I'm Kevin Reese.
There was no jury again here in court today, but tomorrow they will begin hearing from defense experts about why they should spare Tanner Horner's life and not sentence him to death for the murder of 7-year-old Athena Strand. The judge has held hearings for 3 days to listen to what the jury will hear from the defense team's experts. Horner's lawyers laid out a portrait of a man they say is deeply impaired but still responsible for what he did. A forensic psychiatrist told the court Horner has several diagnoses, including ADHD, depression, substance abuse, and is on the autism spectrum. She says those conditions affect how he processes situations and why he is not empathetic about what he did. She testified his mental health issues are not an excuse for what he did to Athena, but explain how mental health causes him to make bad decisions. Horner told multiple defense experts about how he killed Athena and tried multiple times to strangle and smother her. After his arrest, Horner told detectives his alter ego named Zero killed Athena, not him. But the defense's own experts say he lied about that and made up the alter ego, and he does not have multiple personality disorder or is bipolar. Tomorrow, the jury will be back in court, and they will hear from some of those experts as well as people who know Tanner Horner, including his mother. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez. Back to you.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer 2 critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Well, Bree, this has been this case.
I know. This is, I think that what is really difficult to appreciate about what's going on in this case is that it is terrifying that somebody like Tanner Horner walks among us. Yeah. That is a terrifying thought, and I think that that's really the biggest hurdle that the defense has, right? Like, how are you an Amazon delivery driver?
Well, FedEx
delivery driver.
Amazon doesn't want to be brought into this.
That's not, but FedEx delivery driver, and who comes to everybody's house.
Right. Yeah.
My kids.
It's ubiquitous.
It's terrifying.
Yeah.
That something, and so I think that every single person can put themselves in the shoes of these jurors to say, this is easy. Why are we here? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't care about what kind of ADHD or Autism Spectrum Disorder, or you are a monster. And I think that that's what is so terrifying.
Yeah, and those images of him driving around in that FedEx truck after he has killed her, smoking a cigarette, talking on the phone to his boss and to a family member, talking about going to pick up toilet paper and telling his boss, I got sick and I threw up, and that's why it smells like puke in this truck, and can you give me a different truck? And then you see him cleaning the truck, right. And those images live rent-free in my mind.
It is impossible to watch something like that and not have that very visceral, it is terrifying that you can have killed a child, an innocent child, and go on about your day.
Yeah, and then the next day he's out
delivering packages.
Some of the packages he's delivering are the ones he didn't deliver from the day before because he was too busy killing Athena.
Right. I don't know that there are words.
Well, and I have struggled with, the whole monster question myself, but here's the scary reality. He's just a human just like us.
Right.
That's what makes it so hard.
Right.
Is that he's a human being.
Right.
And how does one human being do this to another? And Jen Falk, child abuse prosecutor I had on, and she's actually going to be back tomorrow, said this to me, and it's stuck in my head. Mm-hmm. We cannot understand this.
Right.
We do not have the capacity, because something is so fundamentally broken in his brain.
Yes.
That it is not. We are not capable of understanding this, and that is what makes it hard. And then, when Rebecca Lopez, my colleague, and Terry Bentley Hill sat, and I, never been so glad as to not be in court for something as when they played that hour-long video. because
Yes.
even their descriptions of it also live rent free in my mind, because
Right.
it's like how an hour
Yes.
of him, he kidnaps her, he gets her in there, and she's asking him, "Are you a kidnapper? Where are we going?" And then he covers up that camera, so the rest of it's audio, and you hear him,
killing her.
telling her to take her shirt off, and her saying "ouch," which is indicative of something going on.
Yes.
Which is why they brought I think that's why they brought that DNA evidence showing
Yes.
there was his DNA, what appears to be his DNA on that vaginal swab.
Right.
And so you have that, and then you hear him stomping on her, and you hear her screaming, and Terry and Rebecca said that every time you think she's dead, you hear her whimper again.
Right.
I just I have struggled for days as I've thought about the horror of what this little girl went through. You have little girls.
I have an 8-year-old
So
daughter.
you can put you can put yourself right in it. My kid was 10 when this happened.
Right. And I think that for me, one of the things that stands out and is overwhelming is when you hear or where Rebecca Lopez, sort of described her saying to Tanner Horner, "My mom said you can't do that to me." And how often do we tell our kids, if nobody can touch you here, nobody can do that. And she, through that horror, had the wherewithal to say, "My mom said you can't do this," as if that would stop this monster, which is what we try to instill in our kids.
Yeah.
And then
Are you a stranger?
right.
Are you a kidnapper? She asked.
Are you a kidnapper? I mean, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming, and I can't stress enough the uphill battle that this defense team has going forward. We talk about this is a death penalty case. This is a death penalty jury. The defense's job is to find people to sit on that jury that are life qualified. Mm-hmm. I think on these facts, on that video alone, I think all of us could sit here and say, just play the video. The state doesn't even have to put on a case. Yeah. That's sufficient, right?
Yeah.
And you could easily, I think, find people, whether you believe in the death penalty, whatever your feelings are about the death penalty, to find 12 people that can easily say yes, death, right? And so the uphill battle is to find one person.
You need one juror.
One
person
juror
who will say
life qualified. There is something about this person that is enough for me to say the ultimate punishment is not appropriate. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is.
I was talking to a friend last night who is he's an anti-death penalty activist.
Yes.
And I, he and I have had many conversations over the years about this stuff, because I struggle with the issue, right? I really do. And this person told me, well, that this would be, if ever there was a case, if ever, it was this. It's this one.
This case.
Yeah. The level. And so for somebody like that, who is who has done an immense amount of anti-death penalty work, and has been a pastor to to people on death row in various states. I mean, that just tells you the level of how hard this is.
Yes.
And it's been
because I think that the typical sort of sentiment about why one shouldn't be in favor of the death penalty, or why there's no case that is appropriate for the death penalty, is killing Tanner Horner will not bring back Athena. And so what purpose does it serve? Should he have to sit every single day thinking about what he did to this beautiful young girl? And I think that the counter to that is it doesn't bother him.
No, that's part of what they're talking about, the empathy.
He wouldn't be suffering.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is tough.
It is hard. Well, we're going to bring Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who is at the courthouse and who over the past 3 days has sat and listened to these, as they've qualified these expert witnesses, and also had a task that I don't envy anybody from this past Thursday of listening to that, watching and listening to that horrific 1 hour recording. Rebecca, just talk to us about what we can expect today.
So they are going to start with the defense is going to begin their case with one expert witness. And then there was conversation over the last few days about getting Tanner Horner's mother to take the stand. That she does have a subpoena. She did get the subpoena. She is also unhoused and has mental health issues and drug addiction issues. So it is difficult to get her here to court. But they did do a deposition with her, a 4-hour deposition with her and the defense attorneys and the prosecutors. And they are going to cut that 4-hour interview down to about 2.5. And they will play that for the jury, the deposition with his mother. So they'll have the expert witness and then the deposition with the mom. And that should get us to about lunch. And then probably some more people that know Tanner Horner. There is concern about some of the witnesses, the civilian witnesses, because apparently they say that some of them have been harassed through social media, and those that are going to testify on behalf of Tanner Horner. So the defense yesterday was asking if it's possible to blur those witnesses and only use either a pseudonym or their last names. So that's what we can expect. So we probably will hear from a couple of other people this afternoon that also know Tanner Horner.
Interesting. It's hard to imagine what anybody could say that would be mitigating at this point, Rebecca.
Well, you know, the expert witnesses that they had, we listened to 8 of them, and then we also listened to one rebuttal witness. The rebuttal witness for the prosecution is going to say that he also interviewed Tanner Horner. He looked at all his records, his school records, his mental health records, and that he does not believe that he is autistic. He also does not believe that any or by any of what Tanner Horner is saying. However, the defense witnesses, they had several of them say that he was diagnosed with autism, that he does have multiple disorders, but fetal alcohol syndrome disorder because his mom drank heavily during their pregnancy with him, and that has a way of causing brain development issues. And so there are multiple witnesses that are going to testify basically the same thing. But at the end of the day, when the prosecution asked them on cross-examination before the judge, again, the jury was not here for that, asked him, well, do you think that he knew right from wrong? Oh, yes, he knew right from wrong. So he knew that it was wrong to kidnap Athena. And that every one of the witnesses says, yes, he knew. And he knew that murdering her was wrong. Yes, he knew. But that he has trouble feeling empathy because of some of his issues that he's had over the years. And one of the things that's going to keep coming up is going to be he has 24 times the level of lead poisoning in his body than the rest of his peer group. If you compare it to people of his age. And so it looks like he lived in a home that had a lot of lead in it, a lead paint, because back then there was lead paint in the houses. And so that is going to come up over and over and over again in the defense's witnesses. That's going to keep coming up. And so they're building a defense that there is mitigating circumstances, that maybe he did know right from wrong. This is not an insanity case, but there are mitigating circumstances about why he should not be executed because of his autism and because of his other mental health issues. And that's what the defense is going to try to prove up here.
Rebecca, I have Bree West here with me, and I'm just curious, Bree, what do you think about what Rebecca's been saying?
So I think that, first of all, Rebecca, I don't even know what to say about the fact that you had to sit through, sort of all of that. But I think a couple of things. I think the point that you made about the prosecution asking each of the defense witnesses whether or not they believed that Tanner Horner knew right from wrong at the time, that he knew that it was wrong to kill Athena Strand, that he knew all of those things. I think that your point to just remind everybody that knowing right from wrong doesn't have anything really to do with the mitigation in a death penalty case, right? Because we're not dealing with an insanity defense. So it's important that while the prosecution is just bringing up the fact that he knew right from wrong. Well, yeah, he pled guilty, and he wouldn't have been able to plead guilty if he didn't know right from wrong, right? And so I get why they're doing it, but I also think that the defense is going to be able to really say, okay, but that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about here. And I do think that it's incredibly strategic on the part of the defense that they're going to play this deposition of his mother, because they need to be able to show the just absolute, kind of garbage can background that he came from, that this is a woman that is unhoused, that this is a woman that also suffers from significant mental health issues, that this is a woman that drank heavily during her pregnancy, that this is somebody that probably, quite frankly, used drugs, right, during pregnancy, and that all of us, can have some understanding of, a child that's born to that. And I think we've all seen children, right, that grow up that just, we say to ourselves, God, that person had no chance. They had no chance. And that is the empathy that they're needing. One juror, they need one juror to say, oh, maybe in my family, I had somebody that had fetal alcohol syndrome, and they're not right. I mean, they're just not right. They're not wired right, or the lead poisoning thing. Right. I think that all of that is so important.
So one thing that I did want to bring up that I thought was very interesting is that they brought up the whole alter ego of Zero. And it looks like, according to even their own expert witnesses, he made that up. And it was at the suggestion, they claim, of Cassie, his fiance, who also claims that she's got multiple personality disorder. But when they interviewed him, multiple witnesses, they all had contact with Tanner Horner in person, as well as going through all of his records. Every one of the expert witnesses for the defense said he does not have a multiple personality disorder. Zero was a lie. He made that up, but that he did that as a coping mechanism when he can't handle stressful situations. I just don't know that the jury's going to buy that. It looks very calculating on his part. So I think that that's going to also play a big role in the prosecution saying, but see, look, he's calculating enough that he makes up these excuses. And he also, a new defense came up on his, that he claims now that he thought Athena saw him snorting cocaine and that he was going to get fired. He told two different defense witnesses that. And that, when he saw her, when she saw him snorting cocaine, that he was scared that she was going to tell someone. So there is yet another excuse for what he did, or he's trying to blame something else. And so I feel like that is going to be very key for the prosecution, that he's got these multiple stories, that he is calculating enough that he comes up with this Zero defense, which is his alter ego, which the defense attorney's own witnesses say it was a lie.
I think that the way that's going, I completely agree with you, Rebecca. I think that the way that's going to play with the jury is that this is, as they have pointed out throughout their case in chief, this is self-preservation. This is him thinking about him and how this, what are the things that I can say or do or act or play up or whatever that is going to preserve me.
Right, the narcissism.
The narcissism.
Yes.
Interestingly, not been diagnosed with that, but out of all of the things.
Yeah, that's one of the 12 disorders that they had all these multiple disorders that he has been diagnosed with, but narcissism was not one of them, and that kind of surprised me too.
Yeah, because he seems like a narcissist, but then again, labeling him a narcissist might be giving him too much credit. I don't know. But I think that I agree that the alter ego is not going, that is a really hard thing to overcome as a defense team, other than to say, this is one more thing that shows that he just is not right. And so do we kill this person for what he did when he's just not right? It doesn't mean, again, that he's not punished. It doesn't mean that he's ever going to walk amongst us. It doesn't mean that he will ever rejoin society. But could it mean that he doesn't deserve the ultimate punishment of death?
Whew. That's a tough one for the jury to decide. Rebecca, what's your sense on what are we hearing about how much longer this trial could go?
We were told yesterday by the judge who was, talking in open court, that it looks like it's going to be probably May the 4th will be the last defense witness, and it will go to the jury on May the 5th. There will be closing arguments May 5th, and then the jury will get the case on May the 5th.
Wow,
So we have a ways to go still.
I
There are a lot of witnesses for the defense.
And I want to remind, everybody that the defense teams always have plans. We always have, sort of a timeline, or we always have a roadmap that we're trying to follow. But what we, I think, are learning here is that we have to pivot, right? We lose witnesses. We have people that are saying, I just can't participate in this way. Like, I can support Tanner Horner from afar, but I can't come testify about what type of person he is. I have to live my own life as well. And so even though there's probably countless witnesses on the defense side of the table, I think a lot of people may say, I just can't do it.
Well, and I could see why people would want to be blurred.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Tanya, because the defense team has done a very thorough job. They have run CAT scans, MRIs, brain scans, testing, blood work. I would say that there are probably hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of testing and expert witnesses on behalf of the defense team. They have a lot of witnesses that they are paying to be here, and they have spent a ton of money to get his brain scans and his testing and psychological testing and psychiatric testing and all sorts of things that they have done to try to spare his life and not have this jury sent to death row. It is a lot of taxpayer money.
Well, Rebecca, we're going to let you go because we're actually starting to see movement in the courtroom, and I'm, that when they start opening and closing that door, it makes me think that Horner's going to be coming out pretty soon and that things are going to start moving. So we're going to let you go so you can go get into the courtroom and do your job. So we appreciate you for joining us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. I know. And this is the other thing that I think is, we don't often have an opportunity to be on the sidelines of a death penalty case, right? We don't often get to see that. I think that there are a lot of sensationalized death penalty cases, but they're just not often. And so what a lot of people don't realize is there are actual requirements that have to be done on the part of a defense team when it comes to representing somebody that's facing
or you get
the death
ineffective
penalty.
counsel.
Or you get ineffective counsel. So you actually have to do things like go back to their elementary school teacher and say, did you notice anything weird about them? And so the CAT scans and the MRIs and the blood work and all the experts, those are all things that absolutely have to be done by that defense team to ensure that if in fact Tanner Horner is sentenced to death, that every single stone, every single possibility, every single potential mitigating circumstance has attempted to be uncovered and identified. Because and we talk about the fact that like death penalty cases have automatic appeals, it lasts forever, all of that kind of thing. And so you have to try to protect your record as much as possible so that you can ensure, right, that if the ultimate punishment is imposed, that you've done everything.
Right, because the reality is if he gets sentenced to the death penalty, we're looking at 10 to 15 years. I mean, it's an automatic appeal.
Automatic.
I mean, it could be 20 years. I mean, this stuff can go on for decades.
Yes. And that's why we see people, right, in the sitting on death row for 20 years, 30 years. I mean, I mean, it's not because nothing's happening. It's not because there's so many other people in line that they're not getting to people for 30 years. I mean, this is because the
appellate
appeals
process.
And the this and the that. And then you're also right now preserving error for things that don't even exist, right? Because our laws evolve and our courts change and our ideals as a society change. And so you have to sort of anticipate, okay, well, even though this is, not something now, or even though the court is going to overrule or whatever it is, that maybe in 10 years, this will be an issue.
Right.
And I've preserved it now.
I'm going to, taking a look in the chat as I've been, somebody asked me, Stacia Hicks wanted to know, is the brother of Tanner Horner supposed to testify? That's what we've heard. He's in prison. I don't know for what, but we have heard that he is going to testify. I don't know I'm not clear if it's going to be in person or if it's going to be remotely. But that is my understanding. And somebody's also asking, how do public offenders get approved to spend that kind of money? And I don't actually know how much has been spent, but I'm sure it's significant. But it's all part, there's an old saying and that death is different. I think it comes from a Supreme Court ruling, right?
Yep, it does.
And these death penalty cases, they are different.
Right.
They are different. And beyond this case, we have had cases where people were found to be innocent later. Now, this is not going to be one of those cases, right? Where you have new DNA testing, or you have something that comes out that shows that so and so really didn't do it.
Right.
So again, this is not that case, but these protections exist
For
to,
that.
to protect all of us,
Right,
right? So
right.
they unfortunately sometimes protect people we don't like so much, and that would be a guy like Tanner Horner.
Right.
I mean, so they are part of our legal system. We don't have to like them all the time, but they do exist for protection.
Absolutely, because again, we're talking about the ultimate punishment. We don't want to get it wrong, and so we do have to have laws that apply across the board for everybody, even for the people that are clearly guilty or have pled guilty or whatever, because we have to make sure that for the one person that we
Right.
may have gotten it wrong for.
Yeah, because you can't undo it once
You
you've
can't
done it.
undo it. I mean, this again, we call this the ultimate punishment, and death is different. And so when we talk about the amount of money that it costs to be able to put on a death penalty case, and we see Tanner Horner walking into the courtroom, if we, there's really, it's not that there's no limit. I mean, I think that there is some limits, but I think as long as you can make a reasonable argument to say, I need to have these scans done. I need to have these 15 experts see him. I need to, fly to Michigan to be able to do what, as long as you can make a reasonable argument to say that this is all part of ensuring, sort of holding up sort of our jurisprudence in the death penalty space, then the courts are going to give you the money to do it. I mean, because they don't want this case to be overturned. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's just, they want to protect the record too. I think that's the court's focus.
Somebody's asking if him having pled guilty will speed up, getting to the ultimate end should he get the death penalty. And I don't know that you can say one. It depends. It really just depends on what happens in that appellate process. And
yes,
and
I think that what they're really asking is now there's only one part of the trial that can be appealed, right? In other words, if we went through a guilt innocence phase and he was then found guilty and then we went into a punishment phase, you have a lot more to appeal, and it could take a little bit longer.
Right.
But I think that and so because he pled guilty, you remove the guilt innocence phase and any appellate issues that are associated with that. But the real truth, right, is that in death penalty cases, what you're appealing is the death sentence, not so much whether or not somebody, was
Absolutely.
guilty or not guilty.
Well, so I've just heard in my ear that the jury has walked back in. We don't yet have audio from the courtroom. The judge has been very clear about not having audio when court is not in session. Okay, we can see people sitting down. We have audio. Take down our mics.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. And ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goble.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Dr. Edens. Would you state your name for the jury, please?
Sure. John Edens, Johnedens.
And at the witness stand, I believe there's a document that's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 52. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, that's my curriculum vitae.
Your Honor, that was previously admitted for the record. We've moved now to have it admitted for all purposes.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
That's defense exhibit. Look, this sticker.
52.
Defendant's exhibit 52 is admitted.
And Dr. Edens, what is your profession?
I'm a psychologist and a university professor.
Do you teach currently?
Yes, I'm a professor at Texas A&M University.
And can you tell me your educational background?
Sure. I completed an undergraduate degree in 1989 at West Virginia State College, which is now called West Virginia State University. And I completed a master's degree at Marshall University in 1991 in clinical psychology, and then I went on to complete a PhD at Texas A&M, where I'm now currently employed, in 1996. After complete, that was also in clinical psychology. And then I completed a 2-year postdoctoral fellowship specializing specifically in forensic psychology at the University of South Florida.
And what professional accreditations, licenses, or certificates have you been granted?
I was licensed to practice psychology in the state of Texas for about 20 years. I retired that license 8 or 9 years ago due to not actively having a practice in terms of doing psychological evaluations or providing treatment services. Outside of the work I do through our university clinic, where faculty there have an exemption in terms of state licensing requirements because we're not practicing outside of the university setting. And my primary work has been, over that time, the training of doctoral students in relation to preparing them for careers to practice psychology or go into academia, as well as to conduct research on topics relevant to forensic psychology, mental health issues, and the law, things of that nature.
So tell me a little bit more about your research and teaching fields.
Sure. So my background is in clinical psychology broadly, which is the study of mental and emotional disturbances and problematic behavior, and the treatment and assessment of those sorts of conditions. And then my further specialization is in the world of forensic applications of that. In regards to, usually involving individuals who are involved in the criminal justice system or maybe involved in civil litigation where mental health issues come into play, such as child custody evaluations or things of that nature. So most of the work that I've done over the years in terms of my research has investigated issues such as trying to identify risk factors for violence in the future. As one of the main areas that I've looked at in relation to various types of risk factors that might be relevant to that. Related to that, I've also done research looking at the field's ability to identify potentially dangerous individuals and make accurate predictions about who will or won't be violent in the future. Those are two of the areas that I've done work in quite a bit over the years.
Okay, and we'll come back to that, but before that, can you tell me if did you receive a distinction from the American Psychology Law Society?
Well, I am a fellow of a couple of the main psychological associations that are out there, which means I'm really old. Essentially, I've been around a long time. And those are fellow status as opposed to just being a member is essentially one of those things that's tied to making distinguished contributions to your field, things of that nature. So it's a recognition of your kind of career accomplishments.
And did you receive an award from the American Psychological Foundation Society of Clinical Psychology?
Yes, I received an award from them in regards to my research on personality assessment and personality disorders. That was another kind of career award for outstanding contributions to research investigating those issues.
There was a lot there, but your areas of expertise, do they include forensic and correctional psychology? You talked about personality disorders, and does that include studies of psychological assessments as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you talk about completing research in those fields. Does that include like receiving and completing research grants, that sort of thing?
Yes.
And what about being published in those fields?
Yes, I've published over 200 research articles in scientific outlets over the years, most of which are related to forensic and correctional psychology. Not all of that is related to things like violence risk or personality disorders, but that's a large part of it.
Okay. And did you ever serve as like the editor or on the editorial board of publications in those fields?
Yes, so I've been an associate editor of a couple of the main scientific outlets where people publish research in the forensic mental health field and the just broader psychological assessment field. Journals such as the Journal of Psychological Assessment, the Journal of Personality Assessment. I've been an associate editor there, where I'm responsible for evaluating scientific research that gets submitted in relation to its methodological merits and whether or not it should be published. And that process involves seeking out, importantly, peer reviewers to evaluate the research that's been done, to offer their independent opinions about whether or not the research is sort of scientifically valid and worthy of being published. And then for other journals where I'm not an associate editor, I frequently serve as a peer reviewer of other research along those same lines. So I'm pretty heavily involved in evaluating scientific studies looking at forensic and correctional issues.
And are you the lead author of the Personality Assessment Inventory Interpretive Report for Correctional Settings?
Yes.
And can you describe what that instrument is?
Sure. So the Personality Assessment Inventory is a very widely used personality test that was created by Dr. Leslie Morey. And that test is used all around the world. It's been translated into many different languages for general psychological assessments and evaluations. My involvement with it, aside from publishing a lot of research on that particular instrument, is that I was approached by the test publisher to create an interpretive report that is specifically for inmates going into prison settings to evaluate their psychological risks and needs. Because the PAI does not, itself does not have an interpretive report specific to that sort of setting. So I work with them to collect a lot of data on it, specifically from prisoners, and created the sort of interpretive logic that talks about the psychological functioning, essentially, of individuals who are being administered it when they are transitioning into a prison setting.
Do you know whether that instrument is actually used by the Texas Department of Corrections?
I know that the Personality Assessment Inventory has been used at various points in different facilities. Whether or not they're specifically using my corrections report, the interpretive report, I'm not aware of. I'm not involved in the keeping track of who the test marketing company is, selling to and things like that. But I do know it is being used in various prison systems around the country. I don't know specifically if Texas is routinely using the interpretive report that I created in relation to evaluating people.
And so are you familiar with Special Issue Number 1 in Texas capital trials?
Yes.
In this case, did you examine Tanner Horner?
I did not.
And are you going to express an opinion as to the likelihood of him committing criminal acts of violence in the society that is TDCJ?
I'm not.
But based upon your expertise in forensic and correctional psychology, personality disorders, and psychological assessments, and your research in those fields, do you have opinions about the likelihood of violent behavior among inmates in general, and what information, factors, what type of assessments would be useful in determining the likelihood of violence among inmates?
Sorry, I didn't let you finish.
That's fine. That was a long question. So, you've given a lot of long questions and answers so far, but kind of break this down for me. We're talking about personality disorders, personality pathology, that kind of thing. What are we talking about?
Right, so the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which I'll refer to as just the DSM-5, includes in it a section of mental health issues called personality disorders. And that's something I've done lots of research on over the years of my career. And a personality disorder, in the broadest sense, is a long-standing pattern of pervasive impairment or distress that people experience that is tied to essentially various personality features that they exhibit that can cause problems or conflicts in their lives. The DSM includes numerous specific types of personality disorders, but the general definition of a personality disorder is that it's a long-standing set of problems related to personality traits that people have that can cause them conflicts with other people or cause themselves to experience distress, and that those are patterns that are generally somewhat stable over time and usually first start to appear in late adolescence or early early adulthood, not early childhood. And that is in contrast to some extent to most other psychiatric disorders, which tend to wax and wane in terms of the severity of the symptoms that people may experience. Personality disorders are ones that are generally relatively stable, although they oftentimes do decrease with age in terms of their severity. And yeah, that's one of the areas I've done lots of research in.
Okay, first of all, back up and tell me what the DSM-5 is. In layman's terms, what do we use?
Yes, so the DSM-5 is the manual of diagnostic information produced by the American Psychiatric Association. And it's DSM-5 because it's the fifth iteration of it. There was DSM-1 through 4, and this is the most recent evolution of it in terms of the psychiatric community putting out essentially a diagnostic manual that clinicians rely on to try to make diagnosis about the different types of mental health problems that people can experience.
So if you are in the field of mental health and you're making a diagnosis or doing research or anything like that, is this the manual you would look to, or are there other options in the United States?
There is the International Classification of Diseases, which insurance companies sometimes rely on for, and that's much broader than mental health issues specifically. But the categories in that are pretty much similar to the DSM as it relates to mental health problems. So there's a personality disorder section within the ICD, but they're largely interchangeable. And in the U.S., in like legal arenas and things like that, when you see somebody talking about a mental health diagnosis of some sort, typically they're referring to a DSM-5 diagnosis.
Now, in those DSM-5 diagnoses, and forgive me, I'm not a psychologist, but we hear about things like developmental disorders, mood disorders, things like that. Can you talk a little bit about how that's differentiated from a personality disorder? That sort of thing. What are we looking for there?
Sure. So as I was saying before, that many of the disorders in the DSM wax and wane in terms of the severity of the symptoms, or whether or not somebody even meets the diagnostic criteria. So for mood disorders, many mood disorders are ones that somebody can exhibit for months, such as major depression, and then may basically return to a normal sort of baseline functioning. There may be cyclical episodes where they experience extreme depression again. Bipolar disorder, which we used to refer to as manic depression, is another one where there are cyclical periods both of severe depression essentially and extreme sort of manic types of symptoms, but there are also periods of time during that where individuals aren't necessarily having symptoms. And the difference there is that you don't have necessarily a specific point in time when you expect to see those symptoms first start, whereas with personality disorders, again, the expectation is that there should be signs of it in late adolescence or at latest sort of early adulthood. And again, those characteristics of one's personality generally don't wax and wane as much. Although if you do look at long term, as I was saying, the diagnostic stability even of these quote-unquote personality disorders sometimes are relatively unstable. And part of that is probably the unreliability of psychiatric diagnoses, which is one of the reasons why we're at DSM-5, is because the history of psychiatric diagnoses in terms of the stability of two different examiners coming to the same diagnostic conclusion has been relatively poor. And so over the years, there have been numerous attempts to make psychiatric diagnoses more consistently diagnosed across experts in criminal justice settings, but just in general mental health practice as well. So even though personality disorders are generally construed as being relatively stable, they are subject to change, and somebody might be diagnosed at one point and with that personality disorder, and later on, especially if evaluated by somebody else, might not reach that same diagnostic conclusion.
And you talked about differentiating personality and mood disorders. What about developmental disorders?
Developmental disorders typically are ones where you're seeing them first appear at some point during childhood, and the symptoms relevant to those types of diagnoses are generally different from the sort of symptoms that you see in personality disorders. And you wouldn't diagnose a personality disorder in a child, for example, because we know that childhood personality traits are relatively unstable, whereas developmental disorders generally oftentimes appear very early in childhood, and the symptoms that you see do tend to be stable over time. Once that person reaches adulthood, who has a developmental disorder, there could be a diagnosis of a personality disorder potentially as well, but you don't make those sorts of diagnoses before somebody's approaching adulthood.
Okay, and so you talked about psychological assessments. What are we talking about there? Psychological assessment is a very broad term involving using any sort of information to make either a diagnosis of somebody's functioning, or in some instances, like in relation to the special issue, psychological evaluations, mental health evaluations can be used to try to make a prediction about somebody's future behavior. So it's a very broad term, and there are lots of different methods by which somebody might conduct an evaluation along those lines. The risk assessment field, or the violence risk assessment field, does incorporate various types of information that would go into an attempt to predict what somebody's going to do in the future. So that is an area within sort of the broader field of mental health or psychological assessment. And just to clarify, when we're talking about the developmental, I think you're kind of separating that and saying you use one type of assessment in children when you're looking at developmental disorders, but these personality assessments would be later on in life in different sort of criteria?
Yes. Well, no, I was saying the symptoms of those different disorders could be are generally different from each other, and the time period in which you would potentially diagnose those things is generally very different. Again, you wouldn't try to diagnose a personality disorder in, say, a 12-year-old or something like that, but developmental disorders such as autism or attention deficit disorder are things that you would expect to be seeing evidence of in early childhood.
Okay, and you mentioned about trying to use psychological assessments, maybe personality disorder diagnoses, to predict behavior of inmates.
Yes, that's something that's been investigated by people in the field and in my research lab as well.
And specifically, have those been used to try to render expert opinions on whether someone would constitute a continuing threat to society?
Yes, if you look at the history of expert testimony in trials such as this, experts offering opinions about personality disorders, generally speaking, as well as specifically antisocial personality disorder, which is one of the disorders under that broader category of personality disorders. That sort of information has been introduced in quite a number of cases over the years to support the argument that somebody is a future danger. And you said you conducted research and studies to determine the scientific reliability
and validity of this kind of psychological testing among the inmate population?
Right. Well, the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder in particular is something that I've looked at with collaborators that I've published research with over the years. We have published research looking at the issue of does having a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder predict in any meaningful way the future behavior and adjustment of individuals who are actually incarcerated. We published a study in 2015 looking at that particular question of that diagnosis and its relevance to future acts of aggression in prison. And had about 350 individuals, about 300 of whom were men, across 4 different prison systems, and then looked at their institutional adjustment, which we collected the information from the prison system itself. All prison systems in the U.S. keep track of disciplinary infraction information, and we were able to obtain that over the course of these individuals' first year in prison. So then we were able to see if there is any relationship between having that diagnosis or having specific symptoms of that diagnosis and the likelihood that inmates would get written up essentially for just general bad behavior, but also violent acts in particular. And the short version of that, the findings of that study was that those diagnoses were irrelevant to trying to figure out who would engage in misconduct in those prisons over that time period.
And when you say irrelevant, do you have like the actual number? You said there were 350 inmates, and this was prisons in Texas or across the U.S., or what were we looking at?
These were, we actually collected data for this project in Texas, but not in the prison system specifically. It was actually at a Safe P, which was on the grounds of a prison, but is a treatment facility. So that particular sample that was from Texas was not part of this, because these were all individuals, specifically, new admits into prison facilities, and I'm blanking on the 4 specific prisons in terms of which ones they were. There was a base rate of misconduct, and we were attempting to look at, well, can knowing that somebody has this diagnosis help you forecast basically the likelihood that this person is more or less likely to get written up for some sort of aggressive conduct or just any kind of misconduct at all. We found essentially that there was no relationship. So knowing that somebody was or was not diagnosable as having antisocial personality disorder in that study was irrelevant to trying to figure out who over that first year would engage in any kind of misconduct.
And also, were you involved in a large peer-reviewed study that looked at cases where the prosecution experts had actually testified that the defendant was likely to engage in criminal acts of violence in the Texas prison system?
Yes, so this is a totally different study that I was involved with several years ago. And as I said earlier when I was describing, I guess, my interests, in addition to looking at risk factors for violence, one of the other areas I'm very interested in is clinicians, mental health professionals' ability to make those types of claims or forecasts or predictions as to whether somebody will or won't engage in violent behavior in the future. And I got involved in a project where that was exactly what was being investigated. There was a sample of 155 cases that we were able to identify where someone facing capital murder proceedings was in their trial had an expert witness testify to the special issue that somebody was a continuing threat to society. And this information came from published court cases, trying to find the sample of cases. The Texas courts publish some of those cases, so you can locate them that way. Not myself personally, but other people involved in the project were involved in trying to track down cases by contacting district attorney offices around the state to identify cases where this type of testimony was being offered. And so we ultimately found 155 of these where, again, there was an expert who went into court and said this person meets that special issue and is a future danger to society, that there is a probability that they will engage in a criminal act of violence. And then what we did as part of that study was then to follow up over the time period of these individuals when they were incarcerated, what actually happened with them in terms of their behavior. And these were all individuals, I should have pointed out, were ones that the defendant in the case did get a death sentence. So these are not ones where the result of the case was that somebody got life without parole. So these were all cases where somebody was initially put on death row. And we got information about their functioning in prison from the prison systems, again, getting disciplinary information about their just general conduct as well as their potential for or their actual violent acts while in the prison system. And we also collected information from the Special Prosecution Unit, contacted them about additional information. The Special Prosecution Unit is responsible, historically at least has been, for investigating crimes within the prison itself and potentially pursuing charges against individuals. So we got information from both of those sources of information. And then looked at, of these 155 predictions, 155 claims that somebody was a future danger, looked at what these individuals actually do over the course of their time in prison.
And when you're looking in that study, first of all, I guess, who was responsible for that study? You said you worked on that study, but who was in charge of that?
The journal article that was published in a peer review outlet, I was the first author on that. I was not, I was involved primarily in terms of statistical analyses and doing and the write-up of that. The Texas Defender Service is the agency that initially started that project. And I became aware of it. I don't really remember how exactly. I believe I met some of them at a conference or something like that. But I became aware that this was something going on that was very of interest to me. Can people actually go into court who make this claim? What happens in terms of the behavior of the people who were described as being a future danger? So, and they needed help doing statistical analyses and analyzing the data. And so we worked on that together. So I'm the first author of the published article that came out of that. The Texas Defender Service is the agency that initiated the project.
So what does that mean to be the first author?
When in scientific publications, it basically, authorship order is supposedly driven usually by the first author is the person who did the most work to get the research published, and then the second author did the second most amount of work, and so on and so on. So it's basically an indication of like how much you contributed to the project.
Now, one thing I'm curious about there is you said you're familiar with Specialist Number 1, which talks about criminal acts of violence that leads it to the jury to define what that means. What criteria were you looking at in that study?
So in terms of the outcomes that we looked at, we got, again, all of the disciplinary records, and then we were able to classify those into differing levels of severity in regards to how problematic the future behavior was that people engaged in, if they engaged in any misconduct at all. And 20% of those 155 people had no disciplinary misconduct write-ups at all, so there was nothing in those cases. But then we looked at, generally, did somebody get written up for any sort of infraction, and then we looked at increasingly severe forms of things that would be of relevance to considering what, again, how quote-unquote dangerous might somebody be. So we looked at things like making verbal threats towards other inmates or staff. That's a disciplinary write-up you can get in prison. The disciplinary code books for prisons all share a general similarity kind of around the country, and there are different categories of behavior that are sanctionable if you break the rules. And some of those are, nonviolent things such as having contraband in your cell or things of that nature. And then some of the things you can get written up for obviously have the potential to be a violent sort of circumstance. So making a threat to somebody potentially could lead to violence. And then we had another category where we're actually looking at specifically violence that the prison system would classify as severe or significant. And the prison system's kind of definition of a significant or severe sort of violent act is one that would require more than first aid. So, for example, if you needed to get stitches after an altercation, that would be something beyond, that would be a severe sort of category of potential violence. And then obviously as well, we looked at were there any murders that were committed by these individuals. In part because historically there have been experts who have not only said that somebody is a danger in the future, but made predictions along the lines that, that somebody will kill again in the future if not put to death. So obviously murder is something that would be of relevance as well. And as you might guess, if for each of those things that I was talking about in terms of outcomes, the more extreme the outcome, the less commonly it occurred among those 155 people. Threats were something that were somewhat prevalent over the disciplinary histories of these individuals. When you looked at that more severe category of violence requiring something more than first aid as an outcome, what we found was over about a 10-year follow-up period for these individuals, that 8 out of the 155 had engaged in that type of violent act in prison. So about 5% of those 155 people. And there were no murders in the follow-up during that time period. So
100% of those individuals had an expert testify that they would be a future danger, and 5% of them had any violence that required more than first aid.
Yes.
When we started talking about infractions, what type of things are we talking about with just an infraction under the general prison rules?
Yeah, so again, the inmates get, when they go into prison systems, lots of information about how you're supposed to behave, and in particular, what things you cannot do and if you do those things, then you will get written up for them, and you may have things happen like, in extreme forms, you may be charged with a new crime. Less extreme, you may be put in segregation. You may have your housing classification modified to where you have to go into a more severe kind of restrictive environment. So the disciplinary infractions basically reflect, it's probably not technically right to call them the laws within the prison system, but the things that you will get punished for if you engage in those types of behaviors. And they range, again, from things that I don't believe anybody would consider violent potential necessarily, such as having extra blankets in your cell or something like that, to again more extreme sorts of behaviors such as fighting and rioting, things of that nature. So there's a broad range of different things that people get written up for.
Okay, so once again, 100% of those in your sample had a state expert testify they were a future danger, and 20% of them didn't even get a write-up for things like too many blankets,
right,
things like that. Was there any pushback against your study after that one was published?
Not in any sort of scientific outlets or publications sort of questioning the results themselves. I have testified about the results of this work in previous cases over the years, And I'm aware that there have been some things written about the study in regards to questioning the validity of what was found in it, just through cross-examination and things of that nature. So there have been some criticisms of it, but I have not seen anything that fundamentally counters that argument that when somebody comes into court and makes those sorts of claims, that if you look at the actual behavior of the individuals going into the future, again, for on average a solid decade, that these are individuals who are committing severe acts of violence, again, that the prison system would classify as violent, or that they're committing, future murders in the prison sort of setting.
And you already mentioned one study that you conducted later with the 350 people across 4 prison systems. Have there been other studies or research that you're aware of or that you've been involved in that would corroborate your findings?
There was a follow-up study published later on by a psychologist named Mark Cunningham. I believe he was the lead author, that looked at predictions in, I believe it was federal capital murder cases primarily. If I'm remembering that correctly, I may not be actually. But it was predictions of future dangerousness and looking at outcomes as it related to the same sort of thing. In that particular instance, Dr. Cunningham testified, I believe, in all of those cases and offered the opinion that someone did not meet that special issue and was not a future danger. And that study, the outcomes there were relatively similar in terms of then looking into the future. Are those individuals, were they likely to engage in violent behavior in the prison settings? And that again found a very low rate that those individuals were, getting written up for serious violent acts. And in that study as well, there were not, if I'm recalling correctly, any murders committed by those individuals who were followed up over an extended time period as well.
This is probably a good time to talk to the jury if you know about what size population are we talking about in TCDJ?
Sure. So the Texas prison system, the census waxes and wanes over the years, but historically you're talking about a prison population in Texas, in the state system, not including federal prisons in Texas, of anywhere from 135,000 to 150,000 people. So it's a very, very large system obviously, in terms of it's basically collectively the size of a small city.
I think anecdotally, television media, we kind of envision that as being just kind of a hotbed of murder. Is that what the statistics actually show? The word hotbed is that I don't want to. I'll just be descriptive. I try to be. So yes, I have seen media headlines, particularly recently, about things like the homicide rate in TDCJ, which historically was very low. There were years in the 90s and 80s where there would be very, very few homicides within the prison system. Over the last decade or so, those numbers have gone up somewhat. I believe the highest number of homicides in recent memory was 20 in 1 year. I believe that was 2023. And again, any homicide is a horrible thing. I'm not in any way trying to trivialize that or minimize that, but that's 20 homicides, again, out of a system that has 135,000 people in it. So you're talking about things that are extremely rare in terms of trying to prevent them. So it is that type of extreme violence is very, very uncommon. And as you highlighted,
it runs counter to public perceptions about exactly how violent prone, prisons actually are. There was one survey conducted years ago actually asking people who had served on capital juries about what they thought the likelihood of future murders were among people who were facing capital murder charges. And the estimate was that people thought that there was about a 50-50 chance that somebody would kill again in the future. That is obviously a very different statistic than 20 out of 135,000 people, in any kind of given year. And again, that 20 was the largest number that I've ever seen. It's been much lower than that in various years in the past.
And then in the sample or the study you did with the 155 inmates who had been testified that they were a future danger, there were 0 murders, correct?
Correct.
And 5% had some type of violence that required more than a first aid.
Yes.
So, so based on your research, but I guess based on your whole career, have you been able to identify sort of best practices for predicting human behavior for inmates in the incarceration setting?
Yes, I mean there's a lot of research that has looked at trying to improve on our ability as a field collectively to identify who will and won't engage in violent behavior, both in prisons and outside of prisons as well. And there is a body of knowledge about sort of how to go about trying to forecast those types of issues. And there are known risk factors that can move the needle a little bit in terms of improving our accuracy of trying to make those predictions. So yes, I would say there's a methodology that can be employed that improves on our general ability to try to forecast who would or wouldn't engage in those types of behaviors. Although again, in regards to the more extreme types of violence, such as again things resulting in injuries requiring more than first aid, you're talking about an incidence of those things that's relatively small overall in the general prison population. And murders, it's a fraction of that as well, obviously. So anytime you're trying to forecast a very unlikely event, you are likely to make a lot of errors in trying to make that prediction. The example I use oftentimes, like when I teach undergraduate classes in forensic psychology, is when I was, I guess in my early 30s or late 20s, the horrific Columbine shooting happened in the United States, where there was a mass shooting at schools. And very quickly after that, media started talking about profiles of school shooters and the risk factors for who might engage in those types of actions. And the profiles identified characteristics that were, tied to what was known about the Columbine shooters, and it was things like, being socially isolated and bullied, interest in anti-authority sort of music, violent video games, things of that nature. Those things may have been relevant to picking out those individuals. The issue is that lots and lots and lots of teenagers have all those characteristics as well. So if you try to use that profile to identify who's likely to shoot up a school and engage in a mass murder, then you're going to end up making a lot of mistakes. And that's one of the biggest sort of drawbacks to trying to make predictions that somebody will be violent in the future, is that for these extreme forms of violence that we've been talking about, that's a very hard thing to do, because you end up identifying what we call as a lot of false positives, people that you would predict might engage in that behavior, but who ultimately are not ones who would engage in that and were not acting violently at all. So you're fighting an uphill battle if you're trying to predict something that's rare.
Now, and just to make sure we're not confused, when you're doing your studies on violence, predicted violent behavior, we're not limited to murder. We're saying that threshold of anything that would require stitches, anything that would require more than first aid?
Yes, yeah.
You talked about factors that do show some reliability, and then I guess there's those ones that have not proven deterrent. Can you talk a little bit about the ones that have been used that have not proven to be reliable?
Sure, and I don't think I even listed the ones that do have some relevance, so I'm happy
I was
to.
confident you were going to go back and hit those.
Okay. So when why when people make incorrect predictions about anything, what are the things that kind of lead to that? One of the big issues that we see is that when practitioners try to determine whether somebody will be violent in the future, and this is, again, a general statement, not specific to prisons necessarily, but applicable there as well, is that you oftentimes see people focusing on what they think are risk factors that make somebody more dangerous, but in reality, research that's investigated that has suggested that those things actually aren't predictive of the outcome that you're interested in. And so the big one that has been my main involvement in the criminal cases that I get involved in historically is the use of antisocial personality disorder as a risk factor. And that is one where, again, the studies that we've published and other research that's been conducted suggest that diagnosis is just not useful in terms of identifying who's likely to be violent in a prison setting or not. And part of the issue for antisocial personality disorder is that it's, even though only about 3.5% of men in the general population have that diagnosis based on epidemiological studies. In prison settings, the base rate of that diagnosis has been estimated to be, it depends on the individual study, but roughly 75 to 80% of prison inmates can be diagnosed with that disorder. So it's an extremely common thing that you see, in part because the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder is based on one's history of having engaged in criminal behavior. So it's a very common thing in those settings, and you're trying to use that to then make a prediction about a relatively rare event, in terms of serious acts of violence in these types of settings. And then even in addition to that, issue of the commonality of it, again, the studies that have looked at, can you use this diagnosis and winnow down the pool of people who will be violent or not in a prison setting, it just does not seem to be able to predict that. So focusing on that, another common risk factor that gets focused on a lot in these clinical determinations is and this one is somewhat counterintuitive, but the offense characteristics in regards to the crime that led to the person being incarcerated. So it's quite interesting that in terms of if you're trying to identify the people going into prison who are likely to be violent or not and engage in these sorts of infractions, then the crime that got them put into prison is not a great risk factor for figuring out who's more or less likely to engage in those sorts of acts. And so, even though one might expect that there would be a strong relationship between, say, violence in the community and then violence in prison, what we actually know is that in terms of future behavior being predicted by past behavior, what's really much more relevant is somebody's past behavior in a similar sort of setting. So, for example, there have been studies that have been published to suggest that people who have been violent in prisons in the past are more likely to continue to be violent in prison settings. That makes kind of perfect sense. But simply having a history of violence in the free world by itself, not a great indicator that somebody is going to go on and get written up for violent behavior in an institutional setting. And so that context about where are you making this, where is this person going to be and how is that going to impact their behavior is something that is really kind of critical that oftentimes gets ignored.
Okay, let's unpack some of that, because you talked about that personality disorder diagnosis being common amongst prison populations, partially because it's relying on the fact that you've been charged with a crime.
Right.
So it's kind of a circular logic to say, you're charged with a crime, so you have a personality disorder. You have a personality disorder, so you'll be violent if you.
The diagnosis is not just a history of criminality, and in fact, the diagnostic manual does specify that crime, absent the personality criteria that are listed, is not supposed to be diagnosed as a personality disorder. So there are lots of reasons why somebody may engage in criminal acts. The diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder is not to be made simply because somebody has a history of crime. But most people who get that diagnosis do have that history. So it's not totally circular, but there's a lot of overlap there. Yes.
So, but you were saying that it's maybe 70-80% of the prison population might qualify for that?
Yes.
But in your study of people who had actually been convicted of capital murder, 5% of them had violence that was above the level of a first aid.
Right. I mean, I don't know how many of those individuals had testimony that they had antisocial personality disorder. We didn't have that information available to us, but that is a very common thing that gets brought up in those cases historically, and knowing some of the experts who testified in those cases, I know anecdotally that they tended to rely on that diagnostic category to inform that prediction that somebody would go on to engage in criminal acts of violence.
Now you said past behavior in an incarceration setting does have some predictive value. Were there other factors that you want to mention?
Yes. So in terms of the prison-specific risk factors that have shown up in multiple studies trying to identify who is likely to engage in future violent acts, the foremost sort of robust factors that tend to show up that can help you move the needle in the direction of is somebody proportionally more or less likely to engage in violent acts. A couple of them are relatively straightforward and also relevant in the real world, but age is really in most studies the best indicator of the likelihood that somebody will be violent in the future, and that's very clear in prison-based studies as well. Younger inmates going into prison are quite a bit more likely to engage in and be written up for violent and aggressive acts, as well as other types of infractions as well. So that's well established in the field. The other thing that actually is a strong factor is educational attainment. And various studies have found that basically the lower level of educational accomplishment, the Texas prison system, for example, has a test that is used to measure educational sort of accomplishment, the TABE, and I'm forgetting what the acronym stands for at the moment, but it basically measures educational issues, and that is something that is a known risk factor as well. Lower educational accomplishment basically moves the needle in terms of higher levels of risk. And then the other two factors are prison gang membership is a risk factor that's shown up in multiple sorts of the studies that have been done, both prison gang as well as street gang types of. And so if there's a history of that, that also increases the level of risk that someone may pose to acting out in prison. And I believe that was 3. I'm leaving one out.
And in addition to the behavior in a prison setting before? Past
period of incarceration. So having been in prison before, in general, and then especially if there has been violence in that during that incarceration period, that really moves the needle as well.
Okay. Now, you talked about younger age. What are we talking about there? What age do you think?
Well, so in the published research in this area that's looked at it has found that if you group people into age groups, 21 and younger in prison are far and away more likely to engage in violent acts and get written up for that early on during their period of incarceration. And then it's basically a linear relationship. The older you get, the lower the likelihood. The older you are when you go into prison, the lower the likelihood that you're going to engage in a serious sort of violent act. And as you age in prison, the likelihood of violent acts and just general misconduct tends to go down as well.
And when you were talking about lower education, what are we talking about there?
So like having a GED or a high school diploma is generally a positive indication of a lower likelihood of somebody getting written up for a violent act or just misconduct in general.
Okay, and I imagine that gang membership, whether it's outside or inside the prison system, is something that TDCJ and other prison systems are focused in on.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
Gang
first part.
membership is something that, whether it's you come into a prison having been a member of a gang or you join a gang in the prison, is that something that prison systems try to keep track of for the inmates?
Generally, yes. I mean, that's these are that has usually been something that was coded from institutional files. That person is a known gang member or something like that when they're looking at, again, trying to use this information to forecast who is likely to be violent in the future.
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Dr. Giddens, let me ask you a couple of questions. Also, as part of your work as a professor, you also frequently testify on behalf of capital murder defendants, do you not?
I have frequently, I actually tallied this up recently. I believe I've testified in roughly, counting this one and including hearings that were not necessarily before a jury, like an appellate issue. I believe I've testified 15 or 16, this may be the 16th time since roughly 2000. So I do not testify, I would say, all that frequently. I've been retained as a consultant in, I believe it was roughly 55 cases to either provide some input about violence risk issues. Many of those are cases that are actually on appeal, so I'm involved with writing affidavits, kind of summarizing a lot of the literature I've been trying to describe to you guys today, putting that in written form as part of appeals that usually are involving raising questions as to whether or not somebody should get a new trial, making an argument as to that because of testimony that lacks scientific a scientific basis as it relates to violence risk. So so about 55 total cases I've been involved in. I think I've testified about 15 times.
And that's all on behalf of capital murder defendants?
They're all on behalf of the defense except one. Not all of them are capital murder cases, but the majority of them are, yes. And the one case I testified in for the prosecution was not a capital murder case.
And you're not here for free today, are you?
No.
What's the ticket on getting you here today?
In terms of... can you define ticket more? Are you talking about hourly rate or...
What's the, up until today, what's your total bill for up until today in this case?
I believe until today it would have been, so my hourly rate for this case is $450 an hour. I've actually raised my rates to $550 an hour, but I'd agreed to work on this case prior to that. So that's the billing rate. And I believe it would approach probably around $6,000 or $7,000 total in terms of the hours spent involved in this case at this point.
I'm going to try to go back through some of this stuff here with you. The first thing I want to hit here is that you being the author of the PAIC, is that correct?
CS, yes.
CS, okay. But you're not aware of whether or not that's actually your interpretive report is being used in the TDCJ system.
Correct.
So we need somebody from TDCJ to see if they found that to be relevant in use in the TDCJ system.
Yes. Because they are using, as I said, I know the test itself, which is independent of an interpretive report that gets spat out in relation to somebody's performance, the test itself is used, but I don't know whether or not people are using the interpretive report to make decisions about classification or anything like that, specifically in Texas.
And in this particular case, you were only hired to provide this information and some generalities on prison populations and risk and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
You talked about, in several occasions here, about things being a rare event. I think you used that word several times.
Yes.
And let me just ask you, are you aware of the facts of this case?
I have a general knowledge of it, having reviewed several reports that have been performed on Mr. Horner and reviewing some of the background information about the case.
And I think you used the term rare and extreme cases. Did you use that term a minute ago? I think I heard that.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, and so in this case, would you classify this case being a kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder, a rare and extreme case?
In terms of compared to other capital murder trials, I would say I don't know that I can actually answer that. Compared to just, is that a rare and extreme and unusual event? Yes, absolutely.
I mean, kidnapping as in and of itself is a rarity in the prison system, correct?
I'm sorry.
Kidnapping just as in and of itself is a rarity in the Texas prison system.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't know the exact statistics, but I don't think that's a common thing that people are incarcerated for. Yes.
And capital murder in and of itself is a rarity in the Texas prison system. Would you agree?
Yes.
And you wouldn't disagree with me that the kidnapping and sexual assault of an individual would not be extreme, would you?
No, that's very extreme.
All right, and then couple that with a murder on top of those together, that would make it even more extreme to you, correct?
Extreme in terms of the severity of what happened, yes, absolutely.
Now, you talked about, when you went over this study, you said that there was a 2015 study, is that right?
Yes, that was, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
That was some form of behavior study, and you said that was during the first year of prison is when they did that study. Is that correct?
Correct. We looked at the diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder, and then we were able to follow those individuals for a year in terms of their subsequent misconduct that was documented by the prison system.
So that study doesn't have anything to do with somebody that's been there 10 years?
It certainly doesn't go beyond that, although we do know that when you look at risk factors for prison violence...
Judge, I'll object is non-responsive.
I'll let him answer. Go ahead.
The point I was simply going to make is that when prisoners do engage in violent and other types of infractions, particularly violent infractions, they tend to occur relatively early in their period of time in institutional settings. So that first year certainly is important, and you can't extrapolate beyond that first year necessarily, but we do know that the likelihood of, if somebody has gotten through the first year without a serious violent infraction, that does decrease the odds that later on, after that first year, you're going to see them then suddenly start being violent. I mean, it can happen, but it's not as common. But yes, I would love to have in that study 10 or 20-year follow-up data. We didn't have the latitude of doing that.
All right. So the only thing you can offer as to that particular study is it only it applies to someone in their first year of prison?
Yes.
Okay. The second study you talked about, you said it was 155?
Yes.
Correct? And those were all individuals on death row?
They were initially placed on death row, yes. Some of them were later removed from death row.
So let's talk about this. Out of the 155 cases that were on death row, what state were these people that you studied, these 155 people on death row?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mention, those were all Texas cases.
Okay. So let me ask you this. As far as death row in Texas is not the same as general population, correct?
Correct.
And these individuals that you studied in death row, they are not permitted freedom of movement, are they?
Some of them were, because some of the time period that we were investigating was prior to them being moved to the Polinsky unit. So they were kind of overlapping. Part of the time period was at Polinsky, and part of it was time period when actually they theoretically could have access to general population types of settings. And then all the ones who were removed from death row were back in general population.
You'll agree with me that death row is dramatically more restricted in what you have access to than general population.
Absolutely.
And that death row in Texas, the individuals that are on death row are subject to increased scrutiny and searches and guard presence and everything else.
Yes.
And in fact, they are subject to such increased scrutiny that they are not transported from place to place with any other inmates, correct?
You're getting beyond my knowledge of that, but I don't know that for certain, but that does not surprise me in the least.
Okay. And then with regard to death row inmates in Texas, they're not permitted contact visits as the inmates in general population are, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So you took a study of people that were severely restricted in their access to other inmates, and that's the population you based your study on.
That's what part of the study is based on. There were 48 individuals who were actually released from death row, 2 individuals who were actually released, exonerated of their crimes. And we did look at their disciplinary infractions when released back into the general population as well.
So when we're talking about that, you're not talking about a study of people that are in general population in Texas. This is only people that have that, what you're talking about, either partly on death row or not on death row.
No, 48 of those individuals were released back into general population for an average of almost a decade in general population, and 2 of those 48 people actually committed one of those, again, violent acts that was severe enough that it warranted more than just first aid treatment. So those were people in general population.
Let's talk, you mentioned something about there was forecasting when it applies to rare circumstances, and you said there were errors and false positives. I think that's what your testimony was.
Yeah, words to that effect, yes.
Right. And what you're talking about here is that in all of this stuff in prediction, you're not able to, with any high degree of certainty, predict whether somebody will or will not commit acts of violence in prison, are you?
You are extremely at risk of making mistakes if you predict that somebody will. However, if you predict that somebody won't, you are absolutely likely to make mistakes in that direction as well. So yes, that can happen.
All right. And so, and for example, I'm betting that you probably have an example in your head and all these studies where you would have indicated they would not have committed any types of criminal violence in prison, and they did, correct?
I have actually rarely offered a specific opinion about somebody's violence risk. My testimony has historically been more so about, are these risk factors relevant to somebody's likelihood of engaging in violent acts? So I do not go into court frequently and offer a specific opinion. In part now because I've retired my license, and that would be essentially engaging in the practice, which is why now I serve basically as the role of what we would call a teaching expert or a content expert about, well, what do we know about violence risk factors? But I don't offer, even when I was licensed, I didn't go into court and routinely offer opinions as to whether somebody was low, moderate, or high risk.
Let me ask it a different way. There are people, you'll agree with me, that people have predicted, based on your information here, that they would not commit criminal acts of violence in prison that did.
Yes, I'm sure there have been.
And the reverse is also true.
I'm sorry, the reverse being?
Meaning that you've predicted they would commit criminal acts of violence, and they didn't.
Are you referring to me specifically, or just the general principle?
Well, I mean, you've given us all these generals and generalities and risk factors and these things. Mm-hmm. And so my question is, if your risk factors say somebody won't commit criminal acts of violence while they're in the incarceration setting, there's cases where they do.
Yes.
And the reverse is also true, where you've said, we really think this person will commit criminal acts of violence, and they don't.
Yes, yes.
And with regard to your risk factors, 2 of the risk factors, I think, or potentially 3, when it comes to gang membership, require people to already be in the institutional or prison system or have that happen in the past. Isn't that right?
All of those risk factors are past, past indicators of something about their life history or their background, yes.
Well, you said there was the other ones. You said it was their age, education. Am I right so far?
Yes.
And then you talked about a gang involvement in the prison system.
In the prison system, but also gang membership in general. So street gangs, if that is present, that again increases the level of risk for violent acts.
And then you said conduct under prior incarcerations.
Yeah, if somebody has been previously incarcerated and they've been violent in those sorts of settings, that does raise the risk, yes.
And then you also said something about their conduct while they've been in jail. Is that what you said? There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I apologize. That's the same thing my students say in my lectures. I'm sorry, I've completely lost your statement there. Could you repeat that?
I can. You had indicated that somebody's conduct in an incarceration setting is something you listed as a factor.
Yes.
Okay. But are there different incarceration settings for different people who are incarcerated? Let me ask you this. Are there certain people that when they're incarcerated, let's say in a county jail or even in prison, that are not allowed other inmate access?
Yes.
And there are certain people that are in what we call seg or segregated custody.
Yes.
And so if they're in that, you really can't rely on their behavior in, say, a jail setting if they're not around anybody else.
Right. I mean, that's a great point. The thing that oftentimes gets overlooked in trying to make predictions about what people are going to do in the future is to focus exclusively on them and their past, and not to consider the situation that they're going to be in. So being in the free world, very different than being in general population. Being in the general population, very different than being in ADSEG or administrative segregation. So the context very much matters in regards to trying to inform your decision about the likelihood that somebody may engage in violent behavior. And not all settings are equally comparable, which is why I was saying that simple history of violent acts in the community, not a good risk factor that somebody specifically will be violent in prison. But the situation that they are housed under and living in And the sanctions that they may get for whatever misconduct they might engage in are all critical things that go into trying to figure out whether somebody will act out in the future or not.
So you said something curious, and I want to ask you this. You know, to the statement that if someone is violent or extremely violent outside of prison, you said that's not generally a predictor of their violence when they're in prison.
Right.
So somebody who is victimizing other people outside of prison, you're telling us that that's not predictive of them victimizing people in prison.
Essentially, yes.
So your testimony is basically somebody who is extremely violent and has the capacity for extreme violence outside of prison walks through the prison doors and is now no longer violent.
That's not my opinion. My opinion is that knowing the offense that led to them being put into prison in and of itself doesn't give you a lot of useful information about what is the likelihood that this person moving forward now is somebody who will engage in serious forms of misconduct. Lots of violence that occurs in prison is by violence by individuals who are in for non-violent crimes. And people who have committed violent crimes certainly can go into prison and engage in prison violence in that setting. But knowing that, knowing the characteristics of the offense itself is not useful for trying to, again, figure out who is the person who's more or less at risk. That was the point that I was making. I was not saying that if somebody who has a history of violence goes into prison, then that means that they won't be violent.
It kind of sounds like we don't really know. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we do know about the base rates from the prison system itself, about rates of serious violent behavior, inmate homicides, and generally rule infractions that people may engage in. And as I said before, there are increasing levels of rarity of those things. Some types of misconduct are quite common, and other forms, as you get more severe, become less common. But I do agree that in regards to a prediction about an individual people, there is always going to be the potential for that prediction to be wrong, either in the direction of claiming that somebody will be violent when they won't be in the future, or claiming that somebody won't be violent when in fact they will be.
So what it seems like you're saying is that it's based upon the individual inmate. Is that what you're talking about here?
No, I'm saying that a lot of the risk factors that you would look at in doing a structured assessment are characteristics of the inmate. But as I was saying, and as you pointed out, the circumstances in which somebody is housed, even within a prison setting, is going to have a significant impact on whether or not they are going to act out, have the opportunity to act out violently, or do act out violently. So it's really not just the characteristics of the individual, but those are things that are important to consider.
So let me just go through this here. In prison, and you've done a lot of studies on Texas prison system, is what I'm getting from you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in the Texas prison system, and I'm just going to talk about an inmate in the Texas prison system here. And their life in the Texas prison system, regardless of where they are, that life is not static, is it?
I'm not quite sure what you mean by static, but there are changes that can happen certainly while somebody is in prison, yes.
Fair enough, let me ask. There are many things in the prison system that the inmate does not control.
Yes.
The inmate does not control where they live.
Correct.
The inmate does not control who their roommate is.
Correct.
Their inmate does not control what type of housing they get.
Correct.
Potentially, there are differences, things that change. Texas offers a dorm setting as well as more of the traditional cell setting, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And all of those things change.
Yes, things do change. There are innovations, changes to programming, access, lots of things can change, yes.
Right. And you'll agree with me that prison in and of itself is a stressful environment Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, I believe that is a very fair statement.
You seem to be really confident about that.
I mean, I've worked in county jails, I've been in prisons. I mean, it is definitely a high-stress environment. There's lots of employee turnover, things of that nature.
I was going to ask you that, as far as a stressful environment, things like the guards change, other inmates change, wardens change, volunteers change.
Yes.
And the inmate, in and of themselves, is not in control of any of that.
Correct.
Okay. And each individual inmate, I think, in listening to you here, comes with their own. You talked about personality disorders. You talked about some other things, education. They come with their own set of who they are. Is that right?
Sure. Yes.
And so, if they have a personality disorder, that comes with them.
Yes.
If they have some form of other disorders or mental health conditions, that all comes with them.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And so what I'm going to ask you here is this, is being that this environment is subject to change, sometimes dramatically, and being that it's stressful, that can have an effect on the particular inmate. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
And depending on what their conditions are, or what they walk into prison with, that can affect how they react to certain situations. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So if an individual inmate, by virtue of whatever their background history, what have you, mental health, all that stuff, if their reaction to that change and stress in prison, if their reaction to that is with violence, you would consider that to be a problem, wouldn't you?
Sure.
And if their reaction to that change and stress, their default is to react to violence, you would agree with me that they have more of a probability to commit violence in prison than other inmates.
In general, that's not something that's been thoroughly researched, but issues of impulsivity and poor regulation is something that's been investigated, and that is something that could move the needle again in terms of the likelihood that somebody might act out violently. There's not tons of research on that specifically, but yes.
But if you know on an individual inmate, you've been in the prison system,
Yes.
that their reaction to certain things is to react with violence, you'll agree that their probability to commit violence goes up.
Sure.
And individuals that are also in prison, whatever they come with, whatever their package is, right? And I'm going to refer to that, kind of who they are.
Sure.
Right? Let me just ask you this. You talked about infractions and violations. Is that the terms you used?
Yeah, yes, disciplinary infractions or violations of prison order, things of that nature, yeah.
Okay. And I want to get this correct here. There are certain things that go with that. There would be things like if you possess something that you weren't supposed to have.
Yes, that's a type of infraction.
I'm just giving an example. I want to make sure we're clear on what
Sure.
I'm talking about here. Obviously, an infraction would be some form of assaultive behavior.
Yes.
Right. Up and into including murder. Right. That would be a crime, but also a disciplinary infraction.
Yes.
Fairly severe.
Yes, the special prosecution unit, I'm sure, would take over that case and pursue criminal sanctions, as opposed to the infractions, which are usually adjudicated by a board of people in the prison in terms of meting out punishment. So yes, I mean, obviously very extreme.
And you'll agree with me that, again, I'm going to ask you kind of a similar question. If you have a particular inmate that their reaction to these types of infractions, when they're found with something illegal, or maybe found with drugs, or maybe doesn't have, or what did you say, too many blankets in their cell.
Yeah, this is an example of the many things you can get written up for.
Right. If their reaction, we know their individual reaction to that particular thing is to react with violence, right? You would agree with me that that inmate would have a greater probability of committing violence if in prison.
Yeah, if someone is reacting violently to what sounds like in your hypothetical a minor transgression, then under other circumstances, that person's likelihood of acting out violently, if that is their response, certainly could be higher. Again, you have to consider the circumstance and everything else that goes into it. But yes, that potentially raises the risk of somebody acting out aggressively.
Right. And we would know that about that individual inmate. If that is their default, that's what I'm asking about.
Well, I don't know in your example if we can know that somebody's default to provocation is always to act violently. My experience is that that certainly can happen. Most people, even people with severe impulse control problems, can control their behavior under some circumstances. In the example that you're giving, if somebody always lashes out violently to minor provocations, would they be more likely to lash out to more major things where their freedom's being impinged or something like that? Then yes, I think that would be likely to be true. But I believe that example is a fairly extreme one in regards to describing what is typical in terms of behavior patterns in prison.
That's witness, Your Honor.
Do you anticipate much redirect?
It's me, Your Honor. I got 5 minutes.
Okay, I'd like, if possible, I'd like to finish with this witness.
I'll try to keep it under 5.
Not
Got it all
pressuring
shot.
you.
All right, so real quick, the old study with 155 people, those were all people convicted of capital murder.
Yes.
So those are all murder plus that's something extra.
Yes.
So that is, statistically, that was a narrow, it's statistically an unlikely charge to be in prison for.
Yes, I mean the number of people in prison for murder is much just murder relative to capital murder is much higher, and so capital murder cases are obviously a much smaller subset of those.
But 100% of the people you were looking at in that study fit that category.
Yes, yeah, everyone.
And you said there was a follow-up on that over 10 years?
That was on average the amount of time that they have been tracked in terms of collecting their disciplinary records.
And you do not have to be on death row for TDCJ to put you in more restrictive housing, correct?
That is my understanding of how the classification system works, and I believe I read a deposition or a testimony by a TDCJ official in relation to this case earlier who talked about some of those same issues, that you can definitely change people's status to move to more or less restrictive environments and things of that nature. So that's consistent with what I thought to be true.
Okay. So I understand that's not your area of expertise, but it is your understanding that there are professionals at TDCJ who make those determinations about how someone should be housed.
Oh, yes, absolutely. That's their careers are making those sorts of decisions to try to, engage in risk management and reduce the potential for giving somebody the opportunity to act out violently or have other adjustment problems.
Now, you went into a hypothetical about impulsivity with the state, but it seems to me like that would that tend to fall into the category you're talking about how you behaved previously when you were incarcerated and that sort of thing? Would that impulsivity in his extreme example have shown up under that category?
I'm not really sure. I mean, my understanding was I was being asked if somebody always responds with violence to provocations, then in a prison setting, would you expect that person to have a higher likelihood to respond violently in that setting, which is, again, I think an extreme example that no one ever always responds violently to provocations, even with people who have severe impulse control problems. But if somebody did, then that would, I think, increase the risk that somebody might act out in an aggressive way if having a confrontation in a prison setting as well. So I'm not really sure if that answers the question, but at the end of the day, we know there are lots of people in prison with impulse control problems who have a history of violent acts. And again, I believe I said this earlier, if you're talking about doing a risk assessment and trying to decide who's likely to act out violently in the future, there's an old saying in the people who work in this area. There's real estate agents say that the three most important words in selling a house are location, location, and location. Sorry, I'm holding up 4 fingers. And in the violence risk assessment world, one of the most, the kind of thing that people tend to say, the 3 most important words in violence risk assessment are base rate, and base rate. And the reason for that is knowing the rate of whatever it is you're trying to forecast in the future, whether that's suicide in the community or somebody having cancer and whether or not a diagnostic test can identify cancer. You need to know how common something is in the population, which is why I was talking about for the types of acts that you might consider as being relevant to future danger. Those more extreme ones involving actual injury beyond needing first aid and violence are ones that are very rare. And that is rare in a sample of people who have, again, very extensive histories of violence potentially in their background. So, the hypothetical person that was described is kind of extreme, but I would assume that may apply to a lot of people in prison. Again, you have to look at, well, what are the rates of actual violence in this population that you would expect to have a lot of those sorts of risk factors.
Final question. In the Texas prison system, they have mental health professionals who are doing assessments and working with the inmates, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Mr. Statement.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May Dr. Reed be excused finally?
No objection from the
Final
state.
dismissal of him?
No objection from the state.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, let's take our morning break. I need to visit with the lawyers for a few minutes, so it may be a little bit longer than what we usually do. I'll call you back in when we're ready.
Okay, Bree.
Yeah,
That was a lot.
that was a lot
I
of nothing. No. Okay, go ahead.
mean, it was something.
It was something.
What's the purpose of this? I mean, I had a hard time sticking with him.
Yes. So, sort of like we spent a lot of time talking about as defense attorneys, as a defense team for somebody that is facing the death penalty, there are so many boxes that you need to check, right? And one of the big things is that you have to try to establish that is there mitigation enough to say that this person is not, that a jury could say, okay, they're not a future danger, and we can, in fact, vote life without the possibility of parole as opposed to the death penalty. And I think that you have to have somebody that generally can establish what are some predictors, what are some questions, what are some things that you should consider as a jury, sort of as it relates to the DSM-5, as it relates to personality disorders, as it relates to mood disorders, who can be controlled in prison. And I think that what you and I talked about, Tanya, is through the 2 hours of Dr. Eden's testimony.
Ooh, I'm brain dead.
We were able to nail down.
And that was a lot of money they pay him, by the way.
Well, they're $6,000 to $7,000 is what he said, $450 an hour.
Was it 67?
627.
Oh, 627.
Yes,
Oh, I was
1,000.
going to say, wait a minute.
No,
I didn't know
that would be.
But I mean, it was like $450 an hour. I'm like, wow.
I know,
That's
and
pretty good money if you can make it.
If you can make it to say the same thing over and over again. Okay, but I think that what we were able to do is nail down, finally, at the very end, kind of what the general purpose of his entire testimony. And again, I don't want to minimize that it is incredibly important that as a defense team, you sort of walk through this process. I know it can be difficult to listen to. I know that a lot of people feel like, I can't even believe that somebody would even accept money to be able to testify on the part of somebody like Tanner Horner. But the truth of the matter is, our system is designed for this. It is important. It protects everybody on both sides. And if Tanner Horner is deserving of the death penalty, then the jury will vote that, but they will vote that knowing that is there a way to protect future danger, is there not? But ultimately, I'm going to let you tell us, Tanya,
what I got out of it, and for me it was like one sentence was,
yes,
and I don't, you guys out in chat land may disagree with me, but was that basically that whatever crime you did, that you cannot predict future danger in prison. That's what I came away with. Out of that 2 hours, there may have been a whole bunch of other mumbo jumbo and DSM this and DSM that and blah, 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 mood disorders, antisocial personality disorder. But the bottom line was, just because somebody has committed this horrible, heinous act, we cannot predict his future dangerousness in prison. And I mean, there's no 7-year-olds in prison.
Well, and there are no 7-year-olds in prison, but I think that you're exactly right. Like ultimately, because somebody did something heinous, because somebody did something terrible, and that's what landed them in prison, is that some predictor of you, once you get there, you are going to commit more violence once you're in prison, and the truth of the matter is there's no way to predict that. That's just the truth.
Okay, I'm going to stop and correct something, folks, because y'all are going nuts in the chat. All right. I thought I heard Tanner ask for a different truck. And I clarified with Terry Bentley Hill, who was in court on Friday, that, because he makes that phone call and he says he's thrown up. I thought he asked for a different truck. But apparently Terry clarified to me that he asked for the same truck because he had vomited. Now, I misspoke. I'm human. It does happen. And so that's what I heard. And when trial testimony is happening, it's happening rapidly and
in real time.
Yeah. And so I ultimately don't think this is a huge factoid, but okay. And so I'm correcting it, folks.
Well, and to be fair, I thought I heard that too.
And that's what somebody else thought they heard. So,
right.
I mean, unless you went back and like rewound it.
Right.
Because that's what I thought I heard him say.
I thought so too. So, okay.
There were times when he's on the phone in that car, in that delivery van, it's kind of hard to hear.
Yes. I thought it was really hard to hear, but I think that so same truck, which one could say, okay.
But he was arrested in a different truck.
He was arrested in a different truck. And I guess you could say he was asking for the same truck because he needed to clean up more, or he was trying to clean up more, or wanted to get rid of whatever additional biological evidence may have been contained from Athena in there. So, okay, fine. But either way, I think that it's important that we cleared that up, but I also think that it's important that, sort of in chat, everybody was kind of talking about like, oh my God, this is like, why are we doing this? And this is awful. And, it's, kind of talking in circles. And again, this Tanner Horner is facing the death penalty for this offense. He's pled guilty to it, and we are in the punishment phase where the jury does have to make a choice between life without the possibility of parole and imposing the ultimate sentence of death. And I think that in our society, we want it to be meticulous.
Right.
We want it to be, sort of that we want the jurors who are making that decision, because that's a heavy,
it's a huge
heavy
burden.
Decision. We want them to be able to understand everything that they possibly can about what it means to make that decision, what mitigation means, what future danger means. We want to meticulously ensure that they understand that. Right. And I think that that's important.
And again, it is a part of our system. It's part of what makes our system, I think, special. And our system does sometimes get it wrong. And in my career, I've been, doing this, long time, decades, and there have been wrongful convictions.
There have been.
So, I mean, certainly there's no doubt here that Tanner Horner did this.
Right.
But, the protections that exist for all of us also apply to him. And that's just the reality. We don't have to like it, but that is the reality. But this trial has been extraordinarily difficult to cover, to listen to in ways that, I thought I was prepared for this trial. I really did. I thought, I had gone back, I had watched all our news stories, and I had put together a piece before the trial started, trying to explain the death penalty and life in prison without parole and how that process works.
Right.
But as I have listened to this testimony, in the prosecution's side, was every day I would go home and I'd think, it can't get any worse. And then I'd come in And it got worse, and
Right.
and every day I'd go home and I'd see my kid, and I just was like, this. And then Thursday, I've never been more thankful when it became clear that we were not going to have a live stream on Friday, and a live stream. I know
Right.
we re-aired it, but the prior streams, but to have kind of a break,
Right.
and then. I could go home and I could, write on Facebook about it. I could talk to my friends. I could talk to, it kind of like, process it.
Yes.
But these jurors,
No.
they can't talk to anybody.
Right. And can you imagine?
Anybody. No, I can't imagine.
Not having any, even if you just take having to sit through the video and the audio and having to sit with that and have absolutely no outlet in processing it, right? And I think that is, and you're right, we get to go home, we get to talk about it. I'm a criminal defense attorney. I've seen some absolutely evil and awful things. I'm a former prosecutor. And so, I can sort of compartmentalize, but not even having that skill set and having to sit through this for even like 2 more weeks.
And I'm struggling, right?
Right.
And
right.
I'm struggling, and I would consider myself kind of a denizen of the court system, right? I've spent most of my career covering law enforcement, covering criminal justice. I've seen horrific things in my career.
Right.
Horrors. I've also seen great good, but I have seen horrible things. And I have sat with families, I have cried with families, and you name it. And I thought I was prepared for this one, but I was wrong.
Yeah.
There is knowing, when Rebecca and Terry came on Thursday and described what was in that video, I have never felt more physically ill.
Right.
I was so ill. I just could not wrap my mind.
Nope.
And then to see the video of him driving around, it did me in.
And for some reason, it almost felt like the video after of him driving around was, it's horrific what Athena Strand endured, suffered. Horrific. But then to just see someone so callously light up a cigarette.
Oh yeah. Make a couple phone calls.
Make a couple phone calls.
Agree to get toilet paper.
Plan out the next deliveries for the next. Yeah, it's
clean out the vehicle. You just killed a little girl. Like
how
you
do
just stomped her to death. Oh my God!
As she was begging for her life.
Yeah. I do think that's what makes this case different.
Yes.
In prior cases that I've covered, you knew intellectually that something horrible happened, right?
Absolutely.
And I think about, Jen Falk was on last week, and again, Jen's going to be back tomorrow. I was talking about Siobhan Randall, right? And the Siobhan Randall case was a horrible case, too. She was kidnapped from her home. It was kind of a mistaken identity drug deal kind of thing, and she didn't do anything. She was like, I figured 12 or 13 years old. She's kidnapped. She's tortured. She's burned in this house. It's a horrible case.
And just left
Left. Horrible.
Yeah.
But we didn't have imagine in that case, you have her torture for days, and you have them killing her. Like, again, because that's what we have here. We have a level of video and audio that we did not have, and that we don't have in most cases.
Right.
And I think that's what's making this case so much harder. And then you throw in his internet searches, him leading cops around, the Texas Ranger around to the wrong locations, and then to the right locations, and pretending to be zero, and then we throw in his internet searches. Oh, it's just it's hard.
And I think that it's also sort of an interesting example of the way that our criminal justice system is changing. Right, you cannot commit a crime.
That's right.
In our society today and not have a mountain of forensic, whether it is the video in your truck or your internet searches or your phone calls or your text messages, or it's a different time that we live in, for the good, right? But it's a different time that we live in now, and you're right, that I mean, just the video and the audio alone has I mean, the cold, evil nature of somebody lighting up a cigarette after they just killed a child
All right,
is on a different level.
Okay, we're going to bring Rebecca Lopez. Rebecca's been in court listening to this expert. Rebecca, that was
Well, that expert also testified, obviously, yesterday when the jury wasn't here. And he's just basically, I think they brought him in just to speak in general because he actually never talked to Tanner Horner nor evaluated him. And it was interesting because I thought the prosecution's cross of him was interesting because he said, well, could somebody continue to be a future danger or more dangerous if they react to stressful situations? And we know that even Tanner Horner's defense attorneys say that he reacted under stress because he can't handle these stressful situations. So does that help? Is that going to actually help the prosecution, this particular witness, because he was able to say, yeah, most likely somebody that can't handle stress might be more likely to be violent if they've already acted in a violent way. That might work in the prosecution's favor because and then you can't really predict one way or the other whether or not someone can be a future danger. So I don't know how helpful this witness was to the defense.
what do you think, Bree?
So it's so interesting that you say that, Rebecca, because one, as we were trying to navigate kind of what the bottom line of this witness, the purpose of this witness, one of the early decisions that I made was that he was talking about personality disorders being very stable in one's life. They're diagnosed early on. They kind of are who you are, versus a mood disorder, which is, he kept on using that phrase like waxing and waning. And in other words, it can be controlled, right? And so from my perspective, that was actually very good for the defense if in fact he had a mood disorder that wasn't just a stable condition and he was just an evil person, but that he was reacting to situations that ultimately, if in prison, can be controlled, and therefore that's mitigating. That's a reason to not impose the death penalty because he can be controlled in a prison setting. And so I kind of thought that that's what that was about. And I thought that when the prosecution was asking him those questions, I don't know that they made as much progress overcoming that general argument because I think the expert kept coming back to, but you can't predict. And I think that the other thing that was established probably in jury selection is if you can't predict, if you don't know the answer, right, then you have to err on the side of caution and you have to sentence somebody to life without the possibility of parole as opposed to the death penalty.
I did think it was interesting, though, that he also talked about that if you put him on death row, he is more controlled. They don't have access to people. They don't have as much access, and if you put him in a general population, there are chances that he might react perhaps the way he did in Athena Strand's case in violence because of the stress that you're under in prison. So I thought that was kind of interesting too, because in general population, you're going to have more access to people that could possibly you could harm versus being on death row where you only get out 1 hour a day and you have no real contact with anyone else.
Right, and I think that what somebody even in the chat, right, said, and I really, Tanya said this, there aren't 7-year-old girls in prison. There aren't vulnerable populations in prison. So even if you react violently, allegedly, to stressful situations and you're stressed out in prison, who are you going to attack?
Right. Well, my guess would be that Tanner Horner in general population is going to have much more to fear from the other prisoners than they from him. Because we saw that. You remember Shamirmir, Rebecca? He ultimately got the serial killer Shamirmir. He ultimately got killed by another prisoner.
That's exactly right.
We do know that up next is Tanner Horner's mom. She did make it to court initially. They did not believe that she was going to make it this morning, so we were going to hear a 2.5-hour version of her 4-hour deposition that she did with both prosecutors and defense attorneys, but we are going to hear from her directly. She is here and she is the next witness. We are going to blur her face because she does not want her face to be shown to the public, and so you will not see her, but you will hear her. That is obviously the defense calling her to establish, what she was like. Did she drink while she was pregnant with him, and all of this. The mitigating circumstances that they're trying to prove that he has the fetal syndrome disorder, that he's got all these other things that the way she raised him and the way and what happened to him as a child impacted who he is today.
Well, there's no doubt that he lived in some pretty horrific circumstances. I also, I remember that shed that he was living in. I mean, it was just.
It was awful.
You cannot call that like a living space. That was something beyond my imagination. In fact, when they popped those pictures up, I was like,
what?
People were living in this?
Right.
So, but living like that doesn't give you the right or the reason to go out and do what he did. So,
and I think that's really, like you and I talked about that. That's really, one of the biggest things that I think that the defense team has to overcome. Right, that there are plenty of people that are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, major depression. There are even people that are diagnosed with more severe mental health conditions. There are people that were born crack addicted or had fetal alcohol syndrome, and they don't kill people in our community. Right? They actually live amongst us safely, and they go to work, and they have family. So sort of the presence of a mental illness alone, or the existence of having a terrible childhood. There's people on that jury that will identify with how bad his life was when he was a kid, and they're going to say, but that person didn't go on to kill anyone, let alone a child, or even if it was them. They're sitting on a death penalty jury now. Like, that's how much they have come through whatever that experience was in their life. So I think that's a really, really gigantic hurdle for the defense team.
I very much agree with you, Bree. Well, Rebecca, anything else you want to add?
Yeah. Well, just that also the last thing the prosecutors are probably going to show the jury one more time, they're going to hear that audio tape in closing. There's no way that they don't get around probably listening to tidbits of that. And I would say that based on when I was watching this jury, through that, watching that and listening to that tape, they were sobbing, they were crying, and whether or not they get into that jury room and do they, yes, they said that they were going to answer this way to mitigating, they have to follow the law, but there is a lot of emotion when you hear that tape, and I'm telling you, that is going to be a very, very tough mountain for this defense to climb.
I absolutely agree with Rebecca on that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the defense's team during that jury selection process was to try to get what they call a life qualified jury, right? It's easy under these facts to get a death qualified jury. It's easy to listen to this to say that, yeah, the death penalty should be imposed, right? But to find people that can say, I can impose life without the possibility of parole, like that is who they were searching for as they were going through the individual voir dire process to find the 12 people that are sitting on this jury. And my hope, just because I'm a criminal attorney, right, and I believe in our system, my hope is that at least for Tanner Horner's sake, to get a fair trial, that they identified some people that said, right, that they could at least consider life without the possibility of parole. They could at least consider mitigating circumstances. They could at least consider mental health conditions. And even if ultimately their decision is death, giving it meaningful consideration is such a critical part of this process. So right. It's easy to find people that can impose a death penalty on these facts. It's much harder to find a juror that can consider life.
I think you're right, Terry. I mean, Bree. Sorry, I've been talking to Terry a lot. Sorry, Bree.
Listen. No, I am honored to be able to be compared to Miss Terry Bentley Hill. Trust me.
All right. Well, look, Terry was in there with me, Tanya, and she had the same thought after watching the jury and listening to that tape. And she's also a criminal defense attorney. She had the same when she came on here. She said basically the same thing. That is. It is very, very, very difficult, I think, for this defense to overcome the emotion of what that jury heard in that courtroom. I mean, I've been talking to lawyers and people that were in there and other people that listened to that. And it is by far the most horrific thing that most people have ever heard in a court of law. And that jury heard that. And it was very emotional, and they're going to probably hear it again. I just feel like it's going to be really, really tough. thing to overcome for this defense.
Okay. Well, thank you, Rebecca. Thank you for coming on. We'll look forward to seeing you again this afternoon.
Okay.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Yeah, I just don't think the jury you cannot unring that bell. And if
can't.
they hear it again, I'm sure they will play snippets of it. I wouldn't expect them to replay the whole hour. I mean, that's, because I'm sure usually they give each side a certain amount of time.
That's true. Now the question is, I mean, this is a death penalty case. So, I mean, what if they got 4 hours aside, right? And
you think it could be?
I mean, I'm not familiar enough with Judge Gallagher to know, but I mean, if the trial is 4 weeks long, I mean, that's a lot of evidence to sum up, and you can't certainly do that in an hour and a half. Now, maybe he will, and so if that's the case, then I agree with you.
Now, I know you're currently in the process on a death penalty case. Have you previously tried one?
I've not previously tried a death penalty case. I have I'm one of the members of the defense team on a pending death penalty case out of another county, and it's a really, really difficult process to be a part of as a defense attorney, as a defense team, and not just from the perspective of we have to check all of those boxes, right? But, as strange as it may sound, you, just like anytime you represent somebody, you get to know them outside of the most horrific thing that they've ever done. And so you begin to have a little bit of a different perspective. It doesn't mean that I sort of agree with what the accusations are or that I'm supportive of them or anything like that. But you just see things from a different perspective. And so you are saying to yourself, gosh, this is really, really difficult to try to say, I have to find people that are willing to sort of raise mitigation on the part of this person that has committed the most awful. So I think that as much as people hate it, we really have to sort of appreciate the defense team that Tanner Horner had. They are going through a tremendous amount, just professionally but personally, in representing somebody that's accused of this horrendous, horrific, thing. I mean, it's
unspeakable.
It's unspeakable.
And after Rebecca and Terry came out and said what they said last Thursday about what they had seen and heard, what Athena's mom said the day before when she apologized to pretty much everybody in that court that was going to see that video, because she said she'd only watched a minute or two of it.
Right.
Which I can totally understand.
Yes.
Mom, there's no way you want to sit through something like that. Why she would say that. Because once I heard their descriptions of what they had seen and heard, then I'm like, oh, now it makes sense.
Absolutely.
And when is the last? And I just keep. Again, that's what makes this case extraordinary. We just don't get this.
And here's the thing: we shouldn't.
No,
right?
we shouldn't. No, we shouldn't.
should not be able to make sense of this level of evil. It should not compute for us. It should be completely outside of the realm of anything that is comprehensible to any sort of normal person. And thank goodness, because I think that if we could all be like, well, we get it, you know what I mean? Like that would be. I think we would be in a tough place as a society. So I'm glad that it doesn't make any sense to us. But at the same time, is there some space in somebody's mind, in some juror's mind, that while this is the most horrific thing that we had to ever witness, and I think that anybody has ever had to witness, is there some understanding of his background? Is there some understanding?
Is there some mitigation?
Is there some mitigation that says life without the possibility of parole is what is just in this case?
Right.
I mean, and I don't know. I think we keep coming back to the emotion of that. Essentially, the jury heard a 7-year-old child being murdered.
Well, because I was talking to a couple of colleagues this morning, and they said that the thing they could not get out of their mind was the description of him listening to Jingle Bell Rock.
Ugh.
And she's in the back, crying, and he's listening to Jingle Bell Rock, and he threatens her.
Right.
I'm going to come back there and hurt you some more.
Right.
I mean, I don't know if I'll ever hear Jingle Bell Rock the same way ever again. I don't even know if I ever want to even hear the song again, because it's just like, how do you do it? I don't know.
So I just, I'm sort of bringing everybody back to sort of, the job that the defense has to do. And I think that as much as we may all say there's no possible way that this jury or any jury could ever impose anything other than the death penalty in this case, I do think that when they hear from Tanner Horner's mom, it may color this a little bit differently.
Could be.
I think that and again, we're not talking about an excuse. We're not talking about whether or not we're saying Tanner Horner is guilty or not guilty, which I think would be we're saying, is there something in his background?
Is there something mitigating?
Is there something mitigating? And that, I think that's a meaningful consideration needs to be given to that. And I don't know. I'm very interested in how his mom is going to present.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that to me is going to be, and I'm glad that rather than getting the videotape deposition, we're going to get
a live.
Now, of course, we're going to get Rebecca said that they're going to blur her face, and I can understand that. I mean, I think my sense is going to be that a lot of the people that are going to be his character witnesses, for want of a better word,
but I think you're right. I think that's what
are going to be blurred. I think we're going to see a lot of that. I would not be surprised, because if you were a friend or a family member of his, would you really want your face out there? I wouldn't. I wouldn't
want to be associated.
I think I would. I don't know that I would want to be found to testify.
Right. I might try to duck and dodge a little bit on that subpoena, but
like, try to find me.
Right. Good luck. Catch me if you can. But I think that so the character witnesses that you're talking about, I think that they're gonna not add too much more than the general conversation that Dr. Eden's had, right? Which is like, you can't just be somebody did this horrible thing, and you can't necessarily use that as the predictor of. And so they're going to get up there and say, he was nice, and he, took out my trash for me, or he, picked up my groceries and walked me across the street, or he delivered my packages for, a number of months, and I never had a problem. Those are going to be the kinds of things that they say. And I still think that leaves us in the same place of, but if we have to answer the question of whether he's a future danger or not, then what is the defense team going to be able to present to say that it's something outside of, well, I didn't see this coming. Right. Well, you're correct. I'd like to believe that nobody saw this coming, because if so, somebody would have said, no, you can't go to people's homes and deliver packages where children may be present. Like, I'd like to believe that somebody would have stopped that. So I just, sort of the uphill battle that this defense team has is on a different level.
You cannot tell me they don't feel revulsion to this man.
Well,
revolted. I'm revolted.
How do you look at that beautiful little girl and just, and know that she couldn't have fought you. She couldn't have done anything to defend herself.
Right. I mean,
nothing.
Oh no. I mean, she and from what Rebecca and Terry said, she really tried. I mean,
well, but what I'm saying is she couldn't have won.
She can't win that. She can't win that. Once he got her in that delivery van,
it was over.
Unless someone had spotted them, or somehow someone had happened upon it. No, there wasn't much to be done. Folks are asking about the composition of the jury.
I had that question too.
I don't know exactly, so I'm texting Lopez, because she's been in court, so she'll have a better idea of the composition of the jury. Okay, so I am watching the chat, but y'all are complaining about, I think, hey Jason, I think there's somebody spamming in the chat.
Oh.
Can you figure out what's the name, folks? Which person is it? Is it that's doing it? I was kind of is it that Timo guy?
Oh.
Pizza in the box. Oh, it's that Timo Suko, or I can't even pronounce it. So let's make. He sees it. Jason is
working on it.
He's working on getting him out of there. Unfortunately in the chats we occasionally have this happen.
And it happens.
Yeah.
It
well,
happens.
So we're working on it. Somebody's trying to get rid of him, and Jason's over there walking around trying to
finding
accomplish
someone that's
this.
going to be able to.
Well,
Yeah.
because what's annoying about that is I am trying to pay attention to the chat, and so then the comments are moving up a little more rapid, and it's harder for me to read them. And I do try to, I legitimately do try to pay attention to these comments because I like to answer your questions. Okay, so somebody's asking what day of the trial is this? This is day 11,
Yeah, I think so.
and this is day
Day technically 1 of the defense case.
side, yeah.
Because there were Daubert hearings in between that weren't public,
So Tuesday.
right? I think so.
Okay, I'm thinking here. So we had 8 days of testimony. This is day 12.
This is day 12.
Day 12.
Because you're
See,
counting.
I had to add, addition. I'm a journalist. Addition is not necessarily my strong suit.
That's what we say about lawyers. I'm a lawyer because I don't do math.
I mean, I'm just
Okay, but-
right. Yes. So yeah, we're on day 12, but we're on day 9 of actual testimony and day 1 of the defense side. So
Right.
Those Daubert hearings, that's something that's specific more to death penalty cases, right?
No, so and I'm probably using that term a little bit more loosely. So Daubert hearings are basically expert hearings, right? Where you're saying I have an expert, I want to qualify this expert. This is the report maybe that they generated for me, or these are the studies or their CV or whatever, and it just gives both sides an opportunity to kind of question that particular witness to see whether or not whatever their testimony may be is relevant or could be helpful to the jury. And so that's really what a Daubert hearing is. But in this particular case, each side gets to have their own experts, right? Regarding, particularly from the defense perspective, regarding things like intellectual disability, fetal alcohol syndrome, autism spectrum disorder. You get to have your own experts evaluate your client and maybe generate a report or whatever. And if that happens, you don't have to turn that over to a defense attorney, a prosecutor, until right before that person testifies.
Mm-hmm.
And so the reason that they had to have these several days of hearings as it relates to the defense experts prior to the opening of the defense case is because whatever reports were generated at that time, the prosecution would have gotten copies of that. They would have been able to review them. They would have been able to, prepare whatever kind of questions they wanted to ask. They would have been able to challenge those experts and those findings. And all of that needs to happen outside the presence of the jury. And then ultimately, whoever, moves on to be a part of the defense case, those people, will testify, but at least the prosecution has had an opportunity to learn something about whatever it is that they're going to testify about. So that's kind of the purpose in between the close of the state's case and the opening of the defense case, that you have these sort of out of the presence of the jury hearings,
Right,
to say these are our experts and this is what they found.
So somebody's asking, was the jury allowed to go home since the state rested? Yes, they're not sequestered.
And that's a big one. Because don't you think that I almost would have thought they would be sequestered for a trial like that. No, they're not. But
they're not sequestered. And somebody asked, are they allowed to talk to family? No, they can't talk to anybody.
They can't consume social media. Oh, we're hearing.
Okay, we're about to. Okay, take our mics down.
Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Just need to make sure my media is working with me instead of against me. Okay. Good morning, how are you? Be better. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Tanner's mother. I'm the defendant's mother.
And I'm going to ask you again, how are you doing?
I'm in pain, but I'm working through it.
What kind of pain are you having today?
I've had 2 neck surgeries in last year, and the screws have fallen out, and they're working their way down my back as we speak.
Miss Horner, where were you born?
May 3rd, 1971.
Oh, is it where were you born?
Oh, Fort Worth.
And where were you raised?
Fort Worth.
Did you move around a lot while you were in Fort Worth when you were a child?
Yeah.
How far did you go in school?
No. Not far at all. It's, I think, 9th grade.
Did you like school?
No.
Why didn't you like it?
I had a lot of issues in school, at home.
When you were in school, what kind of grades were you making?
I don't remember that, Susan. I don't.
Okay. Did you ever want to go to college?
You need to speak out.
Oh, you sure? Yes, I did.
And Ms. Warner, you're also very soft-spoken, so if you can try to, and I know you're in some pain, but if you can keep your voice up for us and use the microphone as much as possible, that'll make it easier for the jury to hear what you have to say.
Is that better?
Much.
Okay.
We were talking about you wanting to go to college. Did you ever make it to college?
I did when I got sober in 2014. I did.
And how was that for you?
I did good. I had an essay published in Blueprint.
You had an essay published?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what kind of essay?
It was a simile and metaphor essay.
Oh, what was it about?
The oppression of Muslim women.
So, where was this essay published?
Oh, in TCC, or it was TCJC at the time.
Is that Tarrant County Community College?
Mm-hmm.
Melissa, when you were a young girl, what did you want to do with your life?
I don't remember having dreams. I didn't have a good childhood.
Your Honor, I'm going to... May I request to put the shot?
Yes.
Actually, Ms. Warner, I'm going to hand you what has already been admitted into evidence as defense exhibits 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62. And we're going to be using these throughout your testimony, okay?
Okay. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, publish, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is that in states number 55, or defense exhibit number 55?
That would be me.
About how old were you there?
Maybe 8, 9.
Ms. Warner, I want to talk to you a little bit about your upbringing, okay? Who was your mother?
Jackie Harbison.
What kind of mother was Jackie?
Excuse me?
What kind of mother was Jackie?
A very nurturing mother. Not very protective, but nurturing.
Did she ever leave you alone as a child?
Yeah.
And how old were you when she would leave you alone?
Not, I mean, what do you mean alone?
Well, if she left you at home by yourself, how did she often leave you at home by yourself?
When she was working, yeah.
And how old were you?
About 6.
About 6?
Mm-hmm.
So at the age of 6, she would leave you at home alone?
Yeah.
Did you have any brothers or sisters there with you?
No, not at the time.
Did you have a stepfather or any cousins or relatives to stay with you?
I'm not sure about the age, but like, until my mom got married, I was alone, and then I had two step brothers and sisters.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're back online now, sorry. Okay, so, Ms. Warner, we were talking about your mother. You had said that she was nurturing, but not always. Do you feel that your mother met all of your emotional needs as a child?
Objection, ladies. I'll let her read. Go ahead.
And I'll repeat the question. Do you feel that your mother, Jackie, met all of your emotional needs?
She tried. She's very young. She tried. I don't think I did, no. I don't think they were. She turned 16 the day after she had me, so, yeah.
So a child having a child?
Right.
And Ms. Horner, I want to talk to you a little bit about your father. Did your mother and father remain married after having you?
No, ma'am, they didn't.
And how old were you when they divorced?
1 year old.
At some point, did your mother remarry?
Yes.
And how old were you when they remarried?
5 or 6.
Did you like your stepfather?
No.
Why not? Okay, Ms. Horner. Did your stepfather abuse you?
Yes.
How did he abuse you?
First time he abused me, they weren't even married. I was 4 when he tried to have sex with me.
And this was before they even got married?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
My mother.
Even though you had told your mother that the man she was with at the time had abused you, did she break up with him?
No, she didn't believe me.
She didn't believe you?
I think he told her because he had put something on a rag to make me pass out. And she asked him what that smell was, and I think he said it, perfume, or he spilled perfume on me and he had to clean it up or something. I don't know what he said. She believed him over me.
And even though he abused you, did they still get married?
Yes, ma'am.
After they married, did the abuse stop?
No, ma'am.
Was the abuse constant through the marriage, or was it at different times?
It was not constant. I think he felt lucky that I didn't die. And he quit for a while.
So during the time that your stepfather was abusing you, did you tell your mother about it?
Yeah, I used to. I used to put, like a note on my door, whoever's coming to my room at night, and please stop.
Did that person stop?
No. No.
At any point, were you able to report this abuse to anyone? Or let me rephrase that, to anyone who believed you?
Well, when I was 14, they sent me to rehab because I was smoking weed. And I came out then.
When you got out of rehab, were there any conditions placed upon your household for your release?
Yeah, my mom had to leave Larry. Oh, I shouldn't say that. My mom had to leave my perpetrator.
And that was your stepfather?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You had mentioned that you had gone to rehab because you were smoking weed. When you first started smoking marijuana?
I guess about 14.
Were you using any other kinds of drugs?
No, not at the time.
You had mentioned that you had gone to rehab. While you were in the rehab, did you have any counseling related to the sexual abuse?
Yes.
Did that help?
I don't remember. Probably not.
And Ms. Horn, I want to fast forward a little bit. You had mentioned that you had dropped out of school. How old, or that you didn't finish school. How old were you when you dropped out?
That's a lot of weed ago. I don't remember. I just don't. I'm sorry. There's a lot of things I don't remember.
That's okay. Were you still a teenager?
Yes.
Without saying what your mother told you, how did she feel about you dropping out of school?
I don't remember her saying anything.
Well, after you dropped out, how did you earn a living?
Well, Jack in the Box at first, and then Wendy's, and then Sinbad's and Illusions.
What is Sinbad's?
It's a club.
Oh, what kind of club is that?
The male topless bar.
So, after you dropped out of school, did you start stripping?
Yeah.
How'd you feel about that?
It seemed to fit in with my life pretty much. You know?
I'm sorry?
It seemed to fit in with my life, you know? That's what I think when you're abused at such a young age, it becomes a self-concept, you know, this is what I'm here for. I wish I hadn't. I really wish I hadn't, but I did.
Now, did your mother ever discourage you from working in a strip club?
No. I don't remember that either. She's not a bad mother. I don't want anything bad about my mom.
So how long did you work in the strip clubs?
12 years. Till I turned 30.
So if it was 12 years when you turned 30, you were about 17 or 18 when you started?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first started working in the clubs, was it easy for you to go up on that stage?
Oh, no. No.
What did you do to get up the courage to go up there?
Drink heavily.
What did you drink?
Jack and Coke mostly.
At any time did you have to use drugs in order to go up on the stage?
Yes.
What kind of drugs did you use during that period?
Meth.
Meth?
Mm-hmm.
About how old, if you remember, were you when you started using meth?
I don't know.
At some point, did you start using even heavier drugs than meth?
Yes.
What drugs did you start using?
When was this? Just later on?
Yes.
I mean, I've done everything. I mean, heroin.
Is that your drug of choice?
Yes.
How long have you been using heroin?
It was about 25 years.
When you first started using heroin, how did you use it? Was it snorted? Was it?
Yeah. Yes. Little pill.
I'm sorry?
A little pill, snorted.
And did you ever start shooting heroin?
Yes.
When you started using heroin, how did that make you feel when you took it?
A lot better. Mm-hmm.
Why do you say that?
Because I have a movie that plays in my head every day. Every day, without fail. And it gets rid of it. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
You're fine, Miss Warner, you're fine. The movie that you said that is playing in your head, what kind of movie is it? Is it a comedy, a romance, a horror film? What kind of movie is it?
It's my past. It's my abuse. It plays in my head every day.
Does the heroin take that away?
Yes, it does.
Is that why you still use it?
I'm on methadone now.
You're on methadone now?
Yeah.
Ms. Horner, I want to talk to you a little bit about your own personal mental health struggles, okay?
Okay.
Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness?
Bipolar disorder and schizoaffective.
Have you ever been diagnosed with PTSD?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADHD?
No.
When did you start having mental health issues?
I wasn't even aware I had them until they told me I did.
Who was they?
The doctors.
Why did you go see doctors?
Because I was at my wit's end. I wanted to die.
Why did you want to die?
Because I can't do nothing right.
Ms. Horner, when you went to see the doctors and they diagnosed you with bipolar and schizoaffective, were you also prescribed any medications?
Of course.
Did they help?
They seemed to for a while, but I don't believe in medicine like that.
Did the medications, well, let me ask you it this way. For you, and in your opinion, which helped you more? The medications that the doctors prescribed or the drugs that you were taking?
I'm not sure. I didn't really give the dummy drugs a try, a chance, you know. I really didn't. I didn't give it a chance.
Well, Ms. Warner, you had stated that you felt that you were at your wit's end and that you couldn't do anything right. Did you ever attempt to take your own life?
Yes,
How did you do that?
with heroin.
Was it an intentional overdose?
Yeah. Yes.
And what happened after you had this overdose?
They, I don't know, I was out, but I woke up in the hospital and left.
Do you recall how old you were at the time?
No, ma'am, I do not. I don't remember. I'm really terrible at dates. Ages. Sorry.
Was it before or after Tanner was born?
After.
Let's talk about Tanner for a moment, okay?
Sure.
Tanner's your son, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Who's his father?
Terry Horner.
Was Terry Horner your husband as well?
Yes, he was.
Now, Ms. Horner, how did you two meet?
In the bar I was working at, Sinbad at the time.
Do you recall how old you were?
17.
Did you recall how old he was?
29.
Tell the jury about the night that you and Terry met. What was that like?
The first night we met, he raped me. There.
That night, did he ever hit you?
Yes, he did.
Tell me about that. What happened?
Well, he asked me to go back to his room and do a line, and I said, okay. And I went, and he was trying to fill me up. I said, no, and he knocked me out and made me do what he wanted.
Now, in spite of the beating and the rape, did you still continue to see Terry?
Yes, I did. I married him.
So even though he beat you and raped you the first night that y'all met, you still fell in love with him?
It wasn't love. But yeah, I married him.
Well, why do you say it wasn't love?
I mean, it goes back to what I thought I was about.
Well, how old were you when you married Terry Horner?
19.
You told us that he had abused you before you got married. Did that abuse stop once you became his wife?
It stopped after the first night. I mean, he never hit me again until when I decided to leave him.
When you and Terry were married, did you ever do drugs together?
Oh yeah.
Of what kind?
Meth.
And how often would y'all do drugs?
Not much. Not too many times. We had rent to pay. Huh?
and Terry ever separate?
Once.
Did you ever divorce?
Once.
Well, are you officially divorced from him?
Yes. No. No.
Are you still married to Terry Horner?
Yes, I am. He's deceased.
I was just about to ask that.
Posthumously married.
What happened to Terry?
He got killed by a lady on a motorcycle.
When did that happen?
2 years ago?
Did that happen while Tanner was still in jail?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your life before Terry and before your pregnancy with Tanner. Had you been pregnant before your pregnancy with Tanner?
Mm-mm.
Had you ever been pregnant? Was Tanner your first pregnancy?
No, he wasn't.
How many times before had you been pregnant?
Is there anything I can refuse to answer?
Do you want to rephrase?
I'll move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's talk about your pregnancy with Tanner, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
When you became pregnant with Tanner, were you still dancing?
Yes, I was.
And when you became pregnant with Tanner, were you still drinking alcohol?
Till I found out I was pregnant.
How far
But by that time I was already like 8.5 weeks.
So you didn't find out you were pregnant until about 8.5 weeks in?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that 8.5 weeks, you drank on a regular basis?
Yes, I was.
How often would you drink?
I drank pretty heavily. Enough to get cirrhosis.
You currently have cirrhosis?
Yes, I do.
Once you learned that you were pregnant, did you stop drinking?
Yes.
And why did you stop drinking when you found out?
Because I wanted my baby to be healthy.
Before learning you were pregnant, did you smoke cigarettes?
Yes.
After you discovered you were pregnant with Tanner, did you stop smoking cigarettes?
No.
What about marijuana? Did you continue to smoke marijuana throughout your pregnancy?
You know, I did a little bit because I was throwing up every day, and it helped.
It helped with the morning sickness?
It really did. And I hate to say that, but I did.
Before learning that you were pregnant with Tanner, did you continue to use other drugs?
No.
So at the time that you found out you were pregnant, you were just smoking marijuana and drinking?
Oh no, before I found out I was pregnant, I was...
So during that about 8 to 9 week period?
Yeah, I was doing everything.
And what do you mean by everything?
I mean, anything I can get my hands on. I mean, I didn't go out looking for it, but it was always coming into the club. And, it's not a good lifestyle. It's not. But I did try to stop whenever I found out I was pregnant.
Once you found out that you were pregnant with Tanner, did you continue to work at the club?
But I mean, just for like a couple more weeks.
And I totally forgot to ask, but is Tanner your firstborn?
Yes.
Do you have any other children?
Yes.
When was that child born? Not his birth date, but how long after Tanner was your second child?
10 years.
So they're 10 years apart?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's talk about the birth of Tanner. Were you able to carry him to term?
Past term.
Past term? How late was he?
It's like he was 3 weeks, and we still had to use Pitocin because and induce. He wasn't coming out. He set up shop.
How long were you in labor the night that he was born?
Wow, I think it was a little over 3 weeks. And then, it was a difficult pregnancy.
When he actually decided to be born, were there any complications during that period?
Well, yeah, he had gotten so big. I mean, I have a long torso, so I think that's why he had a lot of room to grow, but he had gotten so big that he ruptured, not ruptured, but tore a little leak in my sac, so I was leaking water. I went to the hospital and they sent me home. We'll come back in whenever. So then they had to keep him for 2 days because the infection that he said he probably had because of that. He had a hard time coming out, so they put this thing on his head to pull him out. Not forceps. It was like a
suction cup?
Yeah, kind of like that. Mm-hmm.
All right, so after Tanner was born and he's cleaned up, and he's wrapped up in his blanket and put in your arms, what were your first thoughts when you looked down into his face?
He looks like his dad. Yeah.
Were you happy to be a mom?
Yeah. I was happy to have my kids.
And why were you so happy to be a mother?
It just changed everything from, wasn't about just me anymore.
Where were you living at the time that Tanner was born?
White Settlement.
Were you living with Terry? Were you living with your mother? Who were you living with?
With Terry in White Settlement.
How long after you came home from the hospital with Terry, let me ask it this way, did he stay around? Did Terry stay around?
Yeah, he did.
How long?
Couldn't get him to leave.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't get him to leave and get a job or anything.
At some point, though, you two separated and broke up. How long after Tanner had been born did y'all break up?
About 2 years. 2 years.
You had mentioned before, and you told the jury that before you had found out that you were pregnant, you were doing drugs, but then had quit the drugs when you found out you were pregnant. After Tanner was born, were you able to stay sober?
I've never been able to stay sober. I mean, it's just the truth.
Oh, how old was Tanner when he started using again?
This is embarrassing. It really is.
I'm sorry.
Probably about 2.
What made you go back to using?
I don't know.
When you went back, were you using the same kind of drugs, the heroin and the meth and the marijuana?
I hadn't started heroin.
You hadn't started
yet,
heroin
no.
yet? Okay. So was it just the meth and the marijuana and the drinking?
Yes. Cocaine.
Did your drug use increase over time?
Yes.
Were you able to keep a job?
No.
And do you think that was because of the drugs?
Yes.
Had you ever lost a job because of your drug use?
No. I could never keep a job. I think my bipolar has a lot to do with it. I don't know why I can't.
You had mentioned that you had gone back to using drugs when Tanner was 2 years old. Do you know if he ever saw you using drugs?
Yeah, he did.
Tell me about that.
It was sad. I nodded out one time on the toilet. And, I was just like, I wasn't using the bathroom or anything. I had done what I was doing, and I just nodded out. And Tanner came in. He was just a little guy, and he thought I was dead. And he went in there and he told Mom was dead, and
How did it make you feel?
terrible. Just terrible.
Do you think your drug use at that time affected your ability to be a mother to Tanner?
There were several times when I knew I was out of control.
Have you ever been arrested because of your drug use?
Yes.
What were you arrested for?
Drugs, prostitution. There's about no violent crimes. I've never victimized anybody.
You mentioned that you were arrested for prostitution. How many times have you been arrested for that?
I don't remember. Quite a few.
Did you ever go to prison behind any of the drug charges?
Yes, I did.
Before going to prison, were you offered the ability to do any sort of rehab?
Yeah, Judge, I went to Azewell and Judge Carr put me in the Greenlight Ministries. I piloted that program, actually.
I'm sorry?
I piloted that program. It was for women with mental health issues that want to get out of that way of life.
So tell me more about that. What was Greenlight about? What was it like?
It gave you a foothold and tried to get you started on a clean life. It was really a good program.
Did you complete the program?
No, I fell in love again and I quit.
While you were at the program, was that an inpatient or an outpatient?
It was residential. Mm-hmm.
Were you able to have Tanner there with you?
Yes. Well, he visited there.
Where was he living when you were at Greenlight Ministries?
In Lake Worth, Lakeside.
And who was he living with?
My mom.
Were there any other rehab facilities that you went to?
Nexus. First Choice. I went to all of them.
So let's talk about First Choice. When you were with at First Choice, was that a residential program as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to bring Tanner with you?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, was your other child born?
The first time he wasn't. The second time he was.
I want to show you what has been admitted as Defense Exhibit 56. Where was this taken?
It's like Nexus.
At the Nexus? And who were the people in the photo?
Me standing up, my grandmother, Mary, sitting down on the left, and Tanner is between me and my mother.
And so that's your mother on the right?
Right. Jackie.
Ms. Warner, were you ever able to, in spite of all the times that you went to rehab, were you ever able to stay clean?
Sporadic times, yeah. I always wanted to. I had the want to, but couldn't do it.
What do you think kept you from being successful and staying clean?
I'm hard-headed, and I really am. And I don't take suggestions like I should. I need to go get some help and take a pill that they want me to take, but I have a hard time doing that.
When you were at these rehab facilities, you had said that Tanner stayed with your mother.
Some of them. Sometimes he went with me.
How was your mom as a grandmother?
We better ask Tanner that.
Well, from what you could see, was she a good grandma?
Yes.
She loved Tanner?
She spoiled him. I mean, both of them were just spoiled rotten.
And even though you were in these rehab facilities, did you still try to be present as a parent in Tanner's life?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
I mean, if I wasn't there, I always made sure they had insurance and, had stuff. I always wanted them to be taken care of because, I wasn't taken care of as a child very well. And where I wasn't, I always wanted them to be.
And that was with your mom?
Mm-hmm. She was just really young.
So for the times that you were able to spend with Tanner and your other son, and when you were able to stay clean, did you enjoy being a mom?
Yeah, absolutely.
What was your favorite part about being a mother?
Like going to the park with my kids and hacky sack and frisbee.
Melissa, Ms. Horner, I'm sorry. I want to show you what has been offered as Defense Exhibit 57. Who is this?
It's me and Tanner.
Do you know how old he was in this picture?
About one or two.
Let's look at Defense Exhibit number 58. Who is that?
That's Tanner.
Do you know how old he is in this picture?
About 3.
Defense Exhibit number 59. Who is this?
That's Tanner.
And about how old is he in this picture?
Really, about 7.
And what about Defense Exhibit number 60? Is that also Tanner?
Yes.
You know about how old he is there?
13, maybe.
Now we have Defense Exhibit number 61. Can you describe what's going on in this picture?
I'm giving him sugars, and my other son is watching.
You mentioned your other son. Was Tanner excited to be a big brother?
Was Tanner?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he was a little jealous, actually.
Okay. As most big brothers and big siblings are.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to be the baby, so.
Yeah.
We've talked about your rehab, we've talked about your drug use, we've talked about your mental health. I want to talk to you a little bit about your physical health. You had said that you had the neck surgery, but other than that, has your drug use caused you to have any other medical problems?
Cirrhosis, for sure. Yeah.
Were you, anything else? Have you recently been in the hospital for anything? Or have you had to go to the hospital for an extended period of time?
Yeah, because of my neck. I was in there for 7 weeks.
Because of the drug use, have you had to go to the hospital over the years to be treated for things?
I don't remember that. No.
Have you ever left the hospital against medical advice?
Oh, yeah.
Why's that?
Probably because of pain management.
Tell me more about that. What do you mean you left the hospital because of pain management?
Well, you know how they are with opioids, you know, and they won't. That's what helps my pain, and they have a thing about that now.
When you left the hospital against medical advice, was it to go get opioids?
Yes.
And by opioids, do you mean heroin?
Yes.
Do you know about how many times you left the hospital in order to get heroin?
Like once, I think.
And Ms. Horner, I want to switch gears again, and I want to talk a little bit about Tanner as a child, okay? And please, I know that you're in pain. Do you let me know when you need a break, okay?
Okay.
When Tanner was a child, did you ever notice anything about him that made you feel that he was, I don't know, different from other children?
Yes. Yes.
What kinds of things did you notice?
He didn't get along with, I mean, he wanted to get along with people, but they just weren't interested in having conversations with him. Having him around, it was sad to watch. Very sad. They didn't like him at all.
How old was he when you first started to notice these things?
Probably when he started school.
Did any of this cause you any concern?
Oh, so sad to watch.
What types of things would you see?
I mean, he wouldn't say things like they did. He didn't talk the way they did. And it isn't like I could hear what they're saying, but you can tell by looking at their faces, they're like, I mean, he didn't know how to talk to them the way.
Did you see him having this trouble with other people? How did it make you feel when you saw your son having such difficulty interacting with children his own age?
I wanted to go get him help, see what's wrong.
Did you go get him help?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I took him over here to the Child Study Center, and I think they rigorously tested him for about 6 weeks, I think. And
After they tested him, were they able to come up with a diagnosis?
Asperger's syndrome.
Did he have any other medical diagnoses during his childhood?
Well, they would call it, they kept telling me it was ADHD, but it wasn't. They're always trying to treat him for something he didn't have. And the medicine would always change him and make him something he wasn't.
With the diagnoses that he received, did you try to get Tanner services?
Yeah.
What kind of services did you try to get him?
Well, because he was struggling in school, and I didn't want him to lead like I did. And I would go to our meetings, and we set up a classroom, the classroom to where it was more of a learning experience for him.
Were you able to get him any Social Security benefits?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, Bree, so we've been listening to Tanner Horner's mother this morning describe, a pretty terrible childhood. She was, according to her, sexually abused when she was 4,
Right.
raped at 19,
Yes.
married the same guy, had Tanner,
Right.
Huge amount of, drug abuse and alcohol abuse. And what do you make of all this?
I think that I think that they're going to run into the problem that we've kind of been discussing, right? That there are a lot of people that had horrible childhoods.
Right.
There are a lot of people that had drug addicted mothers. There are a lot of people that grew up in a sort of the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder, and it's hard for people to say, well, therefore that should excuse, or it should be mitigating to the extent that we're not going to impose the death penalty, right? So I think that that's a really challenging, it doesn't, nothing that she said changed, I think, the trajectory of the case yet. I do think that it's really sad. I think that he had a horrible life. I think that his mother is definitely struggled. I think that she is still struggling. I think that was obvious. I think that, I think all of those things are true, but is that enough? Is that mitigating
Right.
to offer some sort of understanding for why he could have committed this horrific crime? And I just don't. So far, we're only 2 witnesses in on the defense case. So far, not yet. And there are a couple of things that she said that I think are either confusing, and I don't know if they're going to come back maybe after the lunch hour and try to clean it up, but she kind of said they were always trying to treat him for things he didn't have, which I think is, we need to say that he had all the things and that he wasn't being treated. You know what I mean? We need to, so I don't know, that was a little bit confusing for me. She's
hard to hear.
She's hard to hear. And then she also said, when she found out she was pregnant about 8 weeks in, she had been drinking very heavily prior to that.
And then she quit.
And then she quit drinking.
How do you get to fetal alcohol syndrome? Typically, don't you, and I'm not.
No, and we're not doctors. We know, but I still think that I'm with you, because I thought that fetal alcohol syndrome really had to do with long-term excessive exposure to alcohol while a fetus is in the womb. Now, granted, maybe, and this is probably true, I think from a common sense perspective, any substance that a fetus is exposed to while they're in the womb is not good, right? I think that that's probably true. And so if it was heavy drinking for the first 8 weeks and those very developmental, I'm a little ball of cells type of thing, maybe that can be a problem. But she says she stopped drinking. She seemed to suggest that she stopped all at-risk lifestyle aspects when she found out she was pregnant. She said that she only continued to work at the strip club for a couple more weeks. She said that she stopped using drugs, but then she also came back on the back end after he was born and said, I started using drugs. And then the defense attorney was like, well, how long have you been able to stay sober in your lifetime? And she said, I've never been able to be sober. So I'm just, so it's kind of all over the place. I can appreciate that maybe that was strategic as well, right?
I mean, clearly he had a pretty messed up childhood. We have Rebecca Lopez, who has been in the courtroom listening to this. Rebecca, just, obviously we can see it here from our vantage point, but you're sitting in there. Just describe for us the jury's reaction and a little bit of what we can't see in terms of Tanner's mom.
Yeah, so she's on the witness stand and she's got a Kleenex in her hand, and there are times when she's emotional and she does cry, and she's wiping away tears. She does look like she's in a little bit of pain at times. And then jury, there were some of them that were diligently taking notes, but I couldn't really gauge how the jury was feeling about her testimony. They didn't really show any emotion one way or the other, but they were taking notes and really paying attention to what she was saying. And Tanner, when she first sat down at the witness stand and he was sitting there at the defense table, they looked at each other, and then he just kind of looked down and she looked down too. Like, it was hard for them to make eye contact initially. And so, yeah, and I think that, I was watching Athena's family as well, and they are just also not showing a lot of emotion, just kind of sitting there looking and listening to her testimony. So that's basically what's happening in the courtroom. But she's definitely emotional, and she's got a Kleenex in her hand, and she is at times tearful.
Yeah, I just, Bree and I were listening. I mean, certainly she had a horrible childhood. He had a horrible childhood. But is that mitigating? I mean, there's a lot of people that have horrible childhoods.
Well, there's a lot of, sex abuse victims. We have done many, many stories on sex abuse victims over the years, and, they don't murder a 7-year-old child. So I don't know that is, mitigating either. But it'll be, interesting to see how this jury feels about some of this testimony. But it is clear that he had a very difficult childhood, and she did too. But she also kept saying how great her mom was, and she didn't feel like she was a bad person either. I think it's just one of those generational things that they were born into this situation that never got better for anyone in that family.
Yeah, Rebecca, somebody's asking in the chat that did Tanner's mother look at Athena's family?
I never saw her look over there. She basically kept just sort of looking straight ahead, more at the defense table. And then at one point she did ask the judge, I mean, y'all probably heard this too, do I have to answer that? I mean, you can tell that she is embarrassed about some of the choices that she has made in her life to, in her words, basically to survive, to put food on her table, because she dropped out of school when she was 9 years old. And so, yes, horrible childhood, but is that going to rise to the level of mitigating? I mean, a lot of people were raised in poverty and had some of the same situations that Tanner Horner lived through and she lived through, and don't commit a very heinous crime.
Bree?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously think that's really what's running through the jurors' minds. But I think that when you're putting together a defense to say, to ask a jury to sentence someone to life without the possibility of parole, it's really a stacking of smaller things, right? So what we started with is like not being able to predict future danger. So we all understand that, right? Like nothing about his behavior in committing this horrific murder can say that he's going to be a future danger. So we start there. So then we move on to his mom. Horrible childhood, horrible, growing up experience, poverty, substance abuse, sexual abuse, all of the things. And so then, sort of as they continue to layer on, can they build a picture that says life without the possibility of parole is really what's appropriate, because we're not saying that he's not taking responsibility. We're not saying he didn't do this. We're not saying it wasn't horrific. We're just saying that based on everything that happened, let's just confine him for the rest of his life versus kill him. And so I think that I think as you begin to put together those building blocks, it's possible that you're going to, and again,
You
we
just
say
need one juror.
You just need one. And it's possible that you have one person that says all of these things combined, me not feeling confident that I know enough to say he's a future danger, could land with someone. That somebody could say, okay, you know, this is horrible, and maybe they have a similar circumstance in their own lives, and they say, but for the grace of God,
Right.
this would have been me. You know what I mean,
Right.
or whatever. So I think that the jurors are. I don't know that this is as straightforward and cut and dry for every single potential juror sitting in that jury box as it is for sort of some of us sitting and watching it.
Right. Especially like our YouTube jury and our
Right.
and our live stream jury, the various places where people are listening. Rebecca, do we have some sense of how much longer she might be on the stand? I mean, obviously the defense wasn't done with her, actually.
Oh yeah, no, the defense is going to go a little while, and then you hear cross-examination, and then you're going to hear, you know, the defense come back after the prosecution cross-examines her. I mean, the judge seemed to think that this was going to go on at length into the afternoon. Remember when they first opposed her, the two sides, it was a 4.5-hour interview. I don't know that it'll go that long, but I think it will be pretty lengthy and into the afternoon. We were expecting to hear a couple of other witnesses if she didn't show up, and some other people in Tanner Horner's life this afternoon, but I'm not sure we're going to make it there, but we'll see. You know, this is their best, the defense's witness that can actually talk about, you know, him and what his childhood was like, and, you know, what he was like, and all the things that he went through, and how he became who he is. So I feel like she'll be on the stand for a little while, Tanya.
Well, because really we've talked mostly so far about when he's a little boy, right? We haven't even gotten to Tanner the teenager, or Tanner the young man,
Right.
or Tanner. I'm like we're really, because presumably they're going to kind of do a kind of a, you know, chronological walk through his growing up. It kind of seems like, and maybe she'll testify, or she'll be asked about his brother too.
Well, and they're also, they just put into evidence also some 911 calls not 911 calls, I'm sorry, prison calls, jail calls between her and Tanner. And some of those pictures that you guys weren't able to see where she's holding a Tanner, and she's kind of like trying to kiss him, and the little brother's watching from far, like he's like kind of in the background, and you see the picture of her and her mother and her grandmother and Tanner, and they all look, you know, really happy and hugging. And so the jury's also seeing those pictures as well that you guys aren't able to see, since we are not showing her or identifying her. You can't see those photos, but and Tanner looks up at those pictures when they pop up on the screen. He's not showing a lot of emotion at this point either, but you know, the jury's obviously seeing those photos, and they are going to hear some of those calls, I think, this afternoon. And if you recall, one of those calls has already been played, where, you know, he's telling her very nonchalantly how he what he says he did, and that was initially his initial story was that he accidentally ran over Athena, and he's telling his mom this, and then but he's very callous and nonchalant when you listen to that phone call, and I suspect that call is going to get played again and dissected this afternoon.
You think so? And I mean, so what you're saying is if they're going to play calls, this really might be the rest of the day with her on the stand.
Maybe. Yeah, they've introduced some other calls that we have not heard yet as well. I don't know that we'll hear them, but they are in evidence, I guess, if the jury wants to listen to them, if they don't play them today.
Okay. And you think the judge is going to go right up to 5, or do you get some sense? I mean, on prior days, he's really ended around 3 o'clock when the jury's been in.
Yeah, he's been trying to, let them out a little earlier, but today might be one of those days when they keep the jury here the entire day.
Okay.
And again, he wants to try to stay on schedule and get through this trial, because we're expected already to go through to May the 4th with defense witnesses and the rebuttal witnesses, and then closing May the 5th. And so I suspect that he's probably going to have this jury work a little bit today, longer.
I will say when I heard that we were going to be going into May, I know you had said that before, but now it's real, like that we really are. This is
And
gonna
they're
go.
going to also, they're also on the witness list is Tanner Horner's brother that we are might hear from in prison. I know that they were trying to set that up as well, and so we may be hearing from his brother at some point.
Yeah, I think that would be very interesting. Well, Bree, you got anything else to add?
Well, I mean, I just think that one of the things that I find striking right now, and to your point, we're maybe going in chronological order, but I think to have the most meaningful presentation of mom and how horrible their life was, I would, excuse me, expect that we have like a little bit more detail, a little bit more of like the griminess of like what they were experiencing. And for me, everything that she's talking about, and I appreciate what Rebecca said, which is that you can tell she's embarrassed and, you know, some of the life choices that may have led to this, but it feels very surface right now.
Right.
It feels really generic and general, like you could be talking about anybody versus like this is how terrible Tanner Horner's beginning of life was. You know what I mean? It just, you know, I drank a little bit until I was 8 weeks, and then I stopped, and I worked at a strip club, and then I stopped. You know, so it just feels like I'm hoping that they're going to get to some gritty, grimy kind of detail. I mean, you know, only because I think that if I'm a juror and you're going to ask me to consider life without the possibility of parole, I really need to hear like the dirty details of like, okay, I can connect these dots. This kind of makes sense. I mean, not that what he did makes sense, but just I can see how a life like this
Could lead to
this. Right? And I'm not hearing that yet. So I'm hoping that that's maybe what they're gonna get to.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because yesterday, Tanya, when they were talking to the witnesses, and the witnesses that they that did evaluate him and did speak to him, and also looked at his school records, his medical records, his mental health records, all said that despite the fact that he's diagnosed with all of this stuff, it did not cause him to commit this crime. They've all said that. So, so I don't. All of this is, very interesting on how he grew up. But at the end of the day, even their own experts are saying, but that is not what made him kill and commit this horrific crime.
Well,
wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's kind of huge.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, that is not great for, sort of trying to go to this jury and say, consider life without parole. If everybody is saying, despite all of these diagnoses, and despite his terrible life, he just is just evil.
Right. Because
they couldn't get to the fact that caused it. I'm sorry, Tanya. They couldn't, when they asked them that, a couple of them, they said, is all of this, the diagnosis of autism, all of the mental health, did it cause him to commit this crime? And they said,
wow.
And maybe, right, like, those very specific types of questions that were presented to those experts yesterday, they couldn't answer it in that way, but maybe there is going to be this totality of the circumstances argument that ultimately is going to be made, right? So it's not just this one thing or just, these medical, and maybe that's important, right? Because we don't ever want to have the slippery slope of, because you are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, that's like some free pass to be violent and terrible, right? So I do think that every professional associated with this trial has to walk a fine line and make sure that we're not opening the door to like, okay, well, now everybody that has autism is capable of being a murderer.
Right. And it's such a spectrum. I mean, that's the right. It's such a wide spectrum, and I say this again. My nephew is autistic,
right?
And so and he's on the high end of the spectrum. So and so I just don't. And he needs a certain level of order and all that kind of stuff. But he's not going to go out and kidnap and kill a 7-year-old,
right?
Right. And
so how do you know what I mean? How do you sort of brand an entire and there's no, I think, mental health disorder that's just branded as, I guess maybe if you're a sociopath or a psychopath or something, but somebody that has, ADHD, somebody that's bipolar, somebody that's has schizoaffective disorder. Like, you can't brand the entire disorder as, okay, because you've been diagnosed with this, we now know that you're going to kill 7-year-olds.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so it's a slippery slope that I think that every professional is going to be very, very careful. But it's important that we all remember that right now, I think that the Supreme Court of the United States has come, maybe the decision is out now, I can't remember, but this is a question about this autism spectrum disorder and various other mental health conditions. There's been arguments that have said, okay, well, if you have these specific types of disorders, does that make you ineligible for the death penalty, right? And there's a lot of discussion around could that mean, just like you can't impose the death penalty on somebody who's intellectually disabled and things like that. So there are discussions right now, and so these types of cases matter where those issues are coming up because this is what's pending in front of the Supreme Court and the various appellate courts right throughout the country. So it's a big part of the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Rebecca, anything else you want to add before we let you go and you can go have some lunch?
Yeah, no, that's about it, Tanya.
Thank you, Rebecca. We'll see you a bit later this afternoon.
Yeah.
We'll talk. Folks,
it's heavy.
If y'all have questions, Bree and I'll stay on here a few more minutes and chat. If y'all have things y'all want to ask Bree, and so while we wait for this jury supposed to come back around 1:15.
Okay.
So based on what Rebecca said, it sounds like we could have Mom on the stand for quite a while.
I know.
I mean, especially if they're playing
jail
recordings.
calls. I definitely heard what Rebecca said. What is Mom adding? I mean, we need her because we have to lay this foundation and we have to, be able to talk about, sort of where he came from. But beyond that, what is Mom adding other than maybe combating the sob story? I mean, the sadness and the emotion that everybody experienced in the prosecution part of the case. But what is Mom adding right now where she would be the subject of an entire day of testimony? Now, again, we're at the very beginning. I think she was only on the stand for a short time before we broke for lunch. But if she doesn't kind of get past whatever the embarrassment is, if she does, because the truth of the matter is, right, you are his mother, you are really a part of the defense team, so your job is to help us save his life. And again, I'm talking to all of us, I don't condone, I'm not in favor of, one side or the other, life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty, but I want to be very clear that when you are a defense attorney and you are representing somebody that is facing the death penalty, your sole job is to save that person's life. Your sole job is to raise enough mitigation for at least one juror to be able to say, okay, I can answer those questions in a way that will save his life. That's your only job.
Right.
And you're going to do that in a meticulous and sort of boring, maybe sometimes way, but that is your job. And so Mom testifying, part of her job is that she is supposed to offer some information about the fact that this jury should save Tanner Horner's life.
Well, and she's there to humanize him, right? I mean, at least, and you put pictures of little Tanner up on the screen, and they see the pictures of little Tanner, and they go, oh, well, he was once a little boy. Whether that works is another subject, but I get the strategy. So folks are asking, do you think they'll bring coworkers that he worked with to the stand? I think
they're going to bring anybody that can offer something that will help their defense. That is what they will do. So if there's a coworker that says that Tanner Horner was the most amazing person that they had ever met and the kindest and sweetest and all of that kind of thing, and went out of his way to and didn't, or maybe they're going to bring coworkers that say he was weird.
Right.
And he was like,
I could almost bet on that.
You know what I mean? He was odd, and he was
a weird dude.
He was a weird dude, and he needed to be very regimented, and he would flip out and I know that in that letter, right, we talked about that he was needing to be very regimented, and he didn't like change, and that really caused him a lot of stress and all that. So maybe they're going to have coworkers that are going to back that up to say, yeah, he really was like that, right. Or a boss or something like that. But I think the issue that you're going to find is, are these people going to want to come? This is. That's
why I think most of them, if they come, they're going to be blurred.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be.
Do you know what I mean? I don't know that I'm coming. I don't want to. I don't want to be a part of Tanner Horner's trial.
No, and you know, it's a live stream trial, so you're going to be.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. I totally get you. Absolutely. And so somebody's asking, when will Tanner Horner be sentenced? My crystal ball is not working.
Oh, darn.
We know that.
I wanted you to have one.
We know that Tanner Horner, that in this trial, the defense will finish up May 4th.
Yeah.
And the closings will be the 5th.
Right.
So, and then the jury will get it. And they can deliberate as little or as long as they want. There is, every time I have a trial, producers are walking up to me saying, how long is that going to last? And I say, I have no idea. I mean, there's no way to predict that. Frequently we do see juries deliberate overnight. You know, they'll deliberate and then they'll go home, they'll deliberate, and a lot of times you'll get like a sentence like the next day after lunch.
Right.
But you never know. I've also seen juries go on for 2.5 days. There is no rhyme or reason to how long they go. They just go as long as they need to go.
And that's true.
That's just a reality of that. So let me go. Okay, somebody asked, why would they not have sequestered the jury?
I know. So I think that there's a lot of considerations that the court has to make in terms of sequestration. And I think it has to do with the length of the trial, right? Can you pull somebody, if the trial's 4 weeks.
That's a long time to be away from your job,
your
life,
your family.
Yeah.
And then that doesn't even include how long they're going to deliberate. Now, my question really was, are they going to sequester them for deliberations? Which is a thing that happens periodically.
I could seriously see that happen.
Because I think it'll also cause them to focus and potentially reach a verdict sooner rather than later. So I think that, you know, it's hard to pull people out of their lives for 4 weeks. I think that especially because part of what you have to understand when you're picked as a juror, for people that haven't ever been picked as a juror, is one of the questions is, you know, are you going to be able to focus on this trial? Are you going to be able to put the other things aside that you have going on and focus on listening to the facts and the evidence in this trial? And if you can't do that, or you're going to be distracted because of work or because of kids, or you have a sick mom or whatever it is, then you might not get chosen, right? Because we need you to focus on this and only this. So to try to do that coupled with we're going to pluck you out of your life for 4 weeks is so I don't know that the court would do that. I think that we can trust people, right, in our criminal justice system to say, don't consume social media, don't talk to people, don't watch television, or if you do, watch something other than the news.
I wish somebody would tell me not to consume social media.
Oh.
It would be so good.
Don't you
for
think?
me.
How long do you spend scrolling every day? No, don't answer that. She's a journalist. I think that you have to scroll all the time.
I have a little of an obsessive problem, yeah. It sometimes can be pretty bad. Somebody says, why would it matter if he had a bad childhood? Everyone has their own story. It doesn't mean they're going to do what he did.
I mean, that's the whole thing, right? And I think that one of the things that we've really touched on, and the true uphill battle that the defense team has, is there's so many of us that have experiences either personally or within our family of people that have had terrible experiences in life. And everybody, your whole point, you know, I've heard this saying, the whole point of adulthood is to get over your childhood. Like that's what you do in your adulthood. And so it can't be the excuse. It can't be, you know, that because everything was so terrible, I get to go on and commit a murder. And so I think it matters just in the consideration of mitigation. I don't think that it is being offered to say, you know, this should excuse, or I just think that it's being offered to say, you know, this is a part of this person's story, and is there a path that you can see that could have led to how we got here? Not that you agree with it, not that it's okay, not that you excuse it, but just there, I think all of us can say that we've had that experience where you look at somebody and you say, okay, that person never had a chance.
Right.
Like that's how bad their life was.
And I've covered cases like that where
Right.
you're like, I see exactly how we got here. And I don't know that that's going to be the case here, but I have had those cases. Somebody asked, do we know what sentencing outcome Athena's parents hope to see? I believe Athena's mom had said, I want to say that she had said in the interview with Matt Howerton, my colleague, that she wanted the death penalty. So I feel like this family, I mean, once the death, and does the family have a lot of say in the decision about how this goes typically?
I think that generally speaking, you want to include the family's feelings about the case in your ultimate decision as a prosecutor. Now, sometimes you have situations where a family has experienced tremendous loss and they therefore want the maximum possible sentence, the maximum possible punishment, but your facts can't support that, or the evidence that you have is not as good as this evidence, and so you can't, you know, you have to sort of say to them, I get it, but, you know, sadly, I'm not going to be able to secure a conviction for that or a punishment for that. And so you want to take their feelings into consideration, but ultimately the responsibility for prosecuting somebody for any criminal offense, you know, sort of stops with the prosecuting attorney's office, and they ultimately make the decision. So while I think her family's wishes were taken into consideration, you know, the final decision would have stood squarely with the prosecuting attorney.
Okay, I'm going to read this question, and I'm not sure how you're going to answer it.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, so by having a bad childhood, does it mean his mother should be on trial too, as they're saying his childhood is his mother's fault, so therefore mothers are responsible?
Wow. I think that I'm going to disagree with the characterization that mom is on trial. But as a mother, you have a direct impact on the type of life that your children have, right? Like all of the decisions, all of the choices that we make as parents affect our children.
They do.
And so if you are somebody that struggles with drug addiction or mental health, and you choose to not seek help and support, that's a choice that you're making. And that is going to affect, you know, how your children live. And so while I think that it's not that she's on trial, I do think that she should explain the life that they had. I think that you know, and I want to be very clear. I think that what he did was completely horrific, but I think that at the same time, Tanner Horner deserves a jury to see a complete picture. And remember, we're in Texas, right? So we have a bifurcated judicial system, which means that we have a guilt-innocence phase, which is a snapshot in time. Just did you do what you're being accused of doing? And then the punishment phase is everything about who you are as a person, so that, you know, a jury that's sentencing you can have a complete picture of who you are, like what is the appropriate sentence for everything that we know about this person.
Right.
And I think that that's really important. So while she's not on trial, she does need to explain what it was like to be 5-year-old Tanner Horner.
Right.
12-year-old Tanner Horner.
Well, and didn't she say at 4 years old she OD'd when he was a little boy? He was little when she OD'd, and he.
Right, and I don't remember the age, but he was little.
He was little. He's a little
and
boy.
He had thought. I thought that what she testified to, and again, she was very difficult to understand and very difficult to hear. But I think that what she said is that he like found her, or he, you know, like and kind of thought that she had died, and was trying to get help. So I do think that those are the kinds of things, those are the kinds of details that matter, right? How does that impact a child, depending on how old they are, that you come upon your mom who has OD'd, but you don't realize that, and you think she's dead, and you're trying to get her help. Like that, there's no way that doesn't create trauma in a child. So I think that she has to kind of take ownership, if you will, of like this is the life that I created for him. Right. And those were choices. They just were, right or wrong.
They were choices. And somebody, I guess Elon Musk has weighed in on this case, saying that, you know, he should be basically, I haven't seen his comment, but I guess he made a comment about Horner and the death penalty, and somebody was asking if, you know, if the death penalty can be sped up. I mean, look, it's an automatic appeal. That appeals process is lengthy. Oftentimes it's 10, 15, 20 years. Darlie Routier's been on death row for decades.
I was going to say.
And I know that's frustrating to people, right? But that process does exist for a reason. While Tanner Horner, it's clear he is absolutely and utterly guilty, right? There's no question. There have been cases where people were innocent. So the process exists for a reason, and it exists even for people we don't like,
right?
Like a Tanner Horner,
right?
So, you know, that's the reality of it. So I would not, when and if Tanner Horner receives the death penalty, I would not expect him to be put to death for quite some time. As I've mentioned previously on the live stream, I covered a case back in 2013 and 2014, a justice of the peace who killed a prosecutor,
Yes.
and then went 6 weeks later and killed the DA and his wife.
Yes.
I believe it was on.
That was Kaufman County.
Oh, it was horrible
Yep.
case.
Yep, I remember. I was a prosecutor at the time in Dallas.
And people were terrified.
Yes.
That case is, Eric Williams is still on death row.
Yeah.
He's been appealing and appealing, and so, I expect ultimately he will get his just reward, but it has not happened yet.
No, and I think that this is what is so significant about the autism spectrum disorder and the various mental health conditions, right? So right now it's pending in the Supreme Court, or it has been decided in the Supreme Court that it doesn't count, that if somebody has autism spectrum disorder, that they're not automatically banned from the death penalty. But as we learn more about autism spectrum disorder or its interaction with other types of mental health disorders, maybe somebody is going to appeal and the Supreme Court is going to come back and say, yeah, just like people that have intellectual disabilities, you can't hold these people accountable in the same way. So we're having to preserve all of this error right now so it can be appealed. I anticipate, Tanya, that the reason that we're making such a big deal about this fetal alcohol syndrome and all that kind of stuff is that we're setting it up for
the appeal,
the appellate process, which is then going to take forever. I mean, not, I don't mean forever literally, but like it's going to take a long time because there's so many different things. Like maybe you need to wait out certain Supreme Court justices. Maybe you got to make it through the circuit courts. And so I think that, and I hate that for Athena Strand's family more than anything, but I think that we're looking at a long road.
Oh, I do too. Okay, so folks, we're going to go about 5 more minutes because Bree and I are going to take a break.
Thanks.
Okay. So somebody asked, is Cassie, his former girlfriend, going to take the stand? We have no idea. I think we would all like to hear from Cassie. That is the mother of his child, but I do not know the answer to that, and it doesn't sound like Rebecca has gotten clarity on that yet. She's in a little better position because she's at the courthouse,
right?
And when you're physically at the courthouse, you're just a little bit more in the know, versus me, who's back here. The trial's in Fort Worth, I'm in Dallas, and so it's just the reality of it. Somebody asked if will Tanner take the stand?
Okay, but Tanya,
I told you I think it's a possibility.
I think you're right. I think it is a possibility. I think he might as well give up now. If he is going to testify, I think he's going to come across the exact same way as he did in those police interrogation videos. I think maybe he'll even come up with another alter ego. Maybe this time it'll be 1 instead of 0. I don't know. I just think it will be a literal disaster if he gets on that stand. But I agree with you. I think it's possible.
He had such a desire to talk to law enforcement. I mean, he called the Texas. He had been arrested and I think maybe arraigned.
Right.
But he had been in jail a week. Well, I guess it was close to a week because Athena had been. It had been a week since Athena's death. So
okay.
He asks them to come back and gives them a whole nother 2-hour statement. This is the one where he says, "Hey, I'd like to get out for Christmas. Put me on a monitor. I can go spend Christmas with my kids." And then he wrote all these letters, and so the reason I say I think it's not outside the realm of possibility because this guy strikes me as someone who has a need to explain himself.
Yes,
and
I think it's insane that he thinks that he can actually say something that is going to offer explanation. I think that's literally crazy.
I could be. I just think it's possible. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think it's possible. So somebody says, why would he appeal if he pled? There's an automatic appeal. I mean, it's automatic.
Yeah, you can. Right.
Now, I think there could be at some point in the process where if he chose to not fight, I think you can at some point, and I'm not an appellate expert,
but you can't waive your initial appeal.
That is going to happen regardless.
That is going to happen regardless. Now, you don't have to continue to appeal, but you cannot waive your initial appeal in the state of Texas. So, but I think what you're sort of alluding to, Tanya, is can he after that, Can he
Right.
choose or not choose? And the truth of the matter is he can. You're going to have
Because he can stop cooperating.
he can
too.
stop cooperating because you have appointed appellate counsel. Like just like
Right.
you have appointed trial counsel, you have appointed appellate counsel that are different people usually. And you can say, okay, that initial appeal, you're going through the record, you're raising whatever issues, but I'm done after that.
Right.
And he can make that choice.
So, we'll see.
We'll see.
All right, folks. Bree and I are going to take a break, and we will come back. We're going to come back at 1:10. I know the judge said to be back at 1:15, but we're going to give ourselves a half an hour to just take a break. So we will see you back at 1:10. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA. I'm joined all day today by Bree West, a local Dallas criminal defense attorney, also a former prosecutor.
Yes.
And she joined us back when we did the Uvalde trial, so she's becoming a regular on this. So this morning we saw testimony from an expert who didn't actually examine Tanner Horner, but he was talking about essentially, and maybe you can paraphrase this better than I can, that whatever criminal act you committed doesn't necessarily indicate your propensity for future danger.
Right.
In this case, that Tanner Horner would necessarily be
an automatic future danger because of what he's already done.
Right.
And I think that's exactly what he.
Okay. And
summation.
And then we've been listening to his mother testify, and based on what Rebecca Lopez said, it sounds to me like we may have Tanner Horner's mom on the stand for most of the rest of the afternoon, because Rebecca said they've entered phone calls and stuff into evidence. Right. So they've already played one of those last week, and so it's likely that they may even replay that one, because then they could replay it and she would do more of the play-by-play and talk to us about it, that kind of thing.
Right.
But she's been talking about telling us about her terrible childhood, her drug use and use of alcohol and heroin, and the horrible circumstances that Tanner Horner grew up in. And so obviously this is all in an effort to try to convince the jury. I guess the first witness would be mostly about future danger, and this witness is more about mitigation, that he grew up in this, not such a good circumstance. Bree, I struggle with this one, because it's just the defense here. I just can't even imagine what they could say or do that would be mitigating.
I mean, I think that's always the struggle when you have a case that is, like, you sort of have pointed out, right, that this case is different because this video, the audio, again, what like just has stuck with me, because I have young kids too. I have an 8-year-old. What has stuck with me is, sort of her, Athena Strand, saying, "My mommy said you cannot do that to me." And so this case is different because we are experiencing what Athena experienced in the back of that truck. Yeah. That's really what's going on. And so how do you mitigate that? And I think one of the things that you said, Tanya, that I thought was so, and I was so on point that I wrote it down, because it describes perfectly, I think, the uphill battle that the defense has, which is, sort of, if you've created a monster, if you've diagnosed evil, how do you undo that? Like, if you believe that what he did was evil, how do you mitigate that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I have spent the last 2 weeks struggling with that question.
Right.
It has been it's been really hard. And then, after Thursday, when we heard the descriptions of what we heard, after Terry and Rebecca came out and told us, about what was contained within that 1 hour video and audio recording, and then we saw him driving around in that delivery truck, and then we saw also the video where he was, covering purposefully beforehand, the day before, covering up that front-facing camera, and then doing it before he kidnapped Athena. You just feel the premeditation of this thing. I mean, and I don't know that I've ever had a case, and I've covered some horrible things.
It's true.
That has just, where I feel like it's like the darkness. I'm struggling with the darkness. Like, how do you wrap your mind around it? And I know that's not really part of the legal discussion,
right?
But it's part of the, the discussion about just how unusual this case is. Again, you do not often have this level of evidence, this kind of evidence.
I know.
you can, a lot of times you can imagine how bad it was.
Right.
But this time, you know how bad it was. And that's a whole different level. And for this jury, and think about it, these people cannot talk to anybody.
Right.
They cannot talk to their therapist. They cannot talk to their husband, their wife, their child, their mom, their dad, their best friend. And they've been I'm thinking about, we're denizens of the court system, and we're struggling.
Yes.
And so I'm imagining those people. That to me is just,
it's overwhelming.
It's been incredibly overwhelming, and I mean, and just, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all the things.
It's all the things, and I think that, sort of it's sort of that emotional piece, right? That really is at the center of what the defense is up against. Because I mean, you do not have an experience generally where you are living, you are watching or hearing the death of a child being killed.
This is not a movie.
This is real. This is a real life person that those people in that courtroom are sitting 10 feet from. And they either have kids that age, they have a neighbor that has kids that age, they have grandchildren that age.
All the things. And somebody's asking, will the court offer services for the jurors?
Do you know, it's so interesting that's a really interesting question. There are some counties and some district attorneys' offices that do.
Yeah.
And I don't know Judge Gallagher that well, but I do know that he may consider doing something like that.
I think so. I mean,
this changes you.
I am a firm believer in therapy. I mean, I'm a firm believer in it. And had my own conversations with mine about this because of how difficult this has been.
Right.
And accepting that, if this doesn't bother you, then you're a sociopath.
There's something wrong.
Yeah.
So we can't ignore that.
And so that for me, that's what my therapist told me. And I was like, you're right. Like, this is bothering me, and it should bother me because this is just beyond the level. It's beyond the pale. And Uvalde was difficult. And Uvalde was horrible.
Right.
I mean, we did that. You were there on one of the days of trial. But it was, I think that with Uvalde, there wasn't a lot that was kind of unexpected. Like, we knew how bad it was. With this one, every single day, it was a new level of horror. Actually, this is the first day where I could say the trial where I don't feel like I'm going to go home and have some level of like, oh my God, I can't believe what I just heard today, right? Because in the first 8 days of the trial, every day I'd leave and go, oh God.
Right.
Lord.
Where you almost can't even function. You go home and like, you have to get in bed. Like you have to just like stop.
So I keep thinking about these jurors because I know for me, it's left an intense need for normalcy, right? Like outside of here, just things to be normal and not chaotic. And so for them, I'm just thinking, again, that is hard. And so I do hope they get services. And if the court doesn't provide them, they need to seek it because there is no shame in seeking. Because you have to decompress, you have to process. If you push it down, if you bury it, it comes out. It just comes out in not so healthy ways.
And the truth of the matter is this changes you. I mean, I think that our clearest picture of how this is affecting someone that's there and listening is, as Rebecca Lopez comes on and reports to us, you can feel through her discussion the heaviness of what it's like to be there. And so this changes you. And so I really do hope. I mean, again, there are some judges in some jurisdictions where they offer that. I don't know specifically about Judge Gallagher, but I'm hopeful. And like you said, Tanya, if not, then please, go and seek it on your own. I think if you're not already in therapy, I mean, quite frankly, I hope, most of us need to be, so.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing I think that has changed over in recent years is just that there's an acceptance that seeking you know, going and getting therapy and talking to someone is not weakness. It's actually strength. It's acknowledging that you're human and that you have to deal with your issues.
Right.
And you have to, you know, and like in my case, in my career, I've covered, you know, I know, like, and we're just chatting right now, but, you know, I covered July 7th in 2016 when you had all the police officers that were killed.
Yes, here in Dallas.
And that was one of the hardest things I ever covered. And it really, that impacted me in ways big and small. And I saw over the course of the next 3 years after that I realized, okay, I have to deal with this. I can't suppress this any longer. And so I think about most of these jurors probably have not really experienced the criminal justice system.
Right.
So they're probably kind of first timers of it, and to be this really your first time, or, you know, much of an interaction, to be a case like this, wow, you know.
Well, and so again, I don't want to minimize the jury selection process, right? So I, you know, it is important, I think, that people understand that this is not, it's a shock to the system because it is horrific, but there's a lot of information that jurors are given during the jury selection process, and the questions that they're asked and all of that sort of clue you into the horrific nature. Now, obviously, jury selection, we're not talking about facts of the offense. Can't do that, right? But you do have to give people enough information so that they can still make a decision when they hear something that is just shocking to the conscience. Right? So you have to give hypotheticals or whatever it is. And so I will say that fortunately, I think for the people that ultimately were chosen, there was some amount of like lead up to, this is probably going to be the absolute worst thing that you have ever heard in your entire life and probably ever will. And is that something that you can be a part of? Now, how do you answer that question? I mean, I don't know.
But like I said, I thought coming into this trial that I was prepared for this trial, right? You know, I've done this a long time. I've been around the block, you know, and I don't think anything could have prepared me for it.
Right.
You know, just to be that level of it.
I know.
And I'm not talking about it because I think I want people to feel sorry for me. Don't feel sorry for me. I mean, this is my job. This is my career, and I'm happy to do this stuff. But I understand that this is going to be hard.
This is going to be hard. This is going to be hard, and I don't know. Again, I understand the need to put the building blocks together as it relates to the defense of somebody that's facing the death penalty. I understand that. But I think that where we're all struggling is whatever those building blocks look like, whatever wall you're building, it's really hard to imagine that overcoming, sort of witnessing the torture and death of a 7-year-old little girl.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That is, I don't know that you don't ever unsee that. You don't ever unhear that. I mean,
you just don't.
You don't. And so somebody says, how many? They're asking about how many witnesses is the defense expected to call. We're gathering it's going to be 19 to 20, and we're being told that the defense will go through May 4th with closings on May 5th. People are asking if basically saying that the defense is dragging this out. Well, I think the argument's going to be that the prosecution got 2 weeks, the defense is getting 2 weeks, and so that seems to be what's happening.
I think that again we your sole job in a death penalty case as it relates to defending a citizen accused is to try to save their life, and that takes as long as it takes. Now, you can't be repetitive and you can't have 75 witnesses that are going to testify about the exact same thing, but if you have 75 witnesses that are testifying about slightly different things, and that's going to make the difference in some jurors' mind between life without the possibility of parole and the death penalty, then you need to put on all 75 of those people. That is simply, this is the ultimate punishment. This is not your average capital murder where somebody is facing, sort of maybe just life without the possibility of parole if convicted. This is, I'm making a decision about the life or the death of another individual. I mean, and that is a heavy thing. It is meticulous, and it should be, and that's what we're experiencing here. So when we do talk about things like, can this be sped up, and why do we? The truth of the matter is this is the process, and it should be. I
Right.
think is
and,
exactly
and a lot
what
of
we
this
know.
is it has to do with how it's going to play out in the appellate process.
That's right.
You have to put all this evidence on for the appellate process. And somebody says, "Are the jurors getting paid?" They do get paid, but it's not much.
They
It's
get like 40.
pittance.
No, yes, it's like
And I don't
$40
know. And
a day.
I don't know if it's different for a capital murder trial. Like I don't know if the level of offense makes a difference. But whatever it is, it's nothing like what you would make in your regular job.
At all.
presumably.
It's not even comparable. I think the biggest perk in being a juror is that you get lunch provided every day. So that's about all we got.
And then of course, for this jury, they've experienced way more horror than anybody should be expected to experience. Okay, we're now seeing Tanner Horner walk back into the courtroom, and then we should see his mother retake the stand. Well, we won't see her because they've blurred her out. But before this went to before they went off to lunch, we were hearing her describe her childhood, his childhood, and they had gotten up. It seemed to me, Bree, that they were kind of going chronological.
Right.
So I would kind of expect that we're going to hear her continue to walk chronologically through Tanner's life, and we're seeing the defense attorney talk right there. There's no sound yet from the courtroom. One of the things the judge has said is we can't have audio when the jury is not in the room.
Okay, because I was going to say it would be helpful to know what they're arguing about right now, just because.
Wouldn't it be nice?
Right, it's meaningful, I think, for the analysis of the trial. But because Susan Anderson is an outstanding attorney. That's who is the lead of the defense team here. She's an outstanding lawyer, and so to be able to hear the arguments that she's making as it relates to this particular set of facts, right? And then the other interesting part is look at Athena Strand's mom and her proximity to Tanner Horner. Look how close, and there's Dad.
That's Dad, yeah.
But look how close they're having to sit.
Oh, can you
to
imagine?
the man that killed their daughter. That's
yeah. You would
the restraint that they are experiencing.
Well, and they can't so much as make a peep in that courtroom.
That's
because
right.
it could cause a mistrial. So that's a really really hard thing to have to endure day after day, and to see that man and to see him just a few feet from you, and so we just saw them stand up. That would tend to usually indicate that
the jury's coming in.
The jury's coming in. Typically, that's what that means. So I would expect.
Or maybe the judge is coming on and off the bench, but I think you're right. For the length of time that they're standing, it's the jury coming in.
That would be my guess, and that's just kind of typical. And he has run, George Gallagher runs a pretty tight ship, but he presided over another case that we did. You weren't yet doing the live streams with me. I didn't really know you yet.
Well,
but Aaron Dean.
You're welcome, Tanya.
But now I know you.
No, but I do. I'm familiar with the case.
Yeah, but Aaron Dean, Gallagher runs, and Gallagher is one of those judges that's allows us to live stream, so we do appreciate that because judges do not have to allow it.
That's right.
Okay, so we got sound back in the courtroom. Take our mics down.
Before we broke, we were talking about Tanner's diagnoses. One of those diagnoses that you had mentioned was Asperger's. Did you ever see Tanner have any, I guess the word I'm going to use is meltdowns, when he was younger?
Yes.
How often did these meltdowns occur?
It would depend whether he could get his point across. He was having trouble communicating.
Were the meltdowns his way of communicating?
No, when he couldn't communicate. It was just my personal feeling. When he was having trouble communicating, he would melt down.
Let's talk some more about these meltdowns. When did you first notice Tanner having these meltdowns?
Well, I thought they were temper tantrums first, but it got so much more violent. He would,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
he would like punch himself in the head real hard.
Oh, you said he punched himself in the head. Do you know if he ever punched himself out or lost consciousness because of that?
Seems like he would, but no, he didn't.
Okay. When he had these meltdowns, you said that you felt that it was his frustration with not being able to communicate. When he had the meltdowns and got angry, did he direct the anger towards anyone else, or was it always directed at himself?
I'm sure it was just at himself, really.
And did you ever see him direct his anger at
He
anyone?
never tried to hit anybody.
Did he ever try to hit you?
No,
Did you ever see him try to hit his grandmother?
no,
Did you ever see him hit a wall?
yeah,
What would he hit the wall with?
his fist.
Would he ever break things?
Yes,
But you never saw him exhibit anger towards yourself?
no, not really.
At what age did he begin hitting himself in the head?
That was after he was getting bullied in school.
I'm sorry?
When he started getting bullied in school,
Tanner was bullied while he was in school?
oh, terribly.
Did you ever see any of the bullying happen?
No, I would want to go up there and save him, but he would never let me. He would never let me go up there. He said I would make it worse, but I wanted to.
What kind of bullying did you see happen?
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, she just stated she didn't see it herself.
Sustained.
Did you see Tanner get bullied at any time?
Not at school. His grandfather did sometimes.
You saw his grandfather bully him?
I saw his grandfather bully him sometimes.
So let's talk about his grandfather. Who was his grandfather?
Bill Harbison?
He was married to your mother, Jackie?
Yes. Can I refrain from using names, please?
How about we call him grandfather?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. How long were your mother and second stepfather, married?
30 years.
At any time did you and Tanner live with them?
The majority. Mm-hmm.
When you say the majority, what do you mean by the majority?
The majority of Tanner's life.
The majority of Tanner's life?
Yes.
How did you, or why did you move in with your mother and stepfather?
When I left Terry, I was scared
Why were you scared?
because his dad stopped me for a long time, and I got scared, and I moved in there because I was watched better.
So you were afraid that your husband would hurt you? You said he stalked you. How did he stalk you?
He would sit across the street from my work and like follow me home and stuff like that.
Did you fear for your safety?
Well, yeah.
Did you fear for Tanner's safety?
No, not at that time.
Did you think that Terry would ever hurt Tanner?
No.
Was he a good father?
He loved his dad. His dad loved him.
Was his father able to be there for him throughout his life?
Sometimes.
When Terry wasn't able to be there for Tanner, typically where was he?
I don't know.
Do you know if he ever went to prison?
Yes.
How often or how many times did Terry go to prison?
Twice.
Do you recall for how long?
No.
When you went to go live with your mother and your stepfather, you brought Tanner with you, is that right?
Yes, I did.
How'd that go over with your mom and stepfather? Did they like having y'all there?
Yeah, they did, actually.
Did you have a good relationship with your mother at the time?
Well, I was doing my own thing. And, I really did it because I was having support with him. It was hard trying to do it on my own.
Is it difficult being a single mom?
Absolutely.
And were you doing the best you could?
Yes, but I could have done a lot better. I know that.
Someone once said that it takes a village. Is that what you found with your mother and stepfather?
Yes.
So let's talk about your relationship with your stepfather.
Which one?
With the most recent one.
Okay.
When you were living with your mother and the stepfather,
Okay.
when Tanner was born. Is it okay if I call him Mr. Harbison? Without using first names?
Just, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And whatever makes you more comfortable, I will address him whichever way.
Go ahead.
Okay. With, how was your relationship with Mr. Harbison?
He was, well, he was a Vietnam veteran. He's very gung-ho and he very disciplined, and I wasn't.
How old were you at the time that you moved in?
Well, when him and my mom got together, at first I was 17.
And then when you moved back in with Tanner, how old were you?
Probably about 20, 21. Maybe.
Did you and your mother's husband ever get into any arguments?
Oh yeah, it was a lot of them.
Did any of them ever happen in front of Tanner?
Yeah, several.
Now, when we're talking about arguments, are we talking about disagreements or full-on yelling matches?
I mean, we would yell, but I'm not proud of anything I did. I'm not. I wear my shame like a badge now.
Well, did any of the arguments that you had with your mother's husband, did they ever turn physical?
Yes. Yeah, he did. He ripped my other son out of my arms one time, and I couldn't believe he did that.
How old was he at the time?
Me?
Your son, when that happened?
The other one?
Yes.
I think he's like 3 or 4 when that happened.
Did any of these physical fights ever happen in front of Tanner?
Yeah, I mean, one time, well, just that one, I think, Tanner had already grown up, and I had never really had anybody take up for me before, and Tanner's a pretty big guy, Then he was growing, and Bill tackled me in the front yard. He started to put his fingers in my eyes like that because he was mad at me, and he wasn't going to do that. All of a sudden, I feel Bill is pretty stout, and I feel him just get lifted off of me. I looked up, and Tanner had picked him up and picked him up off of me. I was like, wow. I have somebody taking up for me, but yeah, that's something Tanner shouldn't have seen as a child either. But
what about the relationship between your stepfather and Tanner? How was that?
I think Tanner kind of worshipped him. Really, liked him a lot, but Bill was mean to him.
What do you mean by mean? How was Bill mean to him?
That would be something you don't need to ask my mom. She knows more about that, so I'm gonna let my mom answer that.
Did you ever witness any of it?
No, not really.
Melissa, are you a grandmother?
Yes, I am.
How many grandchildren do you have?
Just one.
And who is that? Well, we're not going to say names.
Yeah, please.
Is it a granddaughter or grandson?
Grandson.
How old's your grandson?
Almost 4. Where's 4?
Who is the father of your grandson?
Tanner.
Were you around when Tanner learned that he was going to be a father?
Yes.
How did he react when he learned that he was going to be a dad?
He was very excited.
And were you around when your grandson was born?
Yeah, I was around.
How did Tanner react when his son was born?
He's just happy. I mean, everybody is when their babies are born.
Based on your observations of Tanner and his son, did he look like he enjoyed being a father?
He was a new father, you know, he'd never had a kid before, so he was scared. It scared him, you know, and he was scared.
What do you mean by scared?
Like one day he goes, "Mama, please come I need you to take the baby for a little bit." He was scared, I think, of hurting the baby.
Did you watch Tanner and your grandson together often?
No, I didn't get to see him very much because all this happened.
Were there times when you did get to spend with your grandson?
I got to spend a few days with him.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish what has been admitted as defense exhibit number, I believe it was 58? 54, I'm sorry. Defense exhibit number 54.
All right.
Good boy. Good boy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh
Melissa, what did we just see a picture or video of?
His first steps.
Was that you also in the video?
Yes. I think Cassie was taking the picture.
Who was Cassie?
Oh, sorry. His ex-girlfriend.
Were Tanner and Cassie living together when this video was taken?
Yes.
At any time did Tanner and Cassie live in the same house with you or the same residence as you and your mom?
Behind the residence, yes.
Did you have the opportunity to observe their relationship?
Not really, no. He was working most of the time. And she had the baby, or the mom did.
Now, leading up to November the 30th of 2022, do you know whether Cassie and Tanner had been having any problems in the relationship?
Oh yeah, Tanner, before that, not long before that, actually, Tanner came up to me almost in tears. He said, "Ma, I don't know what to do. She's spending my money faster than I can make it."
Without going into what Tanner may have said, did he have other concerns about their relationship?
Not really. I mean, he wanted them to be together, you know, but he didn't want. I don't think he felt like he could keep up with it, with the whole thing.
Now, you've known Tanner all of his life. Did the issues with Cassie and the finances, based on your observations, did that appear to cause him distress or stress?
Yes, he had finally found a girl to stay with, you know, that would stay with him. And he really wanted to keep her, you know. So he was treated pretty bad.
Ms. Warner, I want to talk to you about the incident itself, the reason why we are here today. You understand that your son has pled guilty to kidnapping and killing Athena Strand, right?
Yes.
And you know some of the facts and information surrounding what may have occurred during the incident. Is that right?
Yes.
Knowing that he pled guilty to this, are you angry with him?
I'm so mad at him. I want to just tear his ass out. She was just a baby.
And Ms. Horn, in spite of everything that you know about this case, do you still love your son?
Of course I love my son. I don't love who did that, though. I don't know who that was.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
You okay? Do you need to take a few minutes?
I need to go to the bathroom just for a second.
Y'all return to your room, we'll call you right back.
Okay, we just saw Tanner Horner's mom get pretty emotional. She's asked by the defense attorney, do you still love your son? And she says, of course I still love my son.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love who did that. I don't know that person.
Yeah.
I mean,
what else can you say, right? In a situation like this, you can't, I mean, it's your child, right? And I think that we can all understand that even when your children do horrific things, they don't stop being your child.
Right.
So I understand sort of that comment. And I think you have to distance yourself a little bit, right? You can't say, you know, and I mean, you can't have any sort of acknowledgement of him killing Athena Strand as somehow excusable or understandable or anything like that, even being his mother. So I think you have to say, I don't recognize that person. But the truth of the matter is the argument that the defense makes is every choice you made made Tanner Horner that.
Right.
Everything that you did, every time you took drugs, every time you drank alcohol, every time you didn't leave your abusive relationship, every time you left your children alone, every time you went to the strip club, every time you did all of that, every choice brought us to the point where on that day Tanner Horner took Athena Strand and tortured and murdered her.
Yeah. So that's what you're trying to paint for the jury, and Rebecca has texted me, told me that his mother. I mean, she's my age. I'm 54, and the way Rebecca describes her, she just sounds like. I mean, she's lived a really hard life,
and she's described that for us.
Yeah, and so I don't know. It's just. And then when she's talking about Athena, that's when she got emotional, and she said she's just a baby. She's just a baby. And then it was kind of interesting, that we saw Tanner Horner, his son is 4.
Right.
And then we saw the video of her grandson, her only grandson, taking his first steps. I mean, it still feels like this is all part of an effort to do anything you can to humanize Tanner Horner.
Which is what again, I mean, I think that the defense team would be remiss if they didn't do everything that they possibly could, because the truth of the matter is the 12 people that are sitting on that jury, you don't know what will resonate with them. You don't know what will be, sort of the
what's going to be the
thing.
You just need one.
You just need one, and maybe it is that he had a, sort of drug addicted mom. Maybe that's going to be what will make the difference for that one person. And so you have to put it all out there. Now, with that being said, again, I don't know that she did a lot to move the needle sort of in the direction of mitigate, because if I'm on the jury, I want to really hear the nitty gritty, and it feels just a little bit still, I'm really embarrassed.
It feels a little rehearsed.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting point. I'm sure they worked. I mean,
I'm sure. Well, we know they did a 4-hour deposition.
Right. So she knew what was coming, and and again, this has got to be, horrific for her, because even with the choices that you made, like, it's hard to confront your own failures on a good day. You know what I mean? But then, like, facing your failure as a person that murdered a 7-year-old little girl. I mean, that's in part mom's failure, right? As a mom. Yeah. And so it's hard to sit there and confront that.
And he clearly saw a lot of violence. I mean, that was described.
He saw a lot of violence.
He saw a lot of violence, and
towards women, I guess. I mean, that's another. So I just think that it's. I think it's a lot, but I'm just not sure. Sadly, that she is. Moving the needle. Again, I continue to say those building blocks, right? I continue to say we started very general, and now we're sort of spiraling down into more specific. But who's more specific than your own mother? So if she's this early on in
I'd like to think
the
my mom
defense
would
case,
have nice things to say about me.
You would think. So,
I'd like to think.
I don't know. So I'm that's definitely a little bit worrisome.
Right.
But she did. I mean, she took responsibility. She talked constantly about how embarrassed she was. She acknowledged that a lot of this were her, the life choices that she made.
She says, "I wear my shame like a badge now."
Yeah, she said that. I mean, I wrote
that down.
I wrote that down too. I think it's huge, but but the real question, the real measure is, how is that landing with the 12 people that are sitting in that jury box? And again, we have to kind of see. But with that being said, Tanya, I don't know that she has much more. I don't know that that the defense team has much more in terms of direct examination of Tanner's mom. I don't know how,
So presumably the prosecution's going to.
Yes, they're going to cross-examine her.
How do you think if you're the prosecutor, how do you handle that?
I mean, I think that you just remind everybody. I think you remind everybody of what we have been discussing. everybody, not everybody, but there are so many people that have terrible childhoods. There are so many people that grow up in substance abuse homes and abusive homes. There's so many people that have been sexually abused and physically abused. There are so many people that have experienced the things that Tanner experienced, or even the things that Tanner's mom experienced, and they don't go on to kill people. And even more significantly, Tanner's mom has had a terrible life, and as far as we know, she's not killed anyone.
Right. No, that's nothing to indicate that's the case.
Okay, so there's a perfect example of having a terrible life and still managing to make it through without murdering anyone.
Well, and you've covered it, and I've done it. Is that you dealt with people who have experienced horrific trauma,
absolutely,
in their childhoods, and don't decide to go pick up a 7-year-old and do unspeakable. Because we don't totally know what happened to her in the back of that delivery van. I mean, we know she was strangled, we know she was stomped,
right?
But we don't completely know because he covered up that camera. So,
but full stop. I mean, we know that she was stomped at 7 years old and 67 pounds by a 250-pound grown man,
listening to Jingle Bell Rock.
That's what we know. And if that's all that we knew, that would be enough, right? I mean, I just think so it's horrific.
But let me ask you this: with mom, do you go gentle? Do you go hard? I mean, how do you?
I don't think you really have. She's so fragile. I don't think as a prosecutor you have to go hard.
You don't have to beat up on her.
You don't have to beat up on her. You don't have to go hard. I think she's going to agree with you. I think that she's talked about how embarrassed she is about her life choices, and so I think you just sort of sort of bring things full circle for the jury, just to say, I mean, but again, I'm sorry that was your life, and I'm sorry that your son, whatever it is, but. You're not sitting here telling this jury that that's a reason that,
I just keep wondering, are we going to hear that, he killed animals or something as a kid? I mean,
how do we not hear that?
I mean, because, there's just...
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
I mean, there has to be something in this. I mean, and I think that's probably, with all of the experts, that was what they were digging for, right? They were digging for, could they find something that some real deep mental health something or other that I don't know, but I think that I think my concern with mom is we established that he had a terrible life, and I think that I don't know that gets us anywhere.
Right. Somebody's asking, folks, we're on a break right now, so they came back from lunch, and Tanner Horner's mom had taken the stand again, and she was testifying, and she had gotten emotional talking about Athena, and then also about her son. She was asked if she loved her son, and of course she says, of course I still love my son. I don't love who did that. I don't know that person. So she got emotional, and then they took a break, and so that's not completely unusual in court cases.
She needed to compose herself,
and that's humanity, right?
Right.
Because we don't have to be inhumane because he was inhumane. That's the way I look at it. She didn't kill anybody. Yes, she apparently had a horrific growing up herself, and didn't do such a great job herself with her own kids. But what I would expect is that the defense would continue there. And here we go. We're back.
We're back.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Back in February of last 2025, you were in the hospital, correct?
Yes, it was.
And at that time, did Ms. Anderson, the defense attorney, and myself do what's called a deposition, where we ask you some questions, kind of like we're doing here in the court today?
Yes.
Okay. You remember that, right?
Yes.
And so I just want to tell you, I kind of know you a little bit more than just from what you've said here today, because we spent several hours talking at that time, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to kind of try to just quickly go through a few things. You had a difficult childhood that you described for the jury here. And there came a point where you needed a place to go, right?
Yes.
When you separated from Terry.
Yes.
And where did you go?
To my mom's.
And that was home for you, correct?
Yeah.
And from the point that you went to your mom's, when you separated from Terry, when Tanner was 2 years old, was that Tanner's home, essentially, from that point forward?
Well, I dragged him in and out. You know, I took him to several residential facilities, trying to get it right. I really did try.
And I understand that. You always knew, or he always knew, that that was his home where he could go back to, correct?
Yes.
And when you lost your sobriety, at times where you would go off on your own and leave, where would Tanner be?
At home.
Okay. And home was where?
With my mom.
Okay. And who else?
Bill.
Okay. And did Tanner have a name for your mom and for Bill?
Mimi and Papa.
And when we talked before in February of 2025, you said that Papa was a good Papa to you.
Yeah.
Tell us what kind of things made him a good Papa.
Well, he showed discipline, you know, took him fishing.
Did you teach him how to do things?
As far as I know, yeah.
Mow the lawn, things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he have the expectations of him and of Tanner and your other son as well?
Yes.
And there were rules in the house that they had to follow?
Yes.
And your mom, was she a good and a loving provider for those boys?
Yes.
And knowing that, that they had a safe and good place to live, did that make you feel better about everything?
Yes, we did.
And did you always feel that Tanner and your other son, I won't call them by name, but that they were safe there with Mimi and Papa?
Yes.
And that Mimi and Papa were going to provide them with the support that they needed, even if you weren't in the picture?
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
And then there would be times where you would come home as well, right?
Right.
And how would things change when that happened?
Well, I would be, you know, sorry that I was gone, and once again I was gone, and I'm almost sorry, and Bill would give me the talk, and you know.
But were you essentially welcomed back into the family?
Sure.
And
well, they know I was a good mother. They knew when I was around I was a good mother.
that you loved your sons?
Absolutely.
Right. But as far as their schooling and whatever benefits that they might be receiving, who was the person handling those kind of things for the most part?
Me.
You?
Me.
Okay, so who would be handling it when you were not there?
Now, my mother, I would get the insurance for them because my mother was working at the time, she couldn't, and me and the boys were staying behind, so in the back, so it would work out like that.
And with regard to the time that all this went down, you were living there. Bill had passed away some time ago, correct?
Yeah.
Papa.
About 4 years ago.
Papa had passed away. When was that?
About 4 years ago.
And after that, were you living there with your mom in the house?
Yes.
And was your other son also in the house?
Yes. Can we not talk about him, please?
I'm not going to.
He doesn't want me to talk about him.
Okay, I understand. But as far as the people that were living in the house, it was the three of you. And where was Tanner living?
In the back.
Okay. And do you call that the shed, what do you call it? The bedroom?
The pigsty.
Oh, pigsty?
Yeah.
Why do you call it a pigsty?
Because he doesn't know how to clean. He's a terrible cleaner.
But has, over the years, that place has been cleaned and then made dirty again?
Yeah, I mean, I would go back there and do what I could, but it would get so trashed so fast, so I don't know.
Understood. So let's talk about Tanner and his, what the things that he did. Was Tanner, did he graduate from high school?
Yes.
Okay. Was he into music?
Oh yeah, that's his thing.
Did he play musical instruments?
Yeah, he plays everything.
Guitar?
Yeah, if he picks up an instrument, he can master it.
Does he sing?
No.
Does he try to sing?
He tries to sing.
Okay. Did he play keyboard?
Yeah.
Does he mix his own music on the computer?
Yeah, he's pretty good at that.
Does he play a lot of video games?
No.
Okay. So he had interests similar to other people, correct?
Right.
Now let's talk about in high school. Did he participate in the wrestling team?
Yes, he did.
And you don't watch him do that?
Yeah, I went once or twice.
When he was little, did he play in Little League games, things like that?
Yes, he did.
So he was able to be on a team and participate, just like other kids, correct?
Well, I mean, he tried.
Well, he was a part of the team, right?
Yeah, it didn't last long though, but he tried. And I always told him, as long as you try.
And when they did the practice for the bands, did they do it often at your house or back at Tanner's room behind you?
My neighbors didn't like that too much, so they had to do it somewhere else. Because my neighbors didn't like that.
But Tanner was a part of several different bands, do you agree?
Yes.
So in that respect, he was working with other young men, same age as himself or around that age? Is that
So they got.
Did you ever express any concerns other than just the loudness of the music about what was going on back there during the band practices?
What was going on back? I don't know what was going on back there. I don't.
Let me ask you. I want to talk to you about this particular case. I'm not gonna. I want you to know I understand your life situation has not been easy, and I know this has not made it easier. But I want to ask you what your understanding is of what happened in this case.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Overruled, the letter is.
Okay, could you say that again, please?
What is your understanding of what happened in this case?
At first or after, right now?
Well, let's talk about it at first.
Well, at first I believed in what my son told me.
And what did he tell you?
That he had backed into a little girl, he panicked and strangled her.
And so you said at first I believed that, and now do you believe something different?
Yes, I do.
And have you been watching the live streams of the
Don't get me thrown in jail.
What was that?
Am I going to go to jail for that? No. Yes, I have.
Okay. You're not. I'm just asking if you've had the ability to watch the trial process.
Yes, I have.
Okay. So now that you've seen those things, what is your understanding about what happened?
I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to say.
I'll pass it.
Redirect.
I'm sorry.
Hang on, Steve. Redirect.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
This will just be excused.
No, Judge.
Hang on.
You don't have to keep excusing. I need to go to the hospital, so can we finish?
We're done. We're done. We're done with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. do you have next?
We have Dottie.
Okay. I think the next, is she back here or out there?
I believe she is in the back. I will check with. Yes, thank you. Dottie.
Come in, please, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I better.
Let the baby go.
Excuse me. Over here.
Okay, raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's a rule of evidence in effect, says you can't be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyer. Okay? If you would tell the court reporter your first name and spell it for her.
Dottie.
Okay. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dottie. How are you doing?
Okay.
Dottie, if you will just introduce yourself to the jury, and we agree that there will be no last names here, but if you'll just let them know your name, please.
Dottie.
Dottie, how are you related to Tanner Horner?
It's my brother's son's son, so that would be my brother's grandson.
Does that make you his great aunt?
Yeah, I'm his great aunt.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your family, okay? You said that Tanner is your brother's grandson. Who was your brother?
Elmer Horner.
And obviously Elmer had some kids.
Yeah, yes,
And one of those children was the father of Tanner Horner.
yes.
What was his name?
Terry Lynn.
All right. I want to talk a little bit about Terry. Now, you said that Terry is your nephew?
Yes.
Okay, and his parents were Elmer Horner, and who was his mother?
Shirley.
Shirley, okay.
No, Janet.
Janet, okay. So let's talk a little bit about Elmer and Janet. Did Elmer and Janet stay married?
His sister was 9 months old when they got separated.
When they divorced, where did Terry go?
Terry was pushed here, yonder, and yay. He had no home.
He had no home? And so did he, after the divorce, who did he go live with?
To start with my mother, she had all three of them. I took one of the girls, my mother kept the 9-month-old baby, and Terry went with my other sister for a little while, and he ended up in Ohio with his daddy and stepmother for a short period.
It sounds like Terry and his siblings got shuffled around a lot.
Well, Terry was the only one that really got shuffled because I kept Shauna, his sister, for years and sent her to school with my oldest daughter.
Now, Dottie, based upon what you observed of Terry's childhood, did he appear to have a very stable one?
Not hardly,
And why do you say that?
because he never had a home. At one time after he got grown, he was living in his sister's backyard in a building, storage building.
Do you know if he ever had instances where he was homeless?
Oh, yeah. But I couldn't take him in at that time because of the drugs. I didn't trust.
Tell me more about that. What about the drugs?
I just know he was on drugs and ended up in prison several times. And that was what it was about, was the drugs.
Before Terry went to prison, do you know if he had any kids?
I think he had several, and I never really got to meet them all. I'd see one or two here or there, but everybody, it was a big joke in the family of how many kids Terry had.
And as we know, Tanner Horner was one of Terry's children, right? How old was, or do you recall how old Tanner was when Terry went to prison?
I really don't remember how old he was. I know he was just a baby, and I don't remember how many years because Terry was in prison several times for drugs, and the last time I know Tanner was 4 or 5 years old when he got out.
Well, let's talk about when Terry got out of prison. When Terry got out of prison, where did he go live?
My mother's.
And what is your mother's first name?
Ethel.
So when Terry was released, he went to live with Ethel. Was there anyone else living with her at the time?
No, just.
Was there anyone else that was taking care of her at the time?
She had home health aid, and my daughter would go and take care of her too.
Did you ever go and spend time with your mom?
Oh, yes, every day nearly.
Did you have the opportunity to interact and get to know Terry at all when he was living with your mother?
Oh, yeah.
When Terry was living with your mother, did Tanner ever come visit?
Every weekend. Every weekend.
How was that? Was Terry happy to have him over there?
Oh, yes, he was very happy. And Tanner was, he was running around and up and down and everything, into everything.
Well, how would your mother...
My mother didn't want me saying nothing to him because I was wanting him to calm down.
And we're talking about Tanner, not
Tanner, yeah.
Well, Donnie, let me ask you, did your mom like having her son and
Her grandson, yes.
and great-grandson over there?
Oh, yes.
So let's talk about some of these visits. You said that Tanner was into everything. What did that look like around the house?
He was a ringtail tutor, into everything, jumping up and down on beds, and I couldn't stand it. My mother wanted me to just be quiet. He's just here on weekends. You know, she didn't want me saying nothing to him.
Do you know or recall how old Tanner was when he would come over?
I really can't remember. I know he was 4 or 5 years old. He was just a little thing.
And at that time, he was just a whirling dervish?
Yeah.
Or I think Tasmanian devil. How's that?
Yeah, something.
You said that he was into anything or into everything, but what kind of things would Tanner do when he was at your mother's house?
I wasn't there all the time, but when I was there, he was just he'd run and jump and get into this and a normal, but the jumping up and down, and he would ignore it. Terry would try to say something to him. I think it was because I was there.
Well, that kind of brought me to my next question. Was anybody able to control his behavior?
Not that I seen.
So did he listen to Terry?
Did he what?
Did he listen to Terry? Did he mind him?
Well, at that time, I felt like he wasn't. He did stop doing things, but he's going right back into it.
Would he mind your mother?
Mother didn't get on to him when I was there. I think because she wanted me to keep quiet with him.
Did he mind you when you tried to talk to him?
He would look at me, and he was kind of scared because I wasn't there all the time. I'd just come by for an hour or two when I got off work.
How long did Terry stay with your mother?
I'm not for sure. He would probably still been there but the apartment house she lived in, they had to put her in a hotel because they had to jackhammer her floor up for plumbing problems. And I think he went then to stay with his cousin, Bert. I can't remember. I think they're cousins. Yeah, they're cousins.
It sounds to me like Terry and Ethel had a very good relationship.
Oh, my mother wrote him every day he was in prison, every day. She loved her kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids.
And how long did these visits between Terry and Tanner last? I mean, not how long was each visit, but did he come and stay with Terry every weekend?
Every weekend. He was coming every weekend.
Did those visits ever stop?
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry.
All right, you're all right. Just let it play.
I just don't know how to shut it off. How long I'm sorry.
I can ask the question again. How long did Terry live with Ethel?
I'm not for sure how long, but as long as, she was there. And I guess then is when Bert said he could come out there.
And did Tanner go every weekend that he lived with Ethel?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did the visits between Terry and Tanner ever stop?
Not while he lived there. Well, one weekend, yes, because the mother wouldn't. We understood it was. She wanted Terry to go with her to buy drugs, and he didn't want to, and they got into a big deal, and she wouldn't let him have him for a week or so.
Mm-hmm. Based upon what you observed between Terry and Tanner, did Terry appear to love his son?
Oh, yes. I know that he did. He really did.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the way he acted with him. When I said something about him jumping up and down on the bed, the way Terry got him to stop, instead of, I would have swatted him, but not Terry, not with the, he really cared and knew that he'd been gone out of his life and he wanted to be back in his life. I really think he was just a very small baby when he went to prison.
And based on your observations and your interactions with Terry and Tanner, do you feel that Terry was trying to turn his life around to take care of his son?
Yes, I do.
Was he able to do that?
No, he wasn't.
Okay. You have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
No objections.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. I need to visit with the lawyers for a few minutes, okay?
Okay. Wow, Bree. I want to go back. Okay, so
Yeah.
that testimony didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I'm not sure. I wasn't sure what the purpose was. But let's go back to Mom.
Yeah, because wow.
Wow. I mean, you and I were going,
Holy bazonkers. Okay. She, well, go ahead. I mean, she literally is like, so she does her direct examination. She gets passed to the state. The state is asking her questions. We talked about it for a minute, right? Where we were like, oh, how are we going to do it? And so they were really using kid gloves. And then they say to her, what is it that you understood happened?
yeah, so what do you understand about what happened in this case?
Right.
And she says, at first, that she believed what Tanner told her.
Right.
That he backed into the girl, panicked, and
strangled her.
Then, and then basically says something like, "What do you believe now?"
Right.
Something like that.
Yeah, something. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
And then she's like, then she starts crying. And don't make me go to jail.
Yeah.
Yes, I have. And I'm going, okay, no,
What?
you just didn't. And then, I mean, it's not funny. It's terrible. But
No,
I was just like,
I mean, it was like sort of a one of those moments in a trial where you're like,
oh, we're done for the day. Wow.
Holy bejesus, are we? They're breaking for the
I'm
day?
sorry, I just got a message in the ear from Zeke saying Rebecca was letting him know that we were done for the day, and she goes, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. I mean,
and that's it.
That was it. And then now we had this grandma who
great aunt.
Yeah. And I was just kind of like, I mean, again, screwed up family. There's a lot of dysfunction on both mom and dad's side of the families. But wow, we're done for the day. I mean, and I don't know. We may hear from Rebecca. Zeke, do you know if Rebecca's going to call in? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no, it was just.
It was a moment of like, true like. I don't even know what the word is, right? Like just somebody who is really kind of on the fringes of society, like still spiraling in their drug abuse, and they're just, all of the issues that mom had, and then all of a sudden it culminates as she already struggled on the stand. She already didn't offer a whole lot. All of a sudden, I don't want to go to jail. Don't send me to jail. I mean, it was, I don't know.
But that did not help her son.
No.
Because that says, I wasn't supposed to watch it, but I did watch it. Because the thing is that all these witnesses that are going to testify, they're under the rule.
Right.
Now, look, human nature is human nature.
But
you don't admit it.
You know, and the truth of the matter is, once you've only been, subject to the rules since the trial started, right? So it's not as if you're under the rule like from the beginning of time. And so, and just for the people, just for people to know.
But it seems to me she was watching the live stream.
Of course she was. That was like the specific question. Have you been watching the live stream of this trial? I think it was probably from WFAA, and yes. The answer was yes. Now, Tanya, how do you not watch Tanya? I get where she's coming from, but like, what?
And people say it's not funny. It isn't funny, guys. It's just if you come from our world, that kind of thing doesn't happen often. That is like made for TV stuff. That is really extraordinary stuff, right?
It is.
That does not.
It doesn't happen.
It just doesn't happen.
And the reality of the situation is it doesn't happen because it has an effect. Like, it has an impact on the trial. And depending on what she testified to, or depending on how that came out, like, it could have had a catastrophic impact on the trial. Could have resulted in a mistrial. I mean, it really just depends on a lot of things.
Well, do you think it will result in anything?
No.
Why not?
No. Because if you were going to move for a mistrial, you would have done it right then.
You would have done right then and there.
Right. Because
and do you think that they'll try to hold her in contempt?
No.
I don't think so either. Because the judge really didn't say anything. They didn't chastise her. It just was kind of like.
They're gonna, and then you saw, right, the state had her on cross and immediately stopped the cross. And then the defense had no further questions and they let her go.
Right.
I mean, she was already struggling. She had already taken a break like a few minutes before because she needed to compose herself. So she was already really struggling. And then I do want to say, though, for the great aunt that came and testified next, obviously you had all of that insanity on the part of mom being able to testify on Tanner Horner's behalf. Dad can't testify, right? Because we think that dad has passed away. Is that right?
It kind of feels like it. I'm not sure. I mean,
it felt like they were talking about him in the past tense.
That's how it felt to me.
And so we now have to bring in. I mean, this is how far back we have to go. This is how sort of unstable, Tanner's existence was.
Yeah, clearly.
We have to go back to
Dad
great
lived
aunt.
in a shed too, and it sounds. But Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who was in the courtroom, joins us. And Rebecca, for us, we had a kind of a wow moment at the end of Tanner's mom's testimony when she acknowledges that she's been watching the live stream, shouldn't be watching the live stream, and so I want to hear your reaction because I know what our reaction was.
Yeah, I was really surprised too because they've all been instructed not to listen to any testimony or to watch the live stream. And then I guess she got scared. It's like, I don't want to be thrown in jail for this. Please don't throw me in jail. But I feel like the judge is going to just go ahead and let that go. I don't feel like that they're going to hold her in contempt of court or anything like that. But I did think that was really kind of shocking that she admitted that she'd been watching the testimony in this case. And you guys were talking about dad. He has passed away. Apparently he died a few years ago in I believe that the mom testified that he died in a motorcycle accident or some sort of accident while Tanner was in jail.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's recent.
So we at times we were having a hard time understanding mom. I mean, she's speaking really low, and so the reason, so we missed that, but we gathered by the way they were talking about dad that he was deceased because they were, when you talk about somebody in the past tense. But I thought that, that Bree and I agree that, this moment where she acknowledges having, where she's asked initially, what do you understand about what happened in this case? And at first, I believed, what he said about what happened. And then she's asked if you were watching the live stream, and she says, don't throw me in jail. And then acknowledges that yes, she has. And then she, goes on to say, I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. I mean, that. Right. Bree and I were talking. That doesn't happen.
That doesn't happen.
I don't know that I've ever seen that particular scenario play out.
Yeah, I agree. And then they cut her off pretty quickly after that. Yeah, I was sort of stunned as well because again, they are told, you take the oath. You were told not to, watch anything. All these witnesses have known they're not supposed to be watching or listening to any testimony because it can shape how you testify. So that was a very like shocking moment in the courtroom. But and then to me, it also felt like a little bit of it was she was also apologizing for Tanner's actions. When she's
Right.
saying, I'm sorry, she's actually looking at Athena's family. And so I also feel like she is just, really is horrified by what her son did. And she says, I'm angry with him. I want to tear his, and then she used an expletive there. She's angry with what he did. She says, I don't even know who that was that did that.
Right.
Not my
Yeah.
son, but that she obviously still loves him as a mom.
Right.
Yeah, because that was what you said with the last part you just said. That was what she said right before they went to that break. So
Right.
and
Yeah, she took a break because I think she also needed a bathroom break, and she needed to also compose herself.
Yeah.
what did you make of the testimony from the great aunt?
I kind of felt like they were not getting what they wanted out of her, maybe. So I think the defense just sort of, moved on. I don't know how that was really that helpful in either way, honestly. I don't think she had a lot to add to what we heard from mom, other than other than he was messy and lived in the shed, and that he was loved by his dad. But beyond that, I just didn't hear a lot of testimony that would be helpful to the defense or the prosecution either way.
And I really thought, just again, we heard from mom. We heard sort of how tumultuous, their life was as it related to the mother. And you have to have, I think, the other side of that, just so that nobody can make the argument that, he had a really stable dad.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so I think they had to bring somebody to say, no, dad was equally unstable. He was
All sides of the family.
all sides of the family.
Right.
So that you can then sort of close that loop and make the argument that this is somebody, is this mitigating enough?
Right.
He not just from his mom's side, but from his dad's side too.
Somebody is asking about. Go ahead.
Did y'all catch where they ask? He's talking. They show a video of Tanner's son taking his first steps.
Right.
And then and that he's frustrated at times being a new dad, and he doesn't know how to handle it. And then she says that at times he would be overwhelmed, so he asked me to come get the
Right. He was
the
afraid
son.
of what he might do
And
or something like that.
And he was afraid that he might hurt him.
Yes, that was her
I thought
words.
that was not yes. And so I thought, as I watched Athena's family sitting there, he's afraid he's going to hurt his own son, yet he horribly attacks and kills this young girl, the 7-year-old girl. And so I thought that was probably not helpful to the defense.
Yeah, I didn't
Mom testified that way.
I think too, Tanya and Rebecca, I mean, do you not have some future danger there? If there were fears you were going to hurt one child, then ultimately you did hurt another child?
Let me ask you this, Bree. Did the prosecution turn mom into a prosecution witness?
I think with some of the things that mom said, and I think we can all agree, she did not help her son. I completely understand that she has to say, she has to sort of be apologetic for his behavior and things like that, and she has to kind of own her own behavior and her own choices. But there were things that she said during her testimony that I think are sound bites, like they stand out, that really hurt him, like I would take care of the baby because he would get frustrated and he was scared he was going to hurt the baby. Like not, he didn't know what to do because he was a new dad.
Right.
That he was scared he was going to hurt the baby. I think that can be interpreted both ways. Hurt the baby, like physically hurt the baby, or hurt the baby like I don't know what I'm doing and could I like accidentally drop the baby. But I think obviously the prosecution is going to go with he's violent and he was going to get frustrated and hurt his own child, let alone somebody else's child.
Right. That's how I took it.
That hurt a lot in my opinion.
I thought that as soon as she said that, I just perked up. I couldn't believe that, she said that, because that definitely was not helpful to her son's defense. Because you're right. And not only that, remember, they've also shown where he has covered the lens at least twice before, when he is out, delivering packages. And he did the same thing when he was basically, what the prosecution is saying, he was stalking other kids and stalking Athena, and that's why he kept covering up the camera while he's out delivering packages. So now you combine that with mom being afraid that he might hurt his own son, and then obviously what he does to Athena, and then these other two kids, and then you've got these two women that have also said, that accused him of sexual assault. That is a lot of violent behavior on his part, or potential violent behavior, that it could, the jury's could say, hey, you know what, he does pose a future threat.
Well, and I think that that's the logical conclusion to wrapping all of that up, right? I think one of the things that Tanya and I were just sort of just kind of thinking about, not necessarily saying that this would happen, but we were sort of both this is such a horrific act that if he wasn't caught, that he could have done it again. And the truth of the matter is, this is just the time he was caught. He was trying to do this before. And I think that what all of those facts establish is that he got caught this time, but he had been trying. And how is that not something that supports a feeling of future danger, or possible future danger?
Well, and one thing that somebody pointed out to me is that, when they are put in general population, they're not just dealing with inmates and guards. They're also dealing with therapists and doctors if they have to go to the, to the hospital, or they have to be transported for their hearings, or so it's not like they only have contact in the general population with just prisoners, inmates, and guards. They do have contact with other civilians while they are in general population. So that is why I think the prosecution is obviously saying, look, this guy is a future threat. Put him on death row where he can't really talk to anybody but himself, or see anybody except for 1 hour out of the day, every day.
Right.
Rebecca, we had a few questions in the chat that I want to answer from people. People were wondering about Tanner's reactions to his mother crying. Was there did you see any sort of interplay there?
No, he was looking down, and at times he's been doing this throughout the trial. He just sort of lowers his head and sort of looks down at the table, but not a lot of visible reaction. There was one time though when she is, I believe, talking about his son, and he does take a deep breath, and it does look like he wants to tear up at that point. I didn't see him tear up, but it did seem like he was showing a little more emotion at that time. But pretty much he's sort of just looked down or looked away.
Well, and a lot of times that's you'll actually advise them to show, Bree would tell you this, show no emotion. So that's not totally unusual. The other question somebody's asking is, why did we end so abruptly today? Was it just the last witness they had on tap? Or?
That was going to be my question too, Rebecca. Did you get any information about why we are ending so early?
Now, I thought that there was going to be a couple of other civilian witnesses. I thought there was going to be 3 or 4. So I left the courtroom to come out here. So I didn't really get to hear the final explanation about why we ended the way we did. But he did say he wanted to speak to the lawyers. The judge did. And so they were discussing some things. Maybe we'll know more tomorrow, or I'll try to get some answers.
And I think too, with sort of the drama with the ending of Mom's testimony, I can imagine that the court might say, wait a minute, we don't need to continue to have this issue, because if we continue to have this issue with all of these witnesses, are we going to get too dangerously close to potential mistrial in this case? And so let me talk to the lawyers right now. I want you guys to call every single witness that you're intending on calling, and I want you to make sure that they're not watching this live stream, that they understand what the rule means, that they're adhering to it, or be real clear with them that I will start putting people in jail. So I'm wondering if he's worried about that.
Yeah, and that was going to be my question. Could the defense at that point, when Mom says, I was watching the live stream, could they have requested a mistrial at that point?
Yes, but absolutely.
They could have, right? Yeah.
And what do you think the judge would have done?
Didn't do that.
Denied it.
I think he would have made the, yeah, I think he would have denied a mistrial.
Yeah, I would think so at this point.
But I still think that you make the objection, you make the motion for a mistrial,
because they
right?
didn't do it though.
I know.
So now they haven't preserved it for appeal.
That's correct.
Can they not come back?
They can, I think, sometimes, like sort of outside of the presence of the jury or outside of, sort of the main part of the trial, you can come back and say, I want to put some things on the record. I want to move for a mistrial. I mean, probably knowing that the court wouldn't grant it, so timing is not super, super important, but preserving it for appellate purposes. Now, again, she's not a fact witness. You know what I mean? She was more of a character, sort of talking about Tanner as a person.
And she's your witness.
And she's your witness, but your witnesses can tank your case. And if you need to blow up your case because your witnesses are messing up, then you do that, right? Because that's part of what your job is. So I think that they may preserve it on the record outside of the presence of the jury. Like maybe they're on a break right now, everybody's talking, and they're going to preserve some of these errors that came up during Mom's testimony.
Yeah. Rebecca, something people have been asking over and over, they want to know the makeup of this jury.
Well, it's a little hard to tell because I don't know who the alternates are. They're all sort of sitting together, but I don't know, who the two alternates are. But there are young people, a couple of young people on the jury, mostly middle-aged. There are several women. I would say roughly half are women. And there are, there are 2 African Americans. There is a gentleman that looks a young guy that looks like he is possibly Indian, and then you have what appears to be a Latina, but it's hard, it's hard to tell. But there may a lot of women or half women, men, mainly middle-aged, but there are a couple of young jurors also, and the young lady. What I think is probably the youngest one on the jury, she's the one that has shown a lot of emotion. She's been crying a lot, sobbing through some of the testimony, really hard controlling her emotions at times because, as you can imagine, I mean, especially during that tape, it was awful for anyone to hear, but for a young person that maybe has never served on a jury, probably isn't exposed to this kind of stuff like we are, that was very, very difficult for her.
And if I can ask a question really quick, Tanya, when you say she's maybe the youngest, what would you think her age range could be?
I would say she's in her 20s.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's heavy, to be that age, and again, we don't know what her, what knowledge she has of a criminal justice system, but it's highly likely she doesn't have a lot, and to be, this potentially be your first experience with it, be a case like this, that's got to be tough.
And I'm shocked that there's so many women. Now, obviously, you don't have complete control over who lands on the jury, right? We talk about the fact that jury selection in the state of Texas is a deselection process, not a selection process, right? Like you don't get to actually, I want 1 and I want 2 and I want 5, but you're deselecting people based on their inability to serve, right? So you don't have complete control over who's on your jury, but to have a case like this involving a young girl and a man killing her, and you have more than 50% of your jurors as women, that's tough for the defense. I mean, oftentimes you'll say, female jurors are more sympathetic and they're more forgiving and all that kind of stuff, but if any of them are moms, if any of them are moms, that's a real tough situation to have for the defense, I think.
Exactly. The other things.
And she's been taking notes very diligently, Tanya, and I saw them taking notes during when Mom was testifying as well. But I would say maybe half of the jury is taking a lot of notes, detailed notes. They're writing on something, whether they're taking notes or doing, doodling, I don't know, but they're definitely writing on a pad.
Exactly. So somebody, Jason wanted me to ask, why was the mom blurred?
She asked to be blurred. And one of the things that the defense brought up yesterday when they were talking about bringing in the civilian witnesses is that they have been harassed online, is what the defense is claiming. And so they asked the judge to try to, keep some of that from happening to them anymore, to basically not show some witnesses and blur them and not even use their their names, maybe a pseudonym or just their last names. But I do think that they feel like some of these witnesses that they're calling, the defense is calling, have already gotten harassment through social media and in fact, at one point, the defense said that they were scared to come in and testify. So mom did ask if she could be blurred.
Well,
And the judge agreed.
and I'm not surprised. And we've experienced that in some other trials where we had that in Uvalde. We had quite a few of the witnesses in the Uvalde case that were blurred. So it does happen, and sometimes, and those are the cases where if you really want to hear it without a blur, you got to go to the courtroom.
Right.
So that's just the reality of it. Do we have a sense on what's coming up tomorrow, Rebecca?
Well, I do think that they're going to have more expert witnesses, and I do believe that they'll call a couple more people that know Tanner Horner. And they're going to be mixed in with the expert witnesses and bring in some of the more emotional type testimony, I think, throughout the next couple of weeks. I do believe that the last witness that the defense is going to bring forward is she is an expert, and she is the one that diagnosed him with a bunch of different disorders, and she's very sympathetic. When you're listening to her, she's probably the witness that was most sympathetic to Tanner Horner and what he's gone through, and she's very much appears to be on his side. However, when she was pushed and she was asked, she says, look, I'm not trying to in any way excuse what he did. There is no excuse for this horrific crime. And so I am just here to tell you how he got here, how he became the person he is. But we're not here to excuse his actions because there's no excuse for what he did. And then when pushed by the prosecution, well, do you think that he knew what he was doing, that he knew he was kidnapping Athena, when he was murdering her? She's like, absolutely, he knew. And we're not, and nothing that in his path and in his diagnosis is the reason why he committed this crime.
Right.
It just tells you who he is and how he got here.
Absolutely.
And that's their last witness.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that can be powerful. I mean, I think, and I anticipate, even if she ends exactly like that, I think that that's helpful to the defense. I do.
Well, we will see. Anything else you want to add, Rebecca, before we let you go?
No, that's about it, Tanya.
All right, thank you. We will see you tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Bye. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this has been an interesting day because it hasn't been as emotional, right, as some of the the first 2 weeks where we had the prosecution presenting its case, which was again difficult on a level that is hard to explain. But listening to Tanner's mom, there were definitely some things that just did not help our son.
Right.
Acknowledging, like y'all were talking about, acknowledging that he indicated that he thought he might hurt his own kid.
Right.
And then also just this, her acknowledging that she initially believed his story, but that she'd been watching the live stream and now she knows it's something different, which was, I would call a dramatic moment.
I think I completely agree. I mean, I think that, when things like that happen in your defense case, it is, I think that the camera panned over to Tanner Horner's defense attorneys and you could just look at them and they were livid. I mean, and obviously I haven't had a conversation with them, I haven't spoken with them, but just from the looks on their faces and knowing what it feels like to have one of your own witnesses really hurt your case, I'm telling you that they were
because they were not expecting that.
No. And I guarantee you, because you have to understand that part of our responsibility as defense attorneys is to, because our witnesses aren't necessarily there at the very beginning of the trial for the judge to explain that the rule has been invoked, right? Like that's not, what happens when the rule gets invoked is all the witnesses come into the courtroom, and then the judge says, hey, the rule's been invoked, and so now I don't want you guys to talk to each other other than the lawyers and all that kind of stuff. But defense witnesses don't necessarily have to be there at the beginning of a trial. So it's incumbent upon the defense attorney to reach out to our own witnesses to say, hey, by the way, the rule's been invoked. You can't talk to anybody other than me, or I guess the other side, about whatever the case is, about whatever your testimony is, right? And so if we remember, Tanner Horner's mom was in the wind. Right? We didn't even know if she was going to actually show up in person.
We thought we were going to see a deposition.
So at what point?
They were going to take the four-hour deposition and cut it up to about 2.5 hours.
That's right. And so,
which Tanner might have been better off.
I almost think he would. But if she appears, though, you can't actually switch it out, right? You can't replace it. The only reason that they were going to be able to do the deposition is because she wasn't available.
Right.
But if she's there live, you can't say I want to choose. Right? You have to put her on. And so when would she have been told that the rule had been invoked? The truth of the matter is probably whenever she appeared out of the wind this morning.
No, but she indicated, do you have to know that the rule's been invoked?
Yes.
But what if she didn't know?
Well, she had to have known because her comment was, don't put me in jail.
Right, yeah, don't put me in jail. So.
But she probably wasn't told until this morning. Now, I don't know if over the lunch break she went and watched something. I don't know if she didn't understand that it's like you shouldn't have been doing, but if you had, okay.
I don't know. She understood something.
She understood something.
She said, don't put me in jail.
She knew she was in trouble.
It came across to me that she watched the trial or portions of the trial and knew that she shouldn't have been doing it, but did it anyway. But then when she's basically asked about it, told the truth from the stand.
Right.
Which if she hadn't told the truth, then she's perjuring herself, which is probably a more serious problem.
Well, you don't want to ever get
It's best not to perjure yourself.
Right.
But it was...
it was a dramatic moment. I mean, that the bottom line.
Because you and I, because Bree and I, we were stunned, because that is a stunning moment.
It is.
And
it
because
is.
That just...
Doesn't
that's like a Perry Mason moment.
It is.
It's like something you see on TV, you go, wow,
right.
That just happened.
Right.
So folks are asking about, is there more testimony? No, we're done for the day. They ended up around 2:30. We had this great aunt on the stand who it basically was showing that Tanner's father's family
yes.
was also dysfunctional. So essentially the witnesses we had today showed that both sides of Tanner's family were messed up. And that was the gist of it for both of them. And then we had this witness at the beginning of the day who basically saying that your criminal acts that you commit don't necessarily indicate what you will do later on once you're in prison.
Right.
So
not an indicator or predictor of future danger. And I think that the other thing that Dr. Edens, who was the first defense expert that testified this morning, established is the truth is you can't ever predict.
Right.
And that's not to say that there aren't sort of state witnesses, state experts that say absolutely you can predict, right? Because that's their point. We're saying you can know that this is going to be a problem in the future because of what you know now, right? That's going to be the state's argument. And so of course the defense had to bring in somebody that says nope. All the literature says there's no way to predict that. So you have to start there. I think it was the global starting point, the very broad, and then we're sort of spiraling down into more specific things.
People keep asking about, do we think there'll be a mistrial? Do you think there's anything the defense will push for as a result of Mom's testimony?
I mean, I think they have to. I would be a little bit shocked if they didn't at least ask for the mistrial, right? I know that they probably know that it's unlikely to get granted, but they can preserve that error. Mom went rogue and tanked us, or she said that in front of the jury, and she was talking about putting her in jail, and all of that is like highly prejudicial and all of that kind of thing. So I think that they have to ask for it, but at the same time, I don't think it's a real basis for a mistrial. I think you preserve the error. Do I think that from a strategic standpoint, are there things that the defense is going to do to try to have a do-over?
Right.
I don't. Right now, in my mind, there's nothing. There's nothing that would actually get granted. Like maybe you make the objections outside the presence of the jury just to protect your record. And you do that, right? Even when you know things aren't going to be granted.
That becomes about the appellate record at that point.
Right. And you have to. You have to do that. And so I don't think that there's going to be, at least with what we have seen and heard so far, no mistrial. There's nothing.
I'd be shocked.
I would be shocked.
I've covered plenty of cases where there were things where you thought it might be a mistrial and it wasn't.
Right.
So.
And maybe should have been. but in this case, no, there's nothing here.
Right. Anything else you want to add, Bree?
I just think that, it's important to be able to talk about the criminal justice system from both sides. And as I think straightforward as this case feels to most people, the criminal justice system is designed to apply across the board fairly to everybody. And so that means that Tanner Horner gets access to a fair trial of a jury of his peers, and that's what's happening. And his defense team is doing everything that they can to try to preserve his life, which is what their job is. And so I think that I know that people can get frustrated, certainly in the live stream, that there is discussion about his defense team and what might happen and all of that. But it's important that we remember that this is our system and we want it like this. And it's important that we respect that process. So this is tough. But I'm thankful, Tanya, that you let me be a part of kind of talking through it. So thank you.
Absolutely. Folks keep having questions, so I'm going to we'll answer a couple of them. Somebody wanted to know, why was Athena's family allowed to watch testimony and testify, but other witnesses are not?
That's a good question. So generally speaking, what you as a defense attorney want to do, and certainly what the state is asking, is that you really, the family they're not fact witnesses, right? They testify because they need to be able to talk about the fact that Athena was alive at one point, when she was alive, what she had on, things like that. And once they testify to that, to make that establishment.
Well, they were in court the whole time.
And they can, and so you ask, can they be in court the whole time? Because they're not fact witnesses.
Right.
So they don't need to be sequestered from everybody else. I don't think, for example, the teacher was in the courtrum the whole time.
Right.
If I'm not
she
mistaken.
Testified right at the beginning. But in a way, Tanner's mom,
I don't think was in there. Was she?
But does she become a fact witness because of her conversation with him?
She can potentially be a fact witness, but because she's testifying in the defense's case, she's going to be subject to the rule, because you don't want her testimony to be based on what she's heard already.
I see what you're saying.
So that she's like kind of responding to things. Like, you don't want that to be the case. And so every other witness is sort of sequestered or subject to the rule, usually, especially in a murder case, usually except for like immediate family. So it's the parents that are in there.
Rebecca's back.
Oh, Rebecca's back.
So
she's got some information.
That means she's got something to tell us. All right, Rebecca, what you got?
So the reason that we ended court early today is because they were expecting to show the deposition for Mom, because they were not quite sure if she was going to show up. That they've been talking about that in open court for a couple of days now, but she did show up, so they did not have to play that 2.5 hour to 4 hour deposition, which they had made room for today in the testimony. So they called no other witnesses and went ahead and let the jury go home early. Tomorrow we are expecting to hear from at least several more civilian witnesses, all that have asked to be blurred because of the harassment issues. And we will hear from probably at least one expert witness tomorrow. And go ahead.
Do we know who some of those witnesses might be?
No, yesterday when the prosecution also wanted to know that, saying it was going to be who are those witnesses. The defense was hesitant because I believe at one point they had named one of their witnesses, and the prosecutors went out and interviewed that witness, which they can, but there wasn't anything improper about that. But I think the defense is wanting to hold the cards a little tighter to their chest at this point. So I think that is why they're not releasing the names of all the witnesses. They will know obviously tomorrow, but they're just not releasing that.
Okay.
Well, and I think it's important, remember, the state of Texas has to turn over all of the witnesses that they're going to call during their case in chief to the defense. However, the defense has absolutely no obligation to tell the prosecution who they're calling. And I think that, if they were sort of saying, okay, we're going to trust this prosecutor's office and we're going to tell you one of our witnesses, or we're going to say their name out loud, and then you go hunt them down and you find them and you talk to them. Yeah, I'm not saying anything else until these people show up and walk onto that stand.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what they said yesterday, why they're not doing that. So it'll be interesting to see who, and we're going to hear from several more civilians on Friday, and then a couple more expert as well.
Okay. All right, Rebecca, we're going to wrap up ourselves. And we appreciate it.
I did
Go
have
ahead.
one question, Tanya, for so, and I wanted to find out, like, so if they did not hold this witness in contempt, mom, because she had violated the rules by watching the live stream, could the judge strike the testimony if they had asked, if one side or the other had asked that her testimony be stricken from the record?
I think absolutely the request could be made. I believe that the judge would have granted that request based on sort of that last part of what her testimony was? Because remember, I don't know that there's any connection between all of her history that she gave about Tanner Horner and watching anything in the live stream, right? I think that the only thing that applied to was, what did you think happened? Her questions about now or then, and then I believe my son. I think I was watching the live stream really only applied to that. And so I guess could the state or the defense say, hey, I want that part of her testimony stricken? Yes. Do I think it would be granted? No. But I will also say that even when you do that, like in real life, when you're in a trial and you say, hey, judge, I want you to tell the jury I want you to strike this testimony, and then I want you to tell the jury to disregard whatever was said. Okay, but they heard it, right?
You can't unring the bell.
Right. And so it's really hard. It's been said, and it's hard to ask civilians to like remember which part they're not supposed to apply and all that kind of, it's different.
And if anything, you might be making a bigger deal out of it if you bring it back up.
That's right.
Because we thought it was a huge deal, but we don't know what goes on in their minds. I know I've interviewed jurors before, and sometimes things that I thought were really important, they viewed differently.
Right.
So
or hear differently even, right?
Right.
I've had that experience where I thought something was a big deal, and you talk to the jury afterwards and they're like, oh, I didn't even hear that. And you're like, what? It was like the pivotal moment. And so, but I think that again, the bar of mistrial, the bar of striking testimony, the bar of asking a jury to disregard, all of those kinds of things, that's really high. Like it really has to be pretty obvious that like mom was completely making up something, that the only way that she could have ever known it is because she watched the live stream, and that certainly wasn't established. So, but I still think it's important to preserve the error, and I err on the side of caution, and I object to everything. Just because you never know.
You're like, exactly.
So, but that's a really good question.
All right, Rebecca, thank you so much for coming back on and letting us know what happened. We appreciate that. All right, well, we are really going to wrap it up because I came in this morning for our daybreak show, so I've been here since 6 a.m., and so my brain is a little fried at the moment. So, and it's time.
It's time.
I'm good. So anyway, we really appreciate everybody watching and paying attention, because this trial really is important.
Yes.
What happened to this little girl was appalling, diabolical, evil, like all the adjectives that I can come up with, and I think ultimately it's important to remember this trial is about Athena Strand.
Yes.
It's about what happened to her. It's about she was a beautiful little girl, and this should never happen. And I don't envy this jury the decision that they will have to make. And from what it appears, this trial is going to go on perhaps another 2 weeks, based on the schedule that the judge has laid out for us. So thank you so much, Bree, for joining us. It's always great to have you. And Bree you're actually coming back, right? We scheduled it.
Yes, I'll be back next week.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm trying to do as part of the live stream is the guests that I'm, as the trial is heading on into a month, I'm trying to make sure that the guests that I have coming back are people who've already been here for the most part, as much as I can. Because, the people that come here, the lawyers that come do this, we don't pay them. They get lunch. And that's it.
Which is delicious, by the way.
But,
I will say that.
But they do, and they come on, and this is an opportunity for them and also for you to get get a bird's eye view of the criminal justice system and be walked through what's happening, why it's happening, because a lot of times in court things are happening really quickly,
right? And
it's understanding why is that happening, why is that important, and so we really appreciate you joining us. And I will be back tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. I'll have Jen Falk, who y'all should remember was a former child abuse prosecutor and also sexual assault prosecutor. Jen Falk was great on the day that I had her before, and I'm very much looking forward to having her back, to help offer the perspective from her unique history. So anyway, we thank you, and we will see you again at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow.